And here it is, ding dong. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mill. Here it is, ding dong. Here I am. I hope you're there. The session starts your company required. I think that happens twice a day. The second installment, the righteousness being fulfilled yet again for the second time today. So fulfill your part of the righteousness by gathering to come participate. Come join and surrender yourself to the space for however long it lasts. One man went to mow. The eagle must landed.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is OBIDIENT. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 holy. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving fast now. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and getting moving fast. Yeah, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is OBIDIENT. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is right there, the holy, holy song from the eastern parts of the country, the Igbo people. That's their song. You can hear from the accent that they were Igbo people. So there they were, the Igbo people singing holy, 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 holy. As guys, I bring you this. Buhari, oh, sorry, I can hear some feedback. I think I may, well, let me just put something on mute. Una momento. Una momento. 1 minute. 1 minute. All right. Pardon me. Holy, holy, as guys, I bring you this. Buhari will be fondly remembered. Buhari will be fondly remembered for his high impact projects. So this is Lai Mohammed. So we always said, and it's coming to pass, that at the tail end of this administration, the most brutal, the most brutish, the most crude, and the most rudimentary, at the tail end of this administration, and we are at the tail end of this administration now, it's always been the anticipation that they will try to rebrand the guy. And when it starts to commission project after project, the second Niger bridge is complete, the Lagos-Ibadan expressway will be completed, the Kaduna something or the other road, that's about to be completed too. So once they've completed all of these things, suddenly this guy would look like a messiah. And the messiahification of the Aboki from Daura is what is kicking off here. Buhari will be fondly remembered for his high impact projects, a headline attributed to the tribal marked man from Kwara State, Lai Mohammed. So there it is right there. So from that on to the next, if I were not in PDP, you will see me working for Peter Obi. This is a Samuel ORTOM of Benue State, informing the space that he's a closet or obedient. So a closet obedient. So come out of the closet and own it frontally. Everybody wants to be latching on to the credentials that that place presents, even though they might not necessarily agree with its politics. So why would somebody that is in a very close fight with another person, that his space is in a very close fight with another person and his space, be telling us that he has somewhat of an admiration for the person that his space is fighting against? So a closet obedient, that is what we're finding out. If I were not in PDP, you will see me working for Peter Obi, the tongue-coat Benue governor, Samuel ORTOM. But quite why people are fighting so hard to be the Nigerian president is beyond me. The federal government says 3.36 trillion has been allocated for fuel subsidy in 2023 as Nigeria's debt profile hits 102 billion. So when this administration came in, the Nigerian debt profile was around about, I think about 15 billion thereabout. And they've added on to that, if so, you take 15 from 100 and they've added about $87 billion to the debt profile of this country. And that is debt profile outside, separate from the earnings of the country. So in the administration of, in the seven going on 8 years of this administration, they've handled well in excess of, or approximately, I shouldn't say well in excess, but approximately as near as makes no difference. They've handled well in the region of $500 billion. So pause for a moment and reflect on those figures. So that's from the earnings of the country, the borrowings, the internal stealings, the undocumented petrol, all of that. If you condense all of those to arrive at a figure, you'll be round about $500 billion. So do you know what a trillion is? A trillion is what is I think that is that not a million billion or something, or 1,000 billion, so some ungodly amount. So let's say it's even a trillion. How many? Actually, let me check that so I'm doubly sure. Hold on, just give me 1 second. How many billions do we have in a trillion? Oh, all right, so it's 1,000 billion to make a trillion. So $1,000 billion, $500 billion, which is to say $500 billion, is what this administration has looted. And the debt profile is just the borrowing, is separate and outside of the earnings of the country. So they just looted the whole place. And that debt profile is at least, it's about 500 to 700% of the highest that the country has ever been indebted for. So you have to ponder why people are fighting so hard to become president of Nigeria. The federal government says 3.36 trillion naira has been allocated for fuel subsidy in 2023 as Nigeria's debt profile hits $102 billion. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. But I did say they were going to start to rebrand Buhari, and the rebranding of the man from Daura, it kicks off with this next headline. Second Niger bridge completed. So that's just it, straight and short and curt and to the point. So it doesn't need any embellishment. It's always been a political project for the last 30, going on 40 years, that a lot of people had politics regarding that project. The second Niger bridge, along with the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, they've always been political projects. They are promised in the throes of campaigns and abandoned in the face of governance. So that's repeated all the way through from the Obasanjo date till now, when the Aboki from Daura is now completing this project. So you are saying it's a Goodluck Jonathan project, but a lot of people will tell you that the totality of that project was completed, you know, right from, because all Goodluck Jonathan all Goodluck Jonathan did was to do the groundbreaking. So we say that they've perfected the financing, they've done the designs, etc. But nevertheless, the building phase of that second Niger bridge was under the Mala from the north. So there it is. When they start to rebrand this guy, you will be begging him not to leave. So there it is, short and curt, succinct and to the point. Second Niger bridge completed, a headline attributed to Fashola. Nigerian government budgets, okay, so we've done this one under a different incarnation. So let's go on to the next. This rather a worrying news. This is from the United Nations regarding Nigeria. 1 in 10 Nigerian children do not reach their 5th birthday. So pause for a moment and reflect on that. And I can tell you that the greatest condensation of those quotas, of that statistic, of that data, the greatest condensation of it was almost certainly be from the north, where it's just a born throwaway sort of thing. So born throwaway. Let's get back to Nigerian politics. Innovative Tinubu perfect fit to govern Nigeria. Niboro is the person speaking. Niboro, Niboro. I'm not quite sure who this element is, but we'll find out shortly. Innovative Tinubu perfect fit to govern Nigeria. So a headline attributed to an element called Niboro. We find out who he is and how he's felt the need to say that. Influential PDP governor speaks on working for Peter Obi. So that might well be the ORTOM headline that we just previously happened upon. So there it is, a rich and diverse menu, as always is the case. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button if you're coming in. Click on the subscribe button if you haven't done that already. And share the link to the platform so that we can reach as many as we can. If you're watching us on Facebook, then click on the follow button. We need your followership, and we need you to be sharing the platform just as widely as you can. So do all of that. Click on like, click on share, and click on subscribe. Haven't done all that, click on the hyperlink that is highlighted on the screen. It says StreamYard. If you want to come and take on any of these topics, if you have any thoughts that you'd like to share with the class regarding any of these topics, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard right here. It brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage in a conversation. That is how it works. It's an open microphone session, and the open microphone, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join us on the platform. And also there is something we have been doing over the last few days, which is we're inviting. Oh God, I've lost my sticky note. Let me bring it up. In a moment. Yeah, so there's something we have been doing over the last few days because some of you may well have noticed. So there it is. Because some of you may well have noticed that the super chat function of the platform is temporarily unavailable. So in the absence of that super chat function, we're encouraging people to click on this buy a coffee link to donate towards the platform. So click on that if you want to tip towards the platform. But please don't go there and do some derisory thing. Be significant. If you're doing it at all, do it properly so that it can be appreciated. So a few people, not a lot of people, have been taking that up, but we'd like a few more, or indeed a lot more people to take that up. So do that. Click on that hyperlink that says buy a coffee and follow through. It's a 3-step process for you to make that donation. So it's not anything long and involved, and it's not going to be asking you for all manners of gremlins. So do all of that. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Let me bring you in via the Eastern quarters. We seem to be especially enjoying this music for the moment. So we go to the East and we ask the question, Osundi or Wendy?
Sunday,
All right. I must just address one thing, which a lot of people have been highlighting to me. The latest person highlighting it to me now. some of you may or may not have some of you may or may not have seen my appearance on that Rudolph's platform, the one from Sahara Reporters that wears the thick glasses and is always shouting New York, New York. So the one where OVA is always going there to mooch around. So I made an appearance just to amuse myself just a couple of days ago. Would you believe that this element here is clipped some of the things? I had quite a lengthy speech, and then he's clipped some of the just a little substance of what I said, and is now pasting it all over social media that one man went to Mo said this and one man went to Mo said that. So that's the sort of, but then of course, you know now the obedience and the IGBOLAND, that's how they are like. You know, it's quoting me out of context and pasting it all over social media, but there it is. There it is. Another person, several people have brought it to my attention. In the course of this, another person yet bringing it to my attention. I am aware, but then of course, this is a guy, by the way, I don't want to dwell too much on that space, but this is a guy that has been subscribed to my platform for 2 solid years. He has come here to copy the format of what I do. And I say, I said, and I turn up on his platform just to amuse myself. And I say, I don't know this guy, this, that, and the other. Ovie is always there saying one man all the time. So that's the sort of a clownish element that he is. But let's pack that to one side and go to more important matters. So this is one of the things that I did not read this out. This popped up in the middle of that music playing. Peter Obi suspends presidential campaign, gives reason. So let's kick it off from there. Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, has suspended his campaign activities for the 2023 elections. Obi disclosed this when he paid a courtesy visit to the governor of Benue State, Samuel ORTOM, on Wednesday, October the 19th, in Abuja. Correspondent report. Obi reportedly decided to temporarily halt his campaign in honor of the victims of flooding across the country. The former Anambra State governor also advised other presidential candidates, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party PDP, Bola Ahmed Tinubu of the All Progressives Congress APC, and others, to come together and sympathize with the victims. As you can see today, flood is ravaging the entire country, and people are dying. People are displaced. I personally stopped and told my people no more campaign until we're able to visit some of the sites, at least sympathize with those going through problems. I came to take permission and ask him, ORTOM, that I want to visit some of the sites in Benue, as I am going to do in 1 or 2 other states. So unbelievable. I am also calling other presidential candidates to stop campaigning and see what we can do. If we can buy our forms for millions of naira, we should have some little thing to go now. We should have some little thing to go now that people are suffering, and say, at least show sympathy with them, and then we can continue. I'm not quite sure what that means, but that there is. You're hardly ever sure anything. It's because it talks in gibberish. It talks in gibberish. Meanwhile, Governor ORTOM has said he would have worked for the success of Obi if he were not a member of the People's Democratic Party PDP. The Benue State governor was quoted as saying, I am in PDP and I am working for PDP, but I can tell you if I were not in PDP, you will see me working for Peter Obi, but I am in PDP. So there it is. That preempts one of the storylines, of course, that we've already lined up. So let's go to it again, because I took it from 2 different sources. So let's see if this is reported differently. Peter Obi suspends campaign, gives reason. Peter Obi, presidential candidate of the Labour Party for the 2023 elections on Wednesday, said he has stopped his campaign due to the recent flooding in Nigeria that has become an overwhelming disaster. Correspondents report that Obi made the announcement when he paid a courtesy visit to Governor Samuel ORTOM of Benue State. As you can see today, flood is ravaging the entire country and people are dying. People are displaced. I personally stopped and told my people no more campaign until we are able to visit some of the sites, at least sympathize with those people going through problems, Obi said. I came to take permission and ask him, ORTOM, that I want to visit some of the sites in Benue, as I am going to do in one or two other states. I am also calling on other presidential candidates to stop campaigning and see what we can do. So there it is, right there. It's oh God. Are you cynical enough to conclude that this guy is actually dancing on the graves of the newly deceased? Is this what we're saying? Playing politics on top of dead bodies? Is this what we're saying? Buhari will so reflect on that and let me know. Buhari will be fondly remembered for his high impact projects. The Owala from Kwara, Lai Mohammed. Minister of Information and Culture Lai Mohammed says history will be fair and kind to President Muhammad Buhari, despite naysayers' attempt to downplay his regime's achievements. Mr. Mohammed made the declaration at the inaugural edition of the PMB Administration Scorecard 2015 to 2023 series, organized by the ministry on Wednesday in Abuja. He stressed that the administration had implemented high-impact projects across the country that met the yearnings and aspirations of Nigerians, and that history will be fair to the administration. For those whose trips have been shortened and smoothened by good roads and bridges, will remember those who constructed those roads and bridges. The minister also said Nigerians will travel by rail and use modern terminals at the airport. The minister also said Nigerians who travel by rail and use modern terminals at the airport will remember the president. The 9.8 million school children who are fed daily, the 1 million youths that have been empowered, as well as the 500,000 youths who are undergoing training under the Empower, will not forget this administration. The 1.6 million households that have been enrolled on the conditional cash transfer program will also not forget the administration's welfare programs, Mr. Mohammed said. Mr. Mohammed noted that naysayers had attempted to play down the massive and unprecedented achievement of Mr. Buhari's administration whilst politicizing issues. The minister said the scorecard series was designed to showcase the massive achievements of the administration as it winds down. He assured that ministers and other top government officials would feature in the series to showcase the giant strides in their various ministries and sectors. Wednesday's session was attended by the Minister of State in the Ministry of Works and Housing, Umar El Yaqub, and the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Mohammed Bello. Also at the event was the Minister of State for Science and Technology, Ikechukwu Iko, and Chief Executive Officers of parastatal agencies in the Ministry of Information and Culture. So there it is right there. The rebranding of the killer from Daura has begun. So these are also a story that I don't think I brought you, but let's see, let's just go through it. Court to deliver judgment in Nnamdi Kanu's case on the 27th of October. So we thought the Nnamdi Kanu case was already dead and buried according to the Court of Appeal, but Malami tells you no. The Federal High Court in Umuahia, Abia State will on October the 27th deliver judgment on the case of the extraordinary rendition of Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB. Kanu's special counsel, Aloy Ejimako, disclosed this following the appeal court's ruling, which discharged and acquitted the IPOB leader. He explained that the ruling of the appeal court would not stop the Umuahia Federal High Court. A statement by Ejimako on Wednesday reads, This press release is compelled by the avalanche of inquiries I have been receiving from the media and others on whether the judgment set for the 27th of October at the Federal High Court Umuahia on the suit I filed on extraordinary rendition will still hold. The answer is yes, it still holds. The inquiries are apparently necessitated by the judgment of the Court of Appeal in Abuja on the 13th of October. Despite this Court of Appeal judgment, the Federal High Court Umuahia will still proceed with its own judgment on the 27th of October 2022, as was previously scheduled. My office has not received, and we do not expect to receive any notice from the court that the judgment had been adjourned. In my awareness that these inquiries mostly emanate from the major and significant impact extraordinary rendition had on the Court of Appeal judgment, I will hasten to add that despite the common presence of extraordinary rendition, the issues and relief before the Court of Appeal in Abuja are markedly different from the issues and reliefs pending judgment before the Federal High Court in Umuahia. To be clear, the sole reason for the common presence of extraordinary rendition in both cases is because I had, as far back as August 2021, taken it before the State High Court in Umuahia and later to the Federal High Court. In summary, the judgment of the Court of Appeal in Abuja considered the narrow issue of the impact of extraordinary rendition on the jurisdiction of the Federal High Court in Abuja to subject Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to trial. Conversely, the issues and prayers before the Federal High Court Umuahia are many and different from the narrow issue of jurisdiction decided in the Abuja judgment. In summary, the case in Umuahia is sui generis as it borders on fundamental rights, whereas the judgment in Abuja borders on jurisdiction. In conclusion, as the public has been previously informed by my clients, there is no seat at home on the judgment day of October the 27th, 2022. Please be guided accordingly. Below are the pending prayers before Umuahia, and which were not specifically and fundamentally considered or captured by the judgment in Abuja. It goes on to give us should we just go through it? Let's just go through it to fulfill all righteousness. It's just, I hate reading through all these long and winding essays. A declaration that the arrest of the applicant in Kenya by the respondent's agent without due process of law is arbitrary, and the respondent's enforced disappearance of the applicant for 8 days and their refusal to produce the applicant before a Kenyan court for the purpose of applicant's extradition is illegal, unlawful, unconstitutional, and amounts to infringement of the applicant's fundamental rights against arbitrary arrest, to his personal liberty, and to fair hearing as enshrined and guaranteed under the pertinent provisions of CFRN and the Charter. A declaration that the detention of the applicant in a non-official secret facility in Kenya and the torture of the applicant in Kenya by the respondent's agent is illegal, unlawful, unconstitutional, and amounts to infringement of the applicant's fundamental right against unlawful detention, torture, and to fair hearing as enshrined and guaranteed under the pertinent provisions of CFRN. Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is what CFRN means, and the Charter, and I suppose that's the relevant international charter. A declaration that pursuant of Article 12.4 of the Charter, the expulsion or extraordinary rendition of the applicant from Kenya to Nigeria by the respondent without a decision taken in accordance with the law of Kenya is illegal, unlawful, unconstitutional, and amounts to infringement of the applicant's fundamental rights to fair hearing and not to be expelled from a state party to the charter except by virtue of a decision taken in accordance with law as enshrined and guaranteed under the pertinent provisions of CFRN and the charter. Okay, so it goes on and on. So essentially a different case from what was adjudicated in Abuja. If I were not PDP, you will see me working for B, the turncoat from Benue. The governor of Benue State, Samuel ORTOM, has said that he would have worked for the success of the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, LP, Peter Obi, if he were not a member of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. Governor ORTOM disclosed this on Wednesday when he was visited. Governor ORTOM disclosed this on Wednesday when he hosted, Obi at his private residence in Abuja. Recall that the Benue governor and other top members of the PDP, alongside Gemson Wike of Rivers State and 3 other governors, have been calling for the resignation of the party's national chairman, Iocha Ayu. They are demanding that Ayu steps down for a southerner. ORTOM's statement has added to the swelling doubt on whether some of the aggrieved members of his party will back Atiku Abubakar, the presidential candidate, in the forthcoming general election. He said the front runners of this 2023 presidential election, the 3 of them from my party, PDP, are the APC and the Labour Party. Let us look at these 3 people who has the capacity to deliver and make things work for the country. Let us be factual. Let us be frank with ourselves, because we are toying with our future. A country of over 200 million people deserve a better leadership that is proactive, that has foresight, that has vision to make things work for our country. I am in PDP and I'm working for PDP, and I tell you, if I were not in PDP, you would see me working for Peter Obi, but I am in PDP. Let's see how things work out. Meanwhile, Obi said he called to commensurate with ORTOM on the ravages of the floods in Benue, resulting in high loss of lives, property, and farmland, and massive displacement. So there it is right there, a closet of obedient. So there it is right there. The federal government says 3.36 trillion has been allocated to fuel subsidy in 2023 as Nigeria's debt profile hits $102 billion. The federal government says 3.3 billion naira has been allocated to fuel subsidy in the first half. So that's not even for the entirety of the financial year. I think the Nigerian financial year actually runs from January to December. The federal government says 3.36 million naira has been allocated for fuel subsidy in the first half of 2023. Zainab Ahmed, Minister of Finance, made this known on Wednesday, October the 19th. In Abuja, Ahmed said the 2023 budget proposal has a deficit of 10.78 trillion. She said the deficit will be funded through domestic and multilateral borrowings and proceeds from privatization. According to her, so they're going to privatize heavily even within the next 6 months or however long they have in situation. According to her, of Nigeria's $102 billion debt, 35% is foreign and 65% is domestic, adding that the current public debt is at 23% of the country's gross domestic product. And there's something, by the way, within the Nigerian statutes that says that the marry between debt and GDP should never exceed 15%. So, of course, the laws have never applied to this administration. The minister also said the 2023 budget also factored in the 17.16. The minister also said the 2023 budget also factored in 17.16% inflation. According to her, the draft 2023 budget has been prepared on the background of international challenges such as the Russian-Ukraine war and C-19 pandemic, adding that the revenue generation has been a major challenge to national development in the country. On allocations for critical sectors, Ahmed said the sum of 2.05 trillion was allocated to education and 1.58 trillion to health. She added that 2.75 trillion naira was earmarked for defense and security. Infrastructure got 998.9 billion naira, whilst social development and poverty reduction has 756 billion naira. Meanwhile, Ahmed said the federal government will halt spending on petrol subsidy in June 2023. So they are removing the petroleum subsidy after their administration, of course, so that the next incoming can carry the weight of that. Second Niger bridge completed. This is Fashola. The Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, has announced the completion of the second Niger bridge. Fashola disclosed this on Wednesday in Abuja at the unveiling of President Mohammed Buhari's scorecard series 2015 to 2023. He, however, said connecting roads to the bridge are still under construction. The minister explained reason, so that should be the reason. The minister explained the reason why the federal government opted for Sukuk bond. He said Sukuk helped to fund road construction across the country. According to Fashola, second Niger bridge is completed. What is remaining is a 4-kilometer inter-exchange road at the Asaba end and 2 kilometers out of 7-kilometer link road at the Onitsha end. The first thing we did when we came into power was we expanded our budget on road infrastructure, sought alternative source of funding through Sukuk, infrastructural tax credit schemes. So that's separate from Sukuk. Of course, Sukuk is going to borrow from the Arabs, essentially. Fashola also listed the achievement of his ministry under Buhari's government. The minister said 12 road projects covering 896 kilometers have been completed, commissioned, and handed over to their communities. Fashola said the government is executing 83 road rehabilitation projects in the federal territory. Fashola said the government is executing 83 road rehabilitation projects in federal tertiary institutions across the country, with 66 projects completed and 46 commissioned. So there it is right there. There's really outside of the second Niger bridge, which they will tell you has been completed, but which will never really be fully completed. There's been nothing to indicate an 8-year term, and I don't think second Niger bridge is sufficient enough of a thing to indicate an 8-year term and $500 billion spend. So second Niger bridge is not commensurate with probably even $1 trillion. I don't want to read this next story that's coming because I find it too depressing. But I'll give you the headline and then I'll move on. 1 in 10 Nigerian children do not reach their 5th birthday. This is the United Nations giving us that data, but I don't want to deal with the emotional angst that may bring. Innovative Tinubu perfect fit to govern Nigeria. Niboro, the person speaking, whoever he is. The presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, IGBOLAND Tinubu, has the experience and capacity to govern Nigeria. Former presidential spokesperson Olorogun Ima Niboro has said. Speaking in an interview on Channels Television's Politics Today, Niboro insisted the former Lagos State governor is the most competent and innovative amongst the presidential candidates. Niboro, who also doubles as Director, Communications, Media and Strategy, Delta APC campaign organization, noted that Nigeria needs a visionary leader like Tinubu to succeed Mohammed Buhari. The former managing director of News Agency of Nigeria described Tinubu as a man with innovative thinking who touched every facet of Lagos as governor between 1999 and 2007. His successors, he said, have consolidated on his legacy to make Lagos the signature of all eyes. So this is a follow-on. It says, how I will boost economy, enhance security. This is Tinubu. I will tell you straight away that if you look at Tinubu's 7-point agenda, the first key thing is leadership. You cannot achieve anything without the right leadership, and Tinubu is prepared to provide leadership. If you get leadership right, many things will fall into place, and that is where we're going to in the next dispensation of APC. So there it is right there. It goes on still. We have had leadership in the past 7 years, and we are getting leadership for the next 8 years, God willing. And that is going to be APC leadership, because the APC candidate has the right experience, knowledge, and understanding of what needs to be done. On the challenge of insecurity, said these issues are very clear. There is no government that toys with insecurity. There is no government that is not serious about insecurity. Nigeria is confronted with a unique scenario. People are learning on the job every day to solve these problems. We know how this thing started. It doesn't mean that there is no government that is not ready to tackle it. But these are new things, and the government learns every day. According to him, the message of the APC presidential candidate resonates with the youth. He said, the young people of Nigeria support our presidential candidate. We see a lot of movements around the Labour Party, but in APC, we have always had young people, vibrant, imaginative, and brilliant, and we still have them. The youth echelon of APC is constant, solid, and totally in support of Bola Ahmed Tinubu to bring us to a new dispensation. We don't have any disconnect with the youth at all. So there it is right there. It's quite a reach for somebody to, pardon me, it's quite a reach for somebody to just conclude that the youth in Nigeria support him. I'm not quite sure. I'm not aware that any Yoruba youth have come out to say they especially support anybody. I'm certainly not hearing that from the North either. But some people will conclude it's just the most ludicrous. It's like being on some sort of like twilight zone. Pardon me. It's like being in some sort of twilight zone. Sorry, I'm just saying what else is trafficking in the news. So it's like being in some sort of a twilight zone where we are in Nigeria. Some of the narratives we're hearing out of that country, that some nondescript person claims that he has cornered the youth as a constituent. When has the youth in Nigeria even ever been a constituent? Never mind being cornered by anyone. All right. Oh, okay. Bear with me 1 second. I just want to make sure that we have captured everything. Just bear with me 1 quick second. So bear with me 1 quick second. All right. Bear with me. All right. So that's the menu, and here are your panelists. The mighty Ajanle Kwaseba, he joins us. Thomas joins us from Australia. Saki Father is with us. Tony joins us, and Tony, please, I don't want to round this session, so please, just Tony, just keep it steady. I don't want to be chasing you all over the platform today. Exiro joins us as well, and Solomon, as ever, from Abuja. Good to be in your company, gentlemen. So let's go straight to it, and let's kick it off with Exiro if he's ready to go. Exiro, are you ready for us? Exiro. Exiro, are you there?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Sorry.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Exiro. Always a delight. You often turn up, but we never really get to hear from you. So we hear from you today, Exiro, only to take you to the direction of the soundings that were. Let's take you to Samuel ORTOM first, who says if he wasn't a PDP, he would be an obedient. What are you then making of the tongue-coat language that we're hearing from the rebels within the APC space, within the PDP space?
That statement in itself, is an endorsement of the obedience. That statement in itself, because it's not a political statement now. It's a statement that comes from part of his conscience. That if not for the money and the security that being in his political party will guarantee him, he would have followed his conscience, which is.
He never said anything about money or security.
No. I'm just saying that. Okay, let's not use money. Let's use security, because he has been in this party for a long time. But if you look at things that have happened to this man, he's the one who has been fighting the bandits, or how would I put it, usurpers who have been trying to take over his land. He has received letters threatening his life, and he's not safe, So he has always been at loggerheads with the current president. And he knows that the only thing that is left for him is to move to Labour, since the PDP is on shaky grounds, But still, they are still fighting for their life in PDP. They are still doing some last-minute negotiations to secure their future. If it's going to be, if APC is going to guarantee them no inquisition into their activities during their tenure, then these people, they have no conscience. But these politicians, they have no conscience. They will just support any party that's going to give them guaranteed safety after their tenure. So, but deep down, he knows that the obedient team is the only team that can take us from the doldrum.
Is there not a part of you that thinks that he was only really being polite to a guest that came to visit him?
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. It's in a way, it's an endorsement. That's enough for
no. No. What I'm inviting is, do you not consider that those were just words said out of politeness to be civil to a guest that's just come to see him?
A guest from the Labour Party, or
yes, Peter. He said this when Peter Obi went to visit him at his private residence.
Yes, but there are things that is staunch. How will I put it? There are things that a politician does not say, and these are not one of those things. And these are one of those things. These are one of those things. You cannot, no matter how your party is, you cannot say, if I was not in my party, I would have been in your party. You cannot say that. It's not something you can say. This is the second person that is even saying something like that. The first person that said a similar thing was the governor of Edo State. That if you look everywhere, they are obedient. A politician who knows his party does not say such, unless he knows that his party is watering. There's no strength behind his party. And it's the truth. Look at the PDP. Just look at what is left in the PDP. What is left?
Okay. And to Peter Obi's announcement that he's suspending his campaign and inviting other spaces to do the same, as somewhat as a nod in the direction to the people that lost their lives during flooding. Does this show the quality of the man, or is this somebody that is cynically dancing over the graves of the newly deceased, trying to capitalize on just newly dead people's tragedy?
Something about us in Nigeria is we have become so used to darkness and numb. We have become so numb, and we have gotten so used to bad treatment that when somebody tries to do something that is out of the norm, we read meanings into it. Whether he's trying to play politics or not, what he said, is it the right thing or is it wrong? Is it right? It is right. So if if he's been doing the right things this period, we give it to him. If it was Tinubu that said so, we also respect that. I think it comes from a place where a lot of people are used to, the lackadaisical attitude of the government. They don't care about, if you hear that a 5-story building collapsed, 21 people died, the government, you see the rhetoric, you see the way Nigerians talk, especially the ones in the politics. Instead of condoling, talking about the people that died and how to comfort their families, the first thing you hear is, we have warned these people not to build houses with inferior quality materials, That is not the time to lay blames. So when you hear people who make sense, sometimes don't go looking for the reasons why they are saying it. Just take the message. What will be said is, people have died. And it is the truth. There is flood everywhere. And it is the truth. So we just have to follow the message and leave the message out of it. I think what he said is right.
All right. The cynic in me sees it very much as capitalizing politically of this tragedy that has happened to people, which is poor form. That is poor form. If that is what he's doing, it is poor form.
But it is the same man. Don't forget, it is the same man that when everybody was criticizing Ekweremadu for not supporting and helping to build a standard hospital in his state or in Nigeria, but going out to look for a liver or was it kidney for his daughter. People forgot that his daughter was in dire straits. It was the same Obi that said he sympathizes with this man. Instead of, this man is not in his party. Instead of using that opportunity to criticize the man for being to having been in politics in the ruling party for how many years, or being in office in the Senate and not helping out to provide medical services in the country, instead of junketing everywhere looking for liver and kidney, he sympathized with the man publicly. And the same you said that the man was playing politics. And the same man said this again now. He said he's playing politics. What would Peter Obi say that you will not even criticize him?
No, it's just, it seems to me somewhat cynical and exploitative. It's really poor form to latch on to this real tragedy and try to make political capital. It's almost ungodly.
He
what
said
he's doing. Yeah.
He did not campaign with it. Rather, he said stop.
He's not campaigning with it. Is that not campaign? What are you talking about?
He said
he's campaigning with it now. But that very token, he is campaigning with it. What do you think he's inviting? Is he not inviting the sort of commentaries that you've just delivered? Look at this righteous man and weigh him against
from an obedient.
Oh my God, man!
They can pay you for your to turn coat because that's the only way you are going to stop criticizing this guy.
No, it's quite. If that is what he's doing, which a lot of people suspect that it is, it's quite sickening, quite cynical.
We are too intelligent.
It's ungodly. It's ungodly.
But we are too intelligent to our own detriment. If this man says so, well, what is the response of the likes of Tinubu and Atiku? At least let us be having common sense in this country.
Feasting off the carcass of the newly deceased. It's quite sickening.
What do you advise? What do you advise that people do? What do you advise?
I will advise that he does not politicize a national tragedy that has destroyed our livelihoods and property, and more, tragically taking several lives. I would advise that he doesn't try and make political capital out of that. That's just crass.
This is a man that is trying to become your president.
I'm not from Umar here, so how can he be my president?
This is a man that is campaigning to become your president, and he says, let's stop campaigning. Some people have died, 600 or thereabout. Let's stop campaigning. Let's look at the families and the situation on ground, which calls for a national emergency. If we had the government, this is a national emergency. This is a tragedy if we had a government. But of course, we are so used to the lackadaisical attitude of our government that we don't even talk when these things happen. We don't even call on the government.
Zero.
Yes.
Do you understand the angle where one man is coming from, and one man argument that we should not politicize that tragedy? Do you see any reason to that? Because
and try and make gain out of it.
yeah,
Okay.
because
What would he have said? What would he have said?
Asobi is jumping into there. Tinubu jumping into there. Atiku jumping into there. They will be using that opportunity to campaign, to vote. Why not them? Why not call on the government to be effective, to do their job by responding quickly, sending material and everything necessary to those places that are affected by this thing? The governors of the state and the federal government should work together to make sure that they give immediate relief to our people in every state that are affected with this thing. You don't see any reason with what one man is saying?
Okay, so what did Obi say that is out of the ordinary?
Okay, what he said is that everybody should close the campaign for now.
Okay.
And then be going to places that are affected with this, flooding, to show sympathy, to show this thing. But yes, the way he said it sounds good, okay. But it's going to be politicized.
Well,
it's going to be politicized. And I reason with one man, with what one man is the job of the government.
Yes.
The government,
yes.
To jump into that space and give all necessary supports to the people, and not the presidential campaigner, the presidential candidate to be doing that. Is the job of the government. And we have emergency agent, emergency management that are responsible for this. So they should just let them do their job, and not them going around the campaigning while people are going through agony and going through disaster. You understand what I'm saying? So I think I see reason with one man. I get it from where one man is coming from, and I want to support one man position that these presidential crazy people should just stay out of it. They can carry out their campaign among us. They stay out of this, showing as if they have empathy or they sympathize or they're showing love to our people. They should just stay out, because it's going to be politicized. But when government is doing it, we know government is doing they are carrying out their responsibility that they ought to carry out. You understand what I'm saying? So I support one man.
I get your point, but for the sake of a debate, you could find reasons to imply that he's politicizing the situation. But this is a man that has criticized his government of stealing, so he has not shied away from attacking the day's government. So I don't think what he said is wrong. In fact, this is a country where during the corona period, people were called out to donate. Don't forget, during the corona was also a disaster. It was also a national emergency. People were called out to donate. We saw people donating 500 million. So many things were donated. So much money was donated. So if in this same country that we had that emergency and we had another emergency and somebody calls those who are don't forget that these people who are coming out for elections are rich people.
You are mistaken, X0. The tragedy is not a space for people to donate ill-gotten gains, for Atiku to give back the billions of dollars that he stole, or Tinubu to give back as the money that he stole, or even Peter Obi to give back the money that he stole. No, what that tragedy highlights is a systemic failure that the country is not capacitated, and we all know that country, can Nigeria survive an earthquake? they will just let the bodies rot in whatever cavern is opened up. So it highlights that the country is not insulated for natural disasters. And there was a dam that should have insulated that was stopped, I think, by Buhari many years ago. So that is what it highlights. It's not an opportunity for big manism to be throwing ill-gotten gains around. So he made a mistake there too. So keen was he to capitalize on a tragedy.
Wow. So because he's vying for presidency makes him a non-citizen. That means he can no longer make a comment as a citizen. Because if
he's not making a comment as a citizen, he's making a comment as a politician, and he's not making a comment out of sympathy. He's making a comment out of the political cachet that he brings in. Tom Thumping that is suspending his campaign and brouhahaing that everybody else should do the same. So that people can see him as a leader and with empathy and all. It's feeding on the carcass when the blood has
on the other side of it, if he have anything to donate, he should donate it to the state government and let the state government, the emergency people, to take care of that, the situation. It's not for them paying visit while they are on campaign trail, paying visit. It's going to amount to, political campaign, and that space and that space will be politicized, and we don't want politics to run while, we don't want them to run their political campaign in disaster zone or disaster area. People are going through disaster, and you are showing, and people will be shouting, OB, 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 and Atiku. No, that is not the way. We don't want that nonsense. They should just, people are going through pains already. They should hold on, man. They should push the government. Let me finish now. Let
him finish now. No. Hold on, Joel. Hold on, everybody. Please, we are not going to, and this, I'm sending it to the platform, but really pointing it at Joel and Tony. But we don't want to make it rowdy today. So Adaleko will land your point, and then you come in with yours, Joel.
They should push the governor. They should push the people and the government to wake up and do their job and give the necessary relief to our people. Anambra State is underwater. It should push Soludo to work. It should push, because we have government there that have the capacity to handle the situation better than individual. What is it going to do? What will it do to help those people out? Or what can it do without government assistance to those people? What can individual like them, what can they do? So we don't want campaign. I totally see with one man.
Yes, in fact, the opportunity that this presents is, rather than going around disaster areas holding tragic babies and putting his arms around weeping women, which is just opportunism, what he should have done is to use this opportunity to unfurl his disaster management blueprint for Nigeria, especially the flooding, because that flooding is not a new thing. It's something that happens on a yearly basis, and they can repoint those waters, even harness them to generate electricity, all of that. That is what it should be speaking to the space, rather than, feasting on the carcass of the newly deceased. Joe, you wanted to come in?
One man, this is already unfortunate.
Right.
Everything must not be politics.
Oh, okay. Well, we agree on that.
I am very, very disappointed that every one of you condemning Peter Obi for suspending his campaign. That is the humanity. No. Let's.
He's a funny guy, Joel. He's a funny guy.
No, it's not a question of being funny. We have to start talking to issues. Right here where we live. Nobody will continue that campaign if we have over 12 states really, really submerged in flood. We must have humanity in us in every strata, everywhere we go. Did he say we should suspend indefinitely? No, he didn't say that. When you go to the Angelica was asking, what can you do? You sitting here, you can do something.
How does suspending campaigns solve the problem?
You suspend the campaign, you show the people that because you are going to work over those people, you show them that you have them in your heart. These people are in IDP camps, one man.
Right.
And we all know
but
how
then
our
if he unfurled a blueprint to manage both to put an end to it and to harness the waters to generate something or for farming, is that not something better than opportunism, putting his hands around whipping women?
It has nothing to do with opportunism.
Look at me, I'm empathetic.
It has nothing to do with opportunism.
It's not.
This flood that we're seeing today we've not had this kind of flood in about 10, 12 years.
Right.
The last time we had this kind of flood in the United States was almost like 20 years.
No, forget the United States. Look, talk about the two options. Let's get the conversation really. Let's not take it to that space. Look at the two options that I am presenting. On the one hand, I'm suggesting, and it's factually the case, that Peter Obi is trying to make political capital out of it by wrapping his hands around whipping women. So that's one opportunism right there. But the real opportunity was for him to have quickly put together a policy strategy around that. We don't expect it to be fully fledged because it's responding to the moment, but to say that this is something that's been recurring, and under my administration we'll do X, Y, Z to repoint these waters, to harness and harvest them, etc. So which one of those two cohere? Wrapping around whipping women and taking photos, or presenting a blueprint to stop the disaster for the future?
One man, you can still chew gum and play ball, right? In this period, what is in health? You have your acute, your acute phase. At this particular phase, these guys are in the acute phase. That is where you do all your emergency. You take them inside ICU and all that. What is really important to those people in IDP camps is not policy paper. Even if you present policy paper right now, people are dying. What is your priority as a human being? Even you right here, all of us here, we can donate to people right there. People are in IDP camps. We don't need an OB to wake up the humanity in us.
Forget Obi is not waking up anything in me. It's just an opportunist. I certainly don't need Obi to be. Obi has to wake up the humanity in himself before
you're the one interrupting me now. Allow me to just make the point.
Exploiting the dead.
This issue that we deal here, we're dealing here in the West where we stay. Immediately there's a natural disaster. You will see the politician call off whatever they're doing to go attend to people. Whether you call that window dressing or you call that pretense, that is your business. But the idea there is to show that you have humanity in you, you have compassion in you. There are people in IDP camps. You can go there and donate to them. You talking here, we can still donate and send to them on behalf of one man. It is not because you are trying to do anything different.
No,
one man. Yeah. Let me tell you something. No, I'm just being honest with you.
Right.
Because let me tell you, since last week, I have been waiting for a politician, one of the top politicians, to suspend what they are doing.
Oh God.
Peter Obi latched onto that. It doesn't matter what you think. If it was Atiku or Tinubu, I will give that person praise. Forget the politics side of people. People are dying. You get where I'm coming from? Okay, when you the flood thing you're talking about, right? Especially the one in Anambra State, right? Where are the NEMA? Where are they? So if you stop your campaign to go do the little, you say it is politics. Now, where is the Buhari government with NEMA? You just mentioned it. If we have an earthquake, I have thought about this thing before, one man.
All
If
right.
we had a country,
Don't go too long and lengthy because
I
we
am
have
just telling you
yeah,
the
yeah.
problems we have in Nigeria.
No, don't worry. We all know the problems we have in
You understand
Nigeria,
me?
but
In Nema,
what we're
no,
looking
because
for are the solutions, not
the solution
some.
is part of what he is doing, showing compassion because there's nothing he can
It
do.
is not. You made reference to the international space. If there's a disaster in the international space, let's just the Western space because we know those spaces. If there's a disaster, the government will pause, and the head of the government will go and attend, taking all of this the state with him. So that's one. But the
Yes.
opposition would be critical of the government and would tell us what should and could have been done and should be done to tackle the disaster. So that is what the opposition
One
would
man, I do
do.
not know.
It
You know,
is
in the
not
UK,
it is not wrapping your hands around whipping
one
women
man,
and say,
in the,
look at me, I'm empathetic, and
one man,
exploiting the disaster
one man, in
in
the
this rather
UK.
crass manner.
Hold on, one man. You know, in the UK, you guys don't normally have natural disasters. In the US, we have micro natural disasters on yearly basis. So I know how this thing works. It is not a question of somebody trying to do whatever they want to do to show, like, do like some window dressing and act like
It's
they are.
opportunism now. Don't worry.
That
Nobody is
is not
fooled, as you can tell. Nobody is fooled.
one man. The issue there is this. The issue there is that if you remember, if I can take you back, and I will drop this matter, but I think I made my point. But I'll make this last point. Remember what happened during the time of COVID, and when the relief that was sent to the government, how it was distributed. In fact, some of them are being packaged today and being given to us today as political souvenirs. We have to start having leaders that think for us. I was thinking that by now that governments, most part of the government would be heading towards those quick areas, those areas that have been flooded. But again, what do I know? I'm a Nigerian. But this issue that Peter Obi did today was just a classic moment. It shows that humanity in him has come to bear. Thank you very much, one man. Anybody can interpret it any way they want.
All right, thank you. But opportunism is the first thing that comes to the fore. Anybody that looks at it dispassionately. But back to you, Xero.
One man.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I said the campaigners, the presidential hopefuls, will be able to support in any way they can for a reason. Because the people who are affected, they are the downtrodden.
Right.
Any help at all will be so much appreciated. We've seen a situation where, like I said before, we had an emergency before, and we saw billionaires in the country donate. The likes of Elumelu, the likes of Dangote, and the rest. They donated. The country was grateful for that. You know, we've seen people like Wike and Ogatinubu donating money in places where there's no disaster just to win votes. Tinubu did that in, is it Kano or where? He has been donating money for people, and Wike all about. Why?
It was to a disaster though in Kano that he donated. Do you not recall?
Okay, so what stops them? What stops you? Why are you stopping people from wishing that people come in and donate now? You know, I want to say something. I know I'm going to shake some tables here. You know, where some of us are in Europe and America, we have escaped poverty. We will now be speaking lackadaisically when people's lives and properties are being washed away like this. It's not fair. It's not fair. Some of us have lost money here before. If somebody comes and say, okay, take part of that money you lost, you know how appreciative you'll be. No help is little.
Sorry, sorry, hold on. Hold on. No, just settle down. Sorry, what are you arguing against? Because I've not heard anybody not be empathetic towards the situation or not wanting to help in any way that they can. So if anybody has said that on this platform, tell me who they are rather, and I will address it. So who has said who is not being empathetic to the disaster? And
empathy is not enough. People want to really say, stop the campaign. Let's go and look into what's happening.
What do many people want to say?
Somebody is saying.
Okay. Is that the panacea to every situation? Okay. There were about 80 people killed just yesterday when the Fulanis waged into a community in Benue. Is that not a disaster? Why was the campaign not stopped? A similar incident happened about a month prior. Was that not a disaster? Why the campaigns not stop?
Wama, how many states are underwater now? Tell me, how many states?
I don't know.
We have more than 5 or 6 states now underwater,
right,
or more. That makes it a calamity. There are 600 people and counting that have already been washed away by water. That makes it a national case, a national calamity. That's why this one is different.
Unbelievable. There's a calamity in Nigeria also. If that is the strategy, then we don't expect Peter Obi to campaign again, because there's no day that something calamitous is not happening in Nigeria. But
what I'm saying is it's not out of place.
It's opportunism. But let's hear from Ajan Lekoko.
Zero. You see, you are making reference to Tinubu donating money to state and stuff. That is why I said earlier, any help that you want to do, you should channel it through the state government. You should give it to the state government. You feel that he is interested in giving his donation or whatsoever. You should give it to the state. It's the state that have the capacity to, go all out and give that help and give that material, whatever is donating to them, is the state that can manage it very well, to the advantage of those people. But for him to say you want to go and be visiting, it's a purely campaign, Photoshop that is trying to do. And we should not accept that. We should not accept that from any one of them. Yes.
Yeah, go on, Ajan Lekoko. I want to bring hold on. Let Ajan Lekoko land. It's just what Jimmy is highlighting. And thank you for highlighting it, Jimmy, because we did discuss it on this platform when it happened on the day. It says that Tinubu called off his colloquium this year in honor of Kaduna train victims. That makes sense. Do you recall that time? We covered it on this platform, Ajan Lekoko. I don't know if your memory thread is. When it said it would be and it was a day before, and it cancelled it because they said it would be inappropriate for him to be celebrating while something as tragic as that happened. So he did that quietly, and then he moved on. But this guy now is wrapping himself around whipping women and say, look at me, take photos. Am I not an empathetic man?
Woman, let me ask you a question. Woman, do you know how the state governors, like you're saying that they should give money to the state? Do you know how?
I never said that. Who said? When did I say that?
You just said it, woman. You just said it, woman.
I did not.
I'm the one that said it. No, that every donation, hold on. Every donation you want to make, you should give it to the state emergency board. Every state have emergency authority in their state. It can give it to the state or give it to the governor of that state. The governors know how to utilize this thing and give it out to the people that are really in need of those help. So they can't be going around.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but somebody else is speaking. So yeah.
Well, I wanted to ask Ajale, do you remember how the states dealt with the palliatives?
Oh, what are you guys saying? You mean it should be? Oh, hold on. If he want to help those people, so you think he can go behind the state government and be doing it on his own? You think that is the way? Hold on. Okay. You think that is the way it is done when there is disaster? You want to go outside the government to say, "Oh, I want to give help. I want to do this." You think that is the way to do it?
Ajan Lekoko, if X0 even objects to money being given to the state governors, Peter Okibi can sign that check to an NGO and point it directly at the disaster. He can do that quietly and privately, just like Tinubu did with his colloquium.
I wanted to ask Ajaleko another question. Okay, if you object to people being giving their money private, do you object to people who are doing fundraisers? Who do they give those money to? Do they give those money to the state? There's no help that.
No. You are debating somewhat. People can. Hold on. Adan Koko does not object. In fact, he invites. Is even begging you to donate towards that disaster, and we all are. So there's no argument being had there. Where the conversation is the opportunism of the man from Anambra, trying to make all political capital out of this disaster. How low can this guy go? I mean, how low?
One man. If Tinubu had done what he did, I remember when Tinubu called off his colloquial, whatever. When he did that, we're all here praising him, right? Look, one man, please. This issue here.
Did he make a hoo-ha about it? He just did it quietly and moved on.
He didn't need to make a hoo-ha about it. It was out there. It was symbolic. Right? So
yeah, it was a moment in time and he moved on. Did he call everybody to stop what they are doing?
One man, we have over 20 states. Ajeleko was talking 5 states. We have over 20. I'm saying 20 states. We have over 25 states.
I'm not saying it is a zero saying 5 states. It is actually 27 states where we have this disaster.
Okay,
the disaster, this flood is over 27 states.
It's 31 states. 31 states. There are 31 states.
Okay, 31 states.
There are 31 states. It's the government that have the capacity to handle these things. Individual cannot do it. If you have anything, you have to collaborate with the government and give the help to the people. Tell these politicians not to play politics on us. One man is right. He cannot be walking around and be taking photographs with people and carrying out campaign in the name that is helping people. No, we don't want that. They should channel all their help through the state government. Through the government. The government can do it better than them. They should go and see that. It should take the help to Anambra. Why can't it just go? A lot of Anambrians are being washed away by water. Why can't it go to Soludo?
It is gutter politics, what this guy is.
Why can't it go to Soludo? Carry all his help, all his donation, whatever he want to do to Soludo and some other parts there, to their government. You're saying that he should be doing it by himself.
He has done that. He has done what? Our side.
What did he do? What did he do? What did he do? Where is it? Where is his help? Send us the link to show us that yes, he has really done anything there.
See, he had donated to Anambra State. He was in the north.
Where? When?
I don't have the proof here. I don't have
okay. There you go.
I don't have the receipt.
There you go.
The issue that even if I present it, you have already made up your mind. Right?
Yeah, there you go. He has already donated. So who did he give that donation to? Who?
If you were in that flood situation,
who did he give the donation to?
Any person that comes to you,
who did he give that donation? Who did he donate?
We have it. You will feel so good about it.
Look at you. You are
here enjoying.
You are lying to promote your candidate now. He has not done anything. We have not read it in the news. We have not seen it, and you are saying that he has given anything to Anambra. Who did he give it to? Did he give it out by himself, or did he give it to the state government? Is Soludo not capable? Does Soludo not have capable people that can do the job?
Every government, everybody felt that we had the opportunity, we had the capacity, until we saw the warehouses in different states where the palliatives were kept. So that is
forget about palliatives. Soludo is the one there. If you liaise with Soludo and give out whatever you want to give, and let it go through Soludo. Soludo is the constituted authority in the state.
Government. You do not have to lie. That is lie. Those are lies. Let me tell you, in 2013, I left my state as a volunteer. I don't know what you guys do when you go to abroad. I left my state. I wasn't even a healthcare worker. I was a caregiver. I left my state for Kentucky to volunteer.
Okay,
I'm talking about this
for
thing like,
volunteer. Hold on. You
yes,
left your state
yes,
to volunteer,
yes.
and in conjunction with who? Is it not
In
with the state government?
no state government.
No, you are lying. You are
I
lying.
am
We
telling
live
you
in the
honestly.
United States. There is no
Can I
way.
tell
You
you how
see,
I went?
all the
Can I tell you
NGO.
where I went?
Come on, man. Don't tell us. Don't be
Volunteers
saying
Without
this.
Borders. You know one thing about you. You think that when you keep talking that you are making sense. Allow other people to talk. You don't know it all. I know you've not been to one. There are many people that goes to disaster areas.
And they
Go
just go
online and you're going to see them. Look at a
without.
group and join. There mustn't be
And the,
government group.
Yeah, guys, let me just speak on that space.
Yes,
What
let's
nonsense
hear
is
from.
this? We're talking
All
about
right,
something here.
all right. Thank you. Let's hear from
Let me just-
Babati, and then we move on. Yeah,
let me
yeah.
just firstly,
Yeah.
you can volunteer without government involvement. You can just sign up for when it comes to healthcare. You don't need to necessarily join government agencies to help out. So on that point, you've made. But the political aspect of what you were speaking on, it's a very dicey situation. I think is the way he played it out, not necessarily what he did. Is the way he came across as being politically motivated, not really sincere or genuine in nature. So I think that's what is really going on. Not that we should not care about people, not that we should not do anything, but let's not just put politics into it just to boost our own campaign. It came across that way. But in terms of volunteering to help out, you don't really need government to help you out. You can actually do that on your own. You can just go online to maybe Red Cross Society or all these small, even on Facebook, you can join and just go from anywhere in the country. Like Joel was saying, you can just pick your bags, go on Facebook or redcross.com, sign up with the agency, and they will give you like a place to stay, and you help out. So you don't really need government necessarily to impact the change.
That's the point I was trying to make him understand, but he knows everything.
No, thank you, Joel. Back to you, X0. Round up that question and move you on. X0, are you there?
Oh, sorry. I was on mute. I was speaking. I didn't know I was on mute.
All right, back to you.
Yeah, so, may God not let your help fall into the hand of a so-called government that will now divert or hoard it, May God not let anybody's help be diverted like that in Jesus' name. So for when people are calling for people to come and support, let's just allow them. Let's not think that everything must be. Let's take the message from the man. The man has said it, and he has said it, and I think we should accept the message. If he done something wrong, or if you guys want to politic for your principal, go ahead, but don't twist, because we also what the man said. Don't twist it. Leave the word from leave the message. Let it just remain like that. I think the man made a point.
All right. Let me take to a different space. Buhari will be fondly remembered for his high impact projects. So this is Lai Mohammed making the headline. So what they are doing is they are doing a series that they are calling Scorecards from 2015 to 2023, which is to highlight what they purport to be the achievements of the Mala from Daura. And he's highlighting, as we would probably say his job is, Buhari will be fondly remembered for his high impact projects. So that's Lai Mohammed. And then very quickly off the back of that, still within the realms of that scorecard series, Fashola tells us that the second Niger bridge will be completed. So if Buhari is able to bring to the fore marquee projects that are germane to the country's evolution, are all sins forgiven. X0.
Wow. Well, I just pray that may God never let any one of us, may God never let our businesses, our families be run like Buhari ran Nigeria. I don't know who, sometimes I wonder how our politicians think. They don't know, they don't see beyond a few years' time. They don't know that what they have today might backfire and work against their children. They are in the ruling class today. They have made some wealth. that will be inherited by their families. And they think that is all they need. Tomorrow, the person, the higher parents of their families, might fall into the opposition camp and lost all those favors. And then things start to happen to them. Instead of these guys to work for the betterment of both the winners and losers, the oppositions and the ruling, they stay there, they perpetuate themselves, and they sing evildoers and think that commoners cannot see what is playing out. Buhari's tenure was fraught with a lot of disaster. And somebody is telling us that he will be remembered as the greatest president, the greatest president that ever lived. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes somebody said something that for you to really listen to, this is what is a typical example of what is called dumbing down. Dumbing down. We have been dumbed down 1,000 times beyond our level, So we are now supposed to be listening to this guy. We're supposed to listen to such a person and say, it's making sense. And don't forget, that's the person, your guy, the same Buhari that your man, Tinubu, is saying that he's going to continue for where he stopped. So with that, this is the reason why a lot of people just troop into Obi's camp and say, at least let us make sense for once. Let's make sense for once. This is another. I don't want to go out of the spirit. I don't want to speak against an elderly man. But this man is used to this. He's used to these things. To just talk like he's living in Mars. He comes once in a while from Mars or Jupiter to see the Earth, and then just talks out of like he's living in a different age. That Buhari is the greatest president that ever lived. Buhari's first time was bad, and this time the same reason why they removed him. It's just like they allowed him and said, okay, let's see what you wanted to do that time in 1983, or was it 79? Let's see. Oh, yeah, go and do it now. And he came and he did exactly all those things that Babangida said that this man is going to do. That's why they removed him. Go and listen to the statement of Babangida when they overthrew him, when they overthrew Buhari. All the things, extremism, Islamism, and all those things, and all whatnot. And all those are the things that played out. And Lai Mohammed is trying to lie again that this man is the best president that we ever. May that be his portion. May that be his portion. Things at that age, they don't have remorse. May that be his portion in Jesus' name.
All right. So it scores very low. Well, actually, we'll do a scorecard with everybody. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you grade the Buhari administration? About just frankly and honestly, good and bad. So don't do the usual obvious things that. How would you grade him? On a scale of
on a scale of
on a 10, on a up to 10 gradient.
How I would rate Buhari?
Yeah.
Buhari is not qualified for the scale. I'm sorry. We don't start.
Don't do that.
I'm just telling you.
All right, forget it. No. He has done some things. He has failed a lot in some things. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate him?
I've told you my.
Don't do the thumping something.
Okay, 1%.
All right. So that's still a grade. All right. Thank you. All right. Let me go to Solomon quickly because he's in Nigeria and we're always conscious that we have to get to him quickly before his system drops. So Solomon, you are up next. So let me start you off first with that question that I put to Exiro last.
Yeah.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate the Aboki's administration?
4/10.
Solomon. Okay. All right.
Can you hear me?
Let me.
Good evening, everyone. 4/10. Because he has still like this. Yeah, he has done some. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, carry on. We're listening.
Can you hear me?
Yes, carry on.
Yeah, he has done. He has built some infrastructures that hasn't been that the PDP administration did not build. At least he tried in doing some other things and encouraging some governors in the things they did, like Lagos State governor did, even if he was not the one that did it, but at least that his people. And this second Niger bridge now that he just constructed, but Buhari did not really. But he has tried in certain things. He encouraged certain things, right? So that's why I just give him that 4/10.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to it then. Let me take you first to the disaster space.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. If you can hear me, then the conversation is taking place. So can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you properly.
Okay, so we carry on. So let me take you first to that space. Then the flooding. How is it been? How much of a disaster is it? How is it being discussed and digested in Nigeria? So let's start from the disaster first before we go on to Peter Obi. How is it being reported? What impact has it had? What is going on, Solomon?
Yeah, people I know, that I don't really know anybody around that these various places that this is flooding is happening. Like this flooding is taking place now, like where the flooding is happening now. I don't know people there, but online, what I've seen online, more this thing is very, very, as in the thing is not something. It's not easy for those people. It hasn't been easy for those people since this thing started, this flooding started. Like they are really suffering, and I really pity them. I wish the government, like in Bayelsa now, that they said the government hasn't. Okay, I think it was today or like yesterday, the government intervened, the state government, and they imagine what they were doing. They're giving them 2 cups of rice, 2 cups of beans. Is that what people use and sustain? And the accommodation, what they should give them a conducive environment. They should put them in a conducive environment where they will at least not really feel the absence of their home. I know they will feel it, but at least let them be in a conducive environment where will be good for them and give them good food. Not giving them 2 cups of rice and 2 cups of beans. It's not reasonable. And the government signed 2.7 billion. Yeah, it was 2.7 billion I saw that the government signed that they want to use in tackling in taking care of the people, but they are giving them 2 cups of rice. They should come on and they should behave well and do something good. And I believe with this thing now, because the kind of agitation this thing is going to cause, or is already causing, that they would vote out PDP in Bayelsa State. It's bad. It's bad. But the people should understand it's not just PDP. Any party would behave like that.
Where is the epicenter of it? Where is it being felt the most? The flooding? Is it in Bayelsa?
See, in fact, in the south states, the other day in Delta State, Atugeli, a Hayat bus got drowned. A Hayat bus that they use in this transportation stuff, it got drowned and in all the south states, they are suffering it equally. Even in Kogi, Kogi being in North Central states, it's still very tough in that part of Kogi. That
Kogi is the worst.
Yeah. No, but you don't say it's the worst.
Is it along the banks of the Niger? Is it what happened exactly? Because I'm not clear.
Of course. Let's say it's along the banks. Every state that River Niger
of the Niger, right?
Yeah. They are the major states that
River Benue and River Niger.
Yeah. The conflict starts. That is Lokoja. Yeah, Lokoja is really suffering it too, but I will say is all the states that the River Niger went through, that the states suffering these things. All the states is really I really pity them. I'm telling you the truth. Even Benue, I really pity these people. It's not easy for them.
What happened? I was hearing that a dam that was meant to be constructed was left halfway and it burst or something. So what's led to this?
In the headline I read this yesterday or today, I think even Showore said something that he has talked about this thing 11 years ago or 9 years ago, in one of his interview, and this is 1980 something, 1980 something, 1987 or 1989 that the Cameroonian government instructed Nigeria or advised Nigerian government to build a dam, construct a dam that would help them tackle, they can use in controlling this thing. They can restore water, water once they release their own, and during this kind of incidents. But Nigerian government hasn't done anything. They just ignored the advice and just stayed like that. I think maybe they have still allocated some money for that project, but nobody did anything. Nobody carried out anything. Look at today now. In 2012, the same thing happened. This is 2022. The same thing is occurring. So it's a very, very bad thing for the government not to just listen to, not to just have the people at heart. It's really bad. So the dam, that one they say they corrected, they constructed halfway. I don't think they even started any construction.
Can I interject? It's not that it's not that the dam busted. It's that the Cameroon government, if they didn't open that dam will flood their area. So the dam is supposed to go through like 2 or 3 dams. Okay, and Nigeria is just.
I did not say it did not burst. I did not say it got burst. I said they did not construct anyone in Nigeria. Assuming they constructed one in Nigeria, this thing would not happen like this.
So they released the water, or because if they won't release,
and they even informed the Nigerian government. Somebody went to. I saw a video 3 weeks ago on Instagram when somebody was shouting that, look, this dam is about getting filled up now. The Nigerian government should know what to do about it. That once this thing gets once it gets more than this level now, it's going to cause flood, just like the way it happened in 2012. And with normal online thing, people were just commenting like, the government. Some people that were concerned, where they just commented on, let the government go and let the government do something. Some people were just like, no, but you know how Nigerian governments behave, or the Nigerian people behave like it's nobody's business. Today now, people are suffering. In fact, I feel like this year's flooding is in fact is even higher than last year's flood, 2012 flooding, to be honest, because this one is 31 states that are being affected, and it was not like this in 2012.
Even Lagos is being flooded.
All right, and to the Peter Obi space, he inviting that he will suspend his campaign and inviting every other candidate to do the same. How is that new? How are you receiving that? And more to it, how is the space receiving it? Peter Obi's commentary.
Yeah, I used to say in this place, Peter Obi is a good man, but this is this is election period. Everybody have what they will stumble on politicking. This is politics. If he's a good man, yes. On the other side, he did it out of human sympathy. On the other side, he's still playing his politics. It's like showing concern, letting all these things out. I don't know why people will come here and be deceived or carried away by the fact that saying that he's just the right person, or that is how the right person should behave in calling out those kind of things and mentioning those things. No, this is politics. He will use it as a point of winning the people's hearts, making the people feel like, yes, I am here for you. I'm here to tackle your problems and all that. So let's not just give all these praise that they want to be given. No, it is part of politics. It is part of politics.
Solomon, can I ask you a question?
Place again. I still don't. Let me finish, please. Sorry. Let me just finish, please. Sorry. Where he just, or his spokesperson or anybody handling his social media posting that the other parties should suspend their this thing because of that. I see it as, let's say it's hypocrisy. It don't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. This is something you would have called it and tell them, see you in a private privately, you will call them and tell them, see, this, because you don't know these people. Look at PDP now that have already started it. So you want to come and use, yeah, we know that this is human, this is our fellow human beings that go undergoing this thing, but you don't do like that. You will call them and talk to them, and I don't know if you get, you will just talk and yes, call me now, so that people will say, this guy, this is politics. This is politics he's playing, and the other side, yes, he did well, but at least in things, let's try and be calling a spade a spade. He's still politicking. Yeah, I can hear your you can ask your question.
Okay, Solomon, you see, I really get it when we
Hello?
say, are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Good. It is so easy for us to tag anything someone does as politics. Yeah, it's so easy for us to tag something someone does as politics. I get it. But in a country like Nigeria, what is the alternative? Can you remember the last time we had a natural disaster and government came to our aid? And that's the question I wanted to ask you.
This one, did he call the government? Was it the government was he calling the government? He was just saying that they should. He did not call the government. Let's not go to that space or that side. He did not call the government. This one, he's just, why are we trying to just make this thing look somehow? Everybody have right to their own opinion. He did not call the government. He's not just calling the government. He's doing his own part, like he presenting himself in a way that people will see him that look at the way he is. Yeah. Yes, even if it's that way, but the way he's doing this period is doing it is, yes, we know that this period, it is this period that this flood thing happened, but if we should still see it, you see that this guy is politicking. Let's not come and start asking too many questions.
I understand.
It's being strategic.
No. So basically, it should not help because it's political season. It should not help because it's political season.
No. I did not say help. No.
It doesn't matter what time it is. It does not matter. That one, let me put back on that one.
Okay, calling the other parties to suspend their.
Hold on, Solomon. I think what Solomon, and correct me, Solomon, if I'm misinterpreting what you're saying, but I think what Solomon is saying that is querying if it's necessarily helping or just a political opportunity. Is asking, is this the milk of human kindness or just a politician seizing a moment for political gains?
It's both. It's doing both.
Oh yeah. It
That's
does
the honest it's doing both.
right. Well, by your reckoning.
And again, if it's not, if there's no atom of political or politicking in this statement he made or in this action he took, he would have not said let other parties suspend.
Exactly.
Yeah, just get the point. So let's not be
Solomon. Yeah. Solomon, I just want to be brief with this, what I want to tell you, right? Now, he suspended, he went to see Governor ORTOM, right? And he suspended his campaign, saying that he wished others, he's not forcing others to do it. He made that reference to himself. I said,
saying that thing, sorry to interject. Saying that thing there, this country, Nigeria, let me tell you, in this country, Nigeria, I know how Nigerians behave. Saying that thing, and other people now proceed in campaigning. They will say, these people are really selfish people. Don't you get these things?
But and Solomon,
understand the place they are coming from.
Solomon,
I can hear you.
Solomon, are you hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Where I am coming from is this, right? If we have a working federal government, right, no matter the little things you do as citizens, right, it will just be compliments. But you just said it right now with your mouth. You said 2 cups of rice. I know what happened during disaster in Nigeria. You just said that 2.7 billion was. Where did you see any boats? Where did you see any crane? Where do you see people? They just pack them in IDP camps whatever they feed them. There was a lady they interviewed on Arise TV that stayed in the she was crying. No food, no light. I said no light, no food, no health care, dirty water. They're at risk of having a dysentery. And she was lamenting. This was in Kogi. They were making these interviews in different spots. Kogi, Bayelsa. In fact, Bayelsa, Mr. Diri just went yesterday when the flood was already covering the rooftop. So, I mean, whether it is politics or not, I don't want to just cover twist your thought on this, but all I'm just saying is this: at this particular point in time, what he did was what he felt that it is right, whether it is politics or not. I see people donate, call people on Facebook, make donations to them in public. People condemn them. People say, "Oh, you are just overshowing." But if they do not show it that way, how will others donate? How will others see inspiration from what they are doing? That's my point.
Thank you, Joel. Back to you, Solomon. But Solomon, you can continue with your thought, or you can deviate it as off the back of what Joel just said. But back to you.
Yeah, I still stand on what you said. See, there are two things involved in this. This is an opportunity. When the opportunity comes, you make use of every as an opportunity. You make use of every means that you see. You will do both the politicking and the sympathizing. Do you understand? So let's not. This is my own opinion. He's sympathizing and also playing his politics in it. That is just the truth in this matter. So let's go to the next topic, Mr. Woman.
All right, thank you, Solomon. So Solomon, to the next space. The scorecard for Buhari. What Lai Mohammed is inviting is that but by the end of the day, the Nigerians will be grateful for. He says Buhari will be fondly remembered for his high impact projects. So this is Lai Mohammed. So a lot of people, in fact, most Nigerians don't have time for Buhari because of the nepotism, because of the corruption, especially because of the killings that he has sent his clansmen to do all over Nigeria, especially in the south. So people really, that's really how people see Buhari. But what Lai Mohammed is inviting you to see is the other side of it, where he has carried out some impactful projects. So have you identified any impactful projects that Mallam Buhari has carried out that will live as a legacy?
I mean, that second Niger Bridge was Jonathan that started that, even started the plan of that. I do not see anything. At least the only thing I would recommend him for is putting effort in just doing. There are some other things, some foundations, some other things Jonathan started would have as planned on doing. Assuming he got back into the administration, as he got back into power in 2015, he would have improved the economy and some other policies that he was planning. It was like those indigenous people's conference, so that everybody, if I would have led by now, they would have conducted referendum in this country, or at least restructured this country. Assuming Jonathan continued in that his administration, but Buhari came into power and he did not continue that. He did not follow up that policy or that thing Jonathan was trying to carry out. It's just only like this second Niger Bridge and some other things. To me, Buhari is in the whole since we've started this democracy, Buhari is the worst president Nigeria has in all the presidents has ruled this country. He's the worst in all of them. So he will be remembered for. He's going to be remembered for the disaster, the hunger, the blood, because this administration today now or tomorrow by the grace of God will remember the 2010, 20, the Lekki massacre thing. So it was just shedding of blood that happened in this Buhari's administration. So that is what he will be remembered for, not for any good thing. I don't see those ones. They are not like they are not good things, but they are not something. They are something somebody has already planned. So he'll be remembered for blood shedding, for the wickedness the backwardness of the economy. So there's no, I'm not, Lai Mohammed is just somebody selling his market, trying to make the man feel okay. And because he's part of the administration, nobody will want to say will call himself a failure or say he's part of failure. So he's just praising the administration he was part of. So that's what I just have to say about this Lai Mohammed space.
All right, thank you, Solomon. So the federal government says 3.36 trillion has been allocated for fuel subsidy in 2023 as Nigeria's debt profile hit $102 billion. So I think when Buhari came in, the debt profile of the country was certainly in the single digits or the low double digits.
It was 10 billion.
There you are. So within the space of just 7 and a bit years, this guy has borrowed 90-something billion, and that is outside of what the country has been earning in petrol. So there is no, if you do the condensing of the figures, this guy could have handled well in excess of $500 billion. So what is commensurate with that? We are hearing that dams are breaking and floods are sweeping up the whole country. Disaster everywhere. So what are you making then? They're still doing the fuel subsidy, which they are going to loot till the very last minute. So what are you making of this eye-popping amount of, the debt to GDP is now 23%. What are you making of all that? The level of indebtedness versus the commensurate impact that it has had on the country. Solomon.
Yeah, let me tell you something. Since this government got into power, we know before PDP they've been stealing, that they've been embezzling funds and all that. But this government these people made government to look like HK, where you come and you pack your money and you go. So this things Buhari is doing, or this borrowing, this subsidy of it, they are using it to steal, they are using it to embezzle. They are using it to embezzle, to fill their pocket. Look now, before they would hand over May 29th, they would have embezzled more than the one they would have embezzled more. So this is, they are just making way for themselves to steal and just leave this country broke. And his wife is always in Dubai. So after I believe Buhari might even leave Nigeria. That one, she's saying that he will go back to Daura to go and leave. It's a big lie. That guy is going back. He's going to, what do you call it? He's going to Dubai to go and start life again. He's not going to stay in Nigeria with the money he has stolen. So, this administration is the worst. It's the worst. It's the worst in all administration we've seen since democracy. For real, like, I beg.
You have to wonder why people are fighting so hard for the presidency with the level of what Buhari has done.
No, yeah. They know what, like, people like Tinubu now, he knows that if he comes in, he will set up some policies, he will set up some things that would help him in generating funds, and he would have a means of getting his own revenue. Like in this Lekki Toll Gate, I heard in every week or in every month, the money they realize, I have forgotten the figures they used to realize from Lekki Toll Gate, and he has his own figure there. So definitely he would do some things. He would do some things that that will help him generate funds, and that will help the country in generating funds. Yeah, some will be going to the country, while some will be going to his pocket. That one, we know that is what he's going to do. So I think the same thing for Atiku. Obi, I don't know, you say he's coming to save money and all that. That in his previous administration, he saved money and all that. Some things Obi has been saying that P2B supporters have been saying that he did during his administration. I saw some videos. Willie Obiano came out openly and said that Obi that in fact, like, this security of a team. Why will people come and be justifying things that a governor, he left, and the person that came in immediately he left said, in a video, I saw it. So this Obi movement is
hold on, Solomon. Because you've said something there, and some people would want to challenge or query you on what you just said. But here is Obiano. I think you may be referring to this.
How much did he actually leave in the state coffers when he left as governor And are you willing to publicly publish the bank verified statements to settle the matter once and for all?
Yes. Yes.
Not talking. Yes. My predecessor left 9 billion cash and
9 million or 9 billion?
9 billion cash and 25.6 billion in script issues. These are sovereign wealth fund and shares in other banks. You know, if you put 9 million to that, you get 35.5 billion, technically, you know. But he issued checks worth over 15 billion before he left, waiting for me to cross over before those checks started appearing. You know, so you can see it's timing and leading in accounting. That's what happened. So this is fact. We have published it already. It's already in the social media. It's everywhere. That what he left was 35 billion. Let me even tell you, if I were
not only publishing the figures, publishing in the bank statement, would you
look,
do?
Our accounts are properly audited. If you know, I have the largest funding from the donor agencies. They will not touch you with a long spoon if they don't see your transparency.
Okay, all right.
So when I'm saying that Peter Obi is a con man, it's not just out of hatred. You heard what Obiano said. He said this guy, he left 35 billion, condensing all of the pockets of money everywhere. But then what this guy then did, because this is why I always call him a gangster, he left 35 billion so that when you look at the books of Anambra State as it's going out, you will see recorded in the books an excess of 35 billion that he has left. But what he has then led, Obiano called it steaming and lading in accounting. So what this guy then did was he had signed post-dated checks that will come to fruition after he leaves office. So out of that 30-something billion, he had already spent 15 billion not to be cashed until after he leaves office. So anybody that checks the book will see the 35 billion, but they would not be aware that this guy had already spent half of it. So that's the sort of just sleight of hand.
One man, please. Let me ask you a question.
Don't worry. That's to Solomon. We have to be able to criticize Peter Obi as.
I know. I'm just want to ask one question.
Right. Go on.
How much did Obiano leave in government when he left?
Obiano is not vying for the presidency.
I know. I said, how much did he leave as governor?
I'm
only asking the question.
I don't know.
So you are castigating someone that even if he did 10 billion, but it was 10 billion in receipt, right? Let's say it is 15, like you said. He left 15 billion, right? Obiano left when he was leaving. At least you either leave more, right, or close. Obiano left 300 million. And that is the reason why Soludo is finding it hard to take off. But you know, in Nigeria, everything is politics. It's okay. Go ahead.
Joe, can I ask you a question? Hello.
Go ahead, brother.
What you just said, what does it have to do with any of this? If you can explain, because maybe I didn't understand.
Okay. The issue here is this, right? We said that
I want to clarify. What does it have to do with Obi stealing money? Because it sounded like you were trying to make a defense.
We are talking about Obi saving money.
It sounded like you were trying to defend Peter Obi from your statement. Because what was the point of that statement? Is basically
it was saving. It was saving. We are talking about saving. Who is talking, please? I don't know who is talking. We are talking about saving.
That's Solly.
Solly. We are talking about savings. How much he saved.
No. We are talking about criticizing Peter Obi.
We're talking about what we're talking about is honesty. We weren't talking about savings. We're talking about honesty.
No, but one man, you took us through the routes of how much you brought out a video of Obiano saying what he said, right?
Yeah.
That is, I'm coming off that. Obiano is saying that the money that he said he saved is not the money that he saved.
Obiano is accusing him of being dishonest.
Good and fine, right?
Yes.
But what I'm only saying
with facts, by the way, with facts, which he has published.
When Obiano was leaving, how much did he leave?
Are we talking about? What are you doing? What about?
It's not what about. It's not what about the one man. Because when it doesn't favor you, you bring up words like what about.
No, is that not what you just said? We are saying that Peter Obi is dishonest, and you are saying what about Obiano too?
I'm not saying what about Obiano.
So
I am saying that
we are doing what about now?
No, you brought out a video that Obiano. Then I have to address that because you are making it wrong.
You don't have to address it. It was to Solomon.
Oh wow! But I mean, you're all in the crew, so whenever you make something, if you make an allegation against somebody, at least I think I have the right to come out. Just like
this is not an allegation now. This is a fact. It's a fact against. I mean, fact.
They are not fact.
That you said when you are trying to defend someone, you know. When you are trying to accuse someone,
it's unbelievable sometimes, you know.
Look, sorry, let me tell you something. You see, Peter B has addressed this issue with because I didn't want to take us back.
What is there to address?
Between what Peter Obi said and Obiano said, who do you believe between two of them?
Oh, definitely, I believe an Obi. Because
all right, let's move on now.
All right,
there's no point. Let's move on.
Sorry, Joel, we must move on. No, sorry. No. All right, thank you. And by the way, Obiano was not necessarily going after Peter Obi or anything. He was actually in a debate for his second term, and it was a question and answer session. And in the face of what was being questioned, that was how that came out. So he wasn't intentionally actually saying that. He was saying that as part of an explanation to a question. So he was just stating the facts as they are. But back to you, Solomon.
Yeah. So, I'm not trying to criticize Obi. I'm just saying my own facts about what I've seen and what I've seen I heard about him, and the difference between him and all these people. Him is just coming there to sell himself and all that, and people like what they call it, Pat Utomi, all those people, they are I don't want to use the word opportunists, trying to sell their party and all that. And you saw there was a headline I saw this evening when one of the guys that contested with him, that was supposed to contest this primaries in Labour Party, was saying that Obi is part of these men are part of this people, a part of APC and PDP. So why are we here justifying or saying this one is the same? So all of them are the same thing. They all have positive and negative side. They have advantage and disadvantage. Atiku has his own advantage and disadvantage. Tinubu has his own disadvantage and advantage. Obi has those. So let's not come here and give one person the whole glory and say this person is going to do this person is going to do that. I even feel like Tinubu and Atiku will do better than Obi. That's just because they're even the kind of people they are even meeting. The kind of people you say they travel and meet, people that come to travel, that travels to Nigeria to meet them. You see the Obi's people say no, even Obi people that are coming to Obi are not. It's good that it is our Nigerian people in diaspora that are highly connected ahead that he meets. But this one are foreigners, people from the non-Nigerian people that come to meet Atiku, that come to meet Tinubu. So these people are even more influential, and if they can even attract more investments and more.
So this Obi and the former MP, PM of England, have you?
No, I did not see him. Yeah, but people if at all, excuse me, people that have but people that are more prominent people have met what they call them, Atiku and Tinubu than Obi. So let's not talk, even apart from prominent people, even even companies. It's not low esteem. Somebody is saying low esteem. It's not about low esteem. I'm just saying people that because anyway. I'm just making my own opinion. This one is saying low esteem. It's not low esteem. It's what I've seen and what I've observed. Can
I interject?
No, don't interject. Let Solomon round off. But Solomon, no, because it's only because I want to move on for time. We're only two people in, and we're already
Oh, I'm very sorry. I'm not
Not
divine
you
chief.
personally. It's because
Okay. I'm
X06,
not
I'm
a poor
stopping
child.
him.
You have your own reason. As in why you have your own reason
No,
or your
no.
own points to make. I can't I will say my own the way as
all
according to
right.
Two-Face. As I say, I'm not sure I go TikTok.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Solomon.
Yeah.
Solomon, the one thing I will say as I go on to Thomas is that I recommend that you don't really pay attention to the comment section. There's a reason why we keep them in a cage. These are people that are not meant to be, they are not for human consumption, the people in the comment section. That's why we put them in a cage and we throw bananas at them. They will have you
If you watch these people, they're all Igbo people.
The reason we
They're my
cage
fellow
them,
Igbo
we
people.
cage them, and then we throw bananas. That's what we do. So we don't pay attention to them in the comment section. But thank you, Solomon. Let's go on to Thomas if he's ready. I think he was driving. Maybe he might not be ready. Thomas, are you ready?
I'm ready, bro.
All right, brilliant, Thomas. So to you, Thomas. Let's go straight to it, and let's go in at the deep end. So the Peter Obi space, suspending his campaign and inviting other contestants to follow him as a moment to mark the national tragedy. Is this altruism or is this self-serving politics? What's your reading of it, Peter Obi?
Yeah, thank you, one man. Good evening to everyone. Good morning from Australia. First of all, before I start, I have to I send my condolence to the people that was killed in Lekki massacre. We are already in training. I sympathize with the family, those people that was killed, those people that was injured. I sympathize with them. May God grant them internal rest. Oh, back to the topic. It's to me, I will beg to differ today. I watched the video of Obi speaking after meeting with ORTOM. I think that guy is a good guy. He has a good intention. I agree with him a little bit today. He sympathized with them. I commend him for doing that. But on the other hand, it's a wrong timing for him to do that, in my opinion. If he could have said that, sympathize with them, and donate to the state governor, it will be better. When the time it went wrong is the time he mentioned that all the political parties should suspend their campaign. That is when he shot himself in the foot. He shouldn't have said that. Saying that is playing politics. Don't let us deceive ourselves. That comment that all the political parties should suspend their campaign to commensurate with those people that lost their life and their properties. That is when it went political. That is it. No, there's no equivocation. But on the sympathy side, I give him kudos for doing that. But when he said, "Let's all stop our campaign," come on, flood is everywhere now. As I'm speaking to you now, a whole town in my state here in Victoria is submerged with water. A whole town. So flood is everywhere. It now depends on how the government handle it and giving people aid. So I commend him for coming out, but Peter Obi is playing politics. Don't let us deceive ourselves. But on humanitarian part, I can say I give it to him. Because we never heard from Atiku now, we never heard from Tinubu or Kwankwaso commensurating with those people that lost their life and their properties. So in that regard, I give him kudos, but don't let us deceive ourselves. Peter Obi is playing politics. He's playing politics. And playing politics with people's life is not a good thing. To me, it's not a good thing. To me. But on the flip side, I will say it's good. He's a good man. He's a good man. I give him kudos for doing that today. But the politics side, I don't really agree with it. He's playing politics. Don't let us deceive ourselves. Peter Obi is playing politics. That is my submission.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Thomas. So, Thomas, then the scorecard for Mallam Buhari, Lai Mohammed leading the invitation for that space, and he has been trying to rebrand the killer from Daura. Buhari will be fondly remembered for his high-impact projects. This is the tribal marked man from Kwara State. Do you concur with his assertion?
That is a big lie. You had Solomon earlier on that what is the scorecard of Buhari? I would give Buhari 4/10. We can say he tried in some aspect. Maybe infrastructures, second Niger bridge is already ready to go. So I will give him a scorecard about that. But now, even the worst government ever, they will never say they are worst. They will sell themselves. They will sell themselves. They will pretend as if everything is good. Things are not good in Nigeria. And it's even affecting us in the diaspora. It's affecting everybody. People think, oh, I'm fine in the US, I'm fine in the UK. It's only if you don't have any family in Nigeria that you are sending something to or helping them. It's only that's where you will say that. It's not about boasting. I know how much go to that country from my pocket here because I still have family, I have father, I have mother, I have everybody in that country. You still have to help them. So, Lai Mohammed coming out. Lai Mohammed is a liar. You know that. Lai Mohammed is a liar. His first name is Liar. So Buhari has done a little bit, but it's worse. Is the worst of all presidents that we have had in Nigeria. But Lai Mohammed, they will paint Buhari good. And let me tell you guys, there are some projects that will be coming out now to rebrand Buhari. This second Niger bridge, I listened to Fashola yesterday. He said the bridge is already ready before the end of the administration. Is already good to go. People will be using it already by the end of the administration. So they will come out with some big projects that will sell Buhari to give him a good legacy. But Buhari has not done well, most especially in security and in economy. He has failed woefully. He has failed woefully. That is my submission on it.
All right, brilliant. And to the eye-popping amount of debt that the country now owes, $102 billion is what Buhari has indebted the country by. But has there been anything commensurate with that level of borrowing?
Yes, of course. We can say, hey, this borrowing, now wow. This borrowing, now wow. I think if we have the dividends of this borrowing, Nigerians will not complain. There is nothing bad in countries borrowing money. There is nothing bad in that, in country borrowing money. But what are you borrowing for? Are you borrowing to embezzle? Are you borrowing to change the life of the common man on the street? Are you borrowing for a huge infrastructure? Are you borrowing to do things good for your country? Are you borrowing on things that will bring money back to the country? That is not what we are not doing. That we are borrowing to embezzle. That is the problem. There's nothing bad in borrowing, but what are you using the money for? That is the question. So Buhari has indebted our country more than all the government. That's why I say all the time, I give Obasanjo the kudos. The Paris crop debt that was granted to Nigeria, it went a long way. But when the previous president came in, they started borrowing again, borrowing, accumulating debts every time. So it's very alarming. It's very alarming. If we see the dividend of the borrowing, Nigerians will not complain. But we are not seeing the dividend of borrowing. The common man on the street, you can see this flood. They can't even give people aid. They can't give them anything. They can't help them. There's flood here in my state. They give them aid. They give them houses to stay until they will clean up their house. They brought all the military men to the state to clean up people's houses for them. That is what we are not seeing in that country. That's why people are complaining. If people see the dividend of borrowing, nobody will complain. That is my submission, Woman.
All right, brilliant. All right. Thank you, Thomas. So, Thomas, let me go on from you to let me go to Ajanle Koko. So let's take the conversation to Ajanle Koko. Stay with us, Thomas. So let's take the conversation in the direction of Ajanle Koko and invite him to that scorecard space. So, what's and all good and bad on a gradient of 10? How would you score the Mallam's regime?
Yeah, greetings to our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Woman, the primary responsibility of government is to secure life and property. And that's number one. Number two is welfare of the people. So if you have a government that fails to provide these two essential, to fulfill these two essential responsibilities, you know that that government is a failure. So we already failed entirely to secure our life and property and welfare of Nigerian people. And we know that under his administration, Nigerians people became poorer. So I will score him 20%. 20% because of the little infrastructure that he was able to do, even though that most of those infrastructure are not initiated by him. They were infrastructure that were on the ground during the initiated by Jonathan administration, and he just continued them. So because of the fact that I didn't abandon them, he continued them. And that is why I think I will give him 20%. He failed on economy. He turned our economy to the worst of the worst ever in the history of that country. He failed to provide electricity, what he promised us before he came in. He failed on education. He failed on healthcare for Nigerians. So he failed in totally on all fronts. Our currency now is so devalued beyond imagination. Nobody ever believed that our naira can turn to what it is today, 750 or 740 or 730 to a dollar, when it was, what do you call it? When it was, I think it was 180 to 200 when it came in. It is barbaric. So Buhari is a complete failure, and I will just give him 20%. Just for the little infrastructure that Fashola was able to help him, execute,
All right. So to the talking points, Ajanle Koko, Peter Obi, he suspended his campaign to acknowledge the moments that the country is passing through, and is inviting his fellow contestants to follow him in that direction. So is this an act of altruism? Is this a cynical exploitation of a situation? And should other parties adhere to his clarion call? All of that, Ajanle Koko.
You see, one thing that you can easily detect from Peter Obi is that he doesn't have advisors around him, strategists around him that can really advise him on what to do before coming to the press to talk. When we are talking of structure, some people don't know the meaning of structure. They will say, oh, human being has structure. Organization that is not structure cannot achieve a better result. So if he has structured a very good team around him that guide him on what to say, where to say it, time to say it. So maybe he would have been advised, hey, don't say it like that. They will have planned it before it go out to talk. You can listen to Tinubu the other day say, oh, I've been advised to skip to the script, to my script. That is what structure does to manage the candidate in every step of the way. They manage him, they make sure that he doesn't, fumble. They make sure he doesn't, say something or do something that could cause him the chances of, winning the election. So, visiting that man, visiting ORTOM, he should have used that opportunity to give his donation to ORTOM. That this is my donation. I know that your state is going through a situation, flood in some part of the state, a refugee, IDP camp. This is my donation. That would have been better. That would have, project him better as a man that really have the love of people going through the SASA in that state, better than him saying, I'm abandoning my campaign and I'm advising others to abandon. Just like Solomon. What Solomon said when he was talking was that his statement that I call on others to stop their campaign and let us show empathy. And if others does not heed to his call, while he stop his campaign, it's going to make others look as if they are not empathetic to the situation. That is the politics that is playing right there. And that is why I agree with one man that this man should not inject politics into his empathetic effort. Nothing concern you with them. They have their structure, they have their organization, they have their itinerary, they have the way they want to run their campaign, or the way they are doing their own thing. Nothing concern you with them. Why are you trying to tell them what to do?
Ajale Koko, is this dirty politics or is it clever politics? What Peter Obi is doing? Is it dirty politics or is it clever politics?
It's clever politics. It's playing clever politics right there. Very clever politics that is playing. Trying to show that empathy, trying to show that he is a man that have that feeling and, you know, love the people more than others. Clever politics. And because he's playing politics with the life of people and with our people that are going through serious pains and suffering during this disaster, that is where we should condemn him. He's playing a very, very clever politics. We have to give that to him. You will see what Obidient will come out to say after today when others, I believe others will not pack up their campaign, as he said. They won't continue, they will continue their campaign.
But has it not put the other spaces in a difficult, in somewhat of a difficult situation? Because they are now having to make decisions off the back of what he has said. Because I'm even seeing headlines from Channels Television that has made this invitation. So anybody that that campaigns now, are they to expect somewhat of a backlash or of insensitivity? And if they don't campaign, are they to then allow the space that they are being led by Obi? Has it not put them somewhat in a
yeah, you got it right, one man. That is what that guy is trying to achieve. If they abandon their campaign now and then stop, as he called others to stop campaign, then it will position himself as a leader, as a smart politician that is leading order in showing empathy, you know, in
a man of the people.
A man of the people.
As Chino Achebe said.
A man of the people, and, you know, others will be seen as people heeding to his call that abandon your campaign, let us go for Nigerian people. And that will position him stronger that, yes, this is a man that, you know, is a man that is, he really know when to show love. He's a good man. He is changing the political terrain. He's changing the way Nigerians are now thinking. He's even changing the way that Tinubu and Atiku can carry out their campaign. You understand what I'm saying? So that is what, but those are not going to do that. They won't do that. But it's only the obedient that we carry this campaign up. Oh, our man is the most empathetic, is the best man, is the one that show love to Nigerian people. Others, what they are going to do, and the way which they have done before. Atiku have done it before. The last time he visited, when he came back, before he started his campaign, before he launched his campaign, he visited Governor ORTOM and he donated 50 million to the people in Nigeria. He gave the money, the check, to Governor ORTOM. When Tinubu did it to Kaduna State, and to Nasarawa State, and to Kano State, when there was fire disaster in some market and some disaster somewhere, they handed the check to the governors, as well as Borno State. They gave the check to the governor. That is what these people are going to do. They're not going to listen to him. They're not going to allow him to dictate their campaign, their campaign effort. They won't allow him to dictate.
Is this not? You know, I often say feeding red meat to the carnivore is this not another instance of feeding red meat to the carnivore? So you can, of course, Ajale Koko, expect over the next 2-3 days, this will be the meat and drink of all of those species that are, wail and chant about this guy. They will wail and chant and bang their heads against what it's feeding red meat to them, isn't it? The raw meat eaters. Yeah.
That is what it's doing. That is what it's doing. It's a look.
But Ajale Coco, please. Let me interject a bit, and I will ask you a question, please. Can we let's leave the politics aside. Can we give him some accolades for this, for his empathy and sympathize? Can we do that?
Well,
forget about the politics side.
I can't because I feel it's exploitative, but Ajale Koko may well want to.
Yeah, that's up to Ajale Koko. Can we do that? I know I'm not a fan of Obi, you know me. But on the humanitarian side, can we give him a little bit kudos? I stated on my assertion earlier on that he's playing politics. I don't differ from that. But can we give him some kudos? That is just what I want to say.
What I said earlier was that the way he visited the governor is a good thing. He visited the governor to show empathy, and he should have used that opportunity to give his donation or pledge to do anything and then walk away and not call on others to abandon their campaign. So he was smartly saying that so that he can, if others did not do that, he can use that as a campaign point against them. Him and the obedient can use that as a campaign point against others in the race, that they don't show any empathy.
It is a cynical exploitation of the situation, a cynical exploitation.
Yes. And he is not the first person. He is not the first politician or presidential candidate to do this. Atiku did that. Tinubu have done that.
Atiku did that well, please. Can you refer us to when Atiku did that, please? Sorry.
I said before Atiku launch his campaign, he visited Governor ORTOM and donated 50 million.
Towards what?
People in IDP camp.
Oh, okay, so the IDP camp.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And Tinubu did the same thing.
Not for flooding.
Hold on.
Yeah, what is unique or peculiar about that?
Is it not disaster? It's a disaster.
I just want us to educate so that we know where we're coming from.
Yes.
So he did not donate towards the floor, but he donated because there have been IDP camps in the north.
He donated towards a humanitarian disaster, which is what Peter Obi is now inviting. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. But the thing there is that when you look at the Boko Haram situation in the north,
we're not looking at
escalated. It has escalated, but it is still controlled. But with this one, this is a new one. Disaster does not finish. Okay,
yes.
so
no. Peter Obi is inviting people to donate to humanitarian disasters, and he's inviting them to stop his campaign. But what Ajale Koko is informing us is that Atiku actually has a history of donating to humanitarian disasters, even in the home state of the person that Peter Obi used as a platform to make this cynical assertion.
Peter Obi has been donating too, right?
So that's fine now. So that's fine.
Yeah. So what we're just saying is that this is a disaster. It's a bigger disaster that has to do with 31 states. So let us pay.
A disaster is a disaster. Or if there's dead is dead, or there's no dead.
I know, but
so
and one man.
Yeah.
Let me put it this way in clear context.
Right.
In a disaster where 1,000 people were killed, and in a disaster where 30,000 people were killed, are you going to compare the two?
Well, I'll say in a disaster where one person is killed, and a disaster where 1 million die, I'm equally aggrieved because it's a
That
life
somebody died.
that is a life that necessarily need not have been lost.
I get it, but I mean, people will always react to where 1 million people died. That's my point, right? Right or wrong?
Well, no, I've just told you where I stand. But
one man, can I ask you a question? And you answer a direct answer? And you give me a direct answer? I said that we had the COVID with so many people die in the United States, right? Did people react to that COVID the way people were dying? Have people not been dying before? That is my point. So people will always react when the disaster has an effect on many people, more than when they had, an accident, a car accident.
That is not the right analogy. If you want to use the analogy that you are using, if you are saying people reacted to COVID, and then you have to use a disaster also that people would have reacted to. So it might well be there are more people reacting to a wider something because it spreads more. But nevertheless, when something disastrous happens, people that are within the immediate understanding of that disaster, they tend to react with empathy, the fullness of it, irrespective of the numbers.
No, one man, people react more when there are more people. And let's just keep it at that.
That's your opinion. But back to you, Adan Lekoko.
Yes, so Tinubu have an history of donating to the state to help people that have been ravaged by disaster. Atiku have the history as well. Obi is doing his own. All are commendable. But him calling them to stop their campaign, Jewel, get it right. It is politics. We know how to play the politics. The guy is playing a smart politics. He really wants to ridicule them. He knows they will not abandon their campaign effort. They won't stop. But he's showing, I'm stopping my own because of this situation. So he wants to project himself out there that I'm more sympathetic and more empathic than others.
Adalekoko, let's even involve the Peter Obi space. If he's saying he's going to suspend his campaign, inviting others to do the same, and people you expect they won't adhere to it, so he suspends his campaign, and other people are campaigning, are gaining traction. How long do you think it will take him to? How long do you think it will take him before he abandons this sanctimonious piety and jumps back on the campaign train? And if he jumps back quickly because others are not suspending their campaign, does it further highlight the hypocrisy of the man?
Look, the man is a wayo man. He's a wayo like other politicians. The man is a wayo man. Don't let us deceive ourselves. Politician, he has been in the game for a long time. He knows how to play wayo. He just tried to show Mr. Gentleman, like he's so gentle, I'm so moderate, I'm not this thing. He is.
If he suspends his campaign and he sees Tinubu starts to get momentum, he will very quickly. He will call media conference and start to bounce. It's a hypocrisy, you know.
Now, wayo Nigerian politician is a typical wayo Nigerian politician.
Even if he suspends his campaign by one day, we got the message. We do care. You might not care about it.
It's a liar.
Obedience we care. The undecided voters we care. The reasonable amongst us we care. because we're dealing with human lives. So whatever way you want to play it, play it. The people that they don't play politics,
the news is starting to try to tighten around the fallacious narrative. The news, you know, the news, the hangman's news.
I know what you're talking about, one man.
Yeah, it's starting to tighten around the fallacious narrative.
Atiku, one man, you know, Atiku has started his campaign, right?
The abracadabra is not working anymore.
We're all going to do this campaign. We're all going to do this campaign, but we can.
You will still have to come back to issues. So we will still have to come back to issues.
The issues are there. The issues are there.
All these publicity stunts, you can't carry. Yeah, and it won't carry.
Well, for you, it may not, but for many out there, he's doing the right thing. So it doesn't matter what you guys think. I think P2B is on the right track. He's showing you guys how governance should be. Governance should be about the people. You're not going to govern over empty spaces. You're going to govern over people. And if those people are going through a bad situation, you have to be there to care for them. And that's the issue there. It has nothing to do with anything. You know, campaign or no campaign. It is what it is. People are dying.
Okay. So, one man, that is just it. He was just trying to play politics to his own advantage.
You're not going to solve the whole problem. You might not solve the whole problem, but you are doing the right thing.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. And sorry, Joel. You know, I'm going to ask everybody on the panel about the P2B space. And some of them may not necessarily say something favorable about P2B. So you can't launch at every one of them. You have to allow them, even if they are critical of your principle. But round off your thoughts, Ajanle Koko, and then I'll move you to another topic.
So one man is just like every one of them. He knows the way to play that dirty politics. He just pretends sometimes. And he's trying to play smart this time, but we on this platform, we caught him and we are going to expose him, and that is what we are doing.
That guy is smart. Ajale Boko is smart. That guy is smart. He's smart. He's smart.
Hey, Joel, what you don't know is that Obi is a smart politician like others.
Like your Tinubu now, like your Tinubu, you always say the strategy.
The guy is smart. Take that. That is what we are saying here.
Joel like doing what about? You mentioned Peter Obi. You mentioned like Tinubu. Did any of us deny that Tinubu is a team?
You're going to say it's a strategy.
Did any of us deny any of those things? But you want to come here and deny.
He beat them to it. Let's move on.
Yes, like our Tinubu. Yes, like our Tinubu. Yes.
Obi is a smart politician too. And he just shows his smartness there. He's trying to rattle others with his political sagacity. But we know it. So let's just give that to him. That he played the game well.
So if the rest doesn't suspend their campaign now, so
they will look bad.
Color them back.
We want them to look bad to Nigerians.
Color them back. That is it. I say he's smart. The guy is smart. But it's just the empathy side. I give him the kudos for the empathy side.
Look,
I give him the kudos.
If they don't follow his call, he make them look bad. If they follow his call, he position himself as their leader, as the smartest among them. That is more empathetic towards Nigerian people, particularly those going through a serious disaster now, than others. That is what he's trying to achieve. Either way, the guy has achieved what he wants to achieve. Smart guy. Smart politician. I believe that will satisfy you, Jewel. He's smart. He played a smart game. So he has achieved his effort, and let's just leave it like that. Smart guy.
Ajale Koko, please let me address something. Joel, please, why stop coloring us with Tinubu? It's not good. Please. We are stating something fact. Now you are bringing Tinubu to this matter. Nobody on this platform is a Tinubu fan. Have we ever speak of Tinubu is not a thief? All of us agree. Stop coloring us with Tinubu. Anytime people try to criticize Obi, you will bring Tinubu. What about Tinubu? It's not good. It's not good, my brother.
No, all right. No. John can push back in any manner that he likes. But Adale Koko, let me move you on to another topic. Let me move you to the new debt level, the record debt level that they have pushed the Nigerian states to. Federal government says 3.36 trillion has been allocated for first subsidy in 2023 as Nigeria's debt profile hits 102 billion. So, is there anything in the near now 8 years of this administration that is commensurate with 102 billion, maybe even half a trillion spent?
Oh, woman, I don't. Nigeria is in a very serious financial disaster, very serious economic disaster. We are moving towards it seriously. And if you look at the budget for 2023, it is clear, very, very clear, that that budget is a budget of disaster. It's a budget of hardship. It's a budget of pains to come on Nigerian people in 2023. Because the revenue, the budget is how many trillion? Is it 23 trillion naira? Yeah, we are budgeting for 23 trillion naira, while our revenue for that year is 11 trillion naira. So the shortfall there, how are we going to get it? Surely we are going to borrow. So what you are seeing now is just a child play. It's going to increase. It will increase further. And the more it increases, the more it's difficult for us to pay. Because as at now, our revenue stands as 1.7, while our debt servicing is 1.9. So we are borrowing to repay our debt. So what is the consequences of that? The consequences of that, number one, is going to get to a point when the creditors will see that we are not capable to repay our loan, because they have to look at our budget. They have to look our revenue and expenditure record have to be laid out open to them to see how we are performing. And they will come with more conditionalities, because it is clear, they have seen it now, that we are not generating enough revenue to repay our debt. So they will come hard on us on what we have to do: raise more taxes, cut some services, particularly services that will be meaningful to Nigerian people. You have to cut costs. Some job have to go at the federal level, at the state level, at the local government level. A lot of people will lose their jobs, so that to cut costs, to have savings to pay the debt. So hard time await us in 2023. This is what the budget tells me. So this debt we are talking about will surely, between now and 2023, will continue to increase. And every dime of our revenue will be used on to service debt. And we will not have any budget for capital project. And we know what that means. When your budget does not carry capital project, or you don't have fund to finance your capital project, you won't be able to create jobs. Your economy will be, it's going to be very hard for your economy to create jobs. And because you won't be spending. It is when you spend, more spending can stimulate the economy and generate economic growth. But when you don't spend, it is when you finance capital projects, that is when money will go out to the contractors, to workers, and the money will spread around to so many sectors of the economy. And that will, keep the economy running. But if you don't have any money to finance project, how would you have economic growth? Your GDP will suffer. And that is where we are heading to in 2023. We ain't seeing nothing yet. This is a big, anybody that comes in 2023, there's not going to be magic. They won't be able to do anything for the next 2-3 years. For the whole of their 4 years, they won't be able to achieve anything because they have to battle with debt repayment. They have to battle with how to generate revenue. They have to battle with a lot of things. Hard time ahead of us as a country. The people should not just buckle up, should not think that magic is coming our way, that we're going to have it rosy. It's not going to be rosy. Even the inflation might go higher. Inflationary rate might go higher. And we know what that means. That means that a lot of people will go poorer.
It is certain too, and they've designated June 2023 as the date that they will withdraw permanently the fuel subsidy. So I'm not quite sure if it's in this administration's within their purview to do that, because I suspect that the incoming administration, they will just push that forward so they can loot their own too. But 3.36 trillion for fuel subsidy, which Buhari told us was a non-existent thing in 2014.
In 2014, before he became president. So, and how much was Jonathan paying as
probably 10% of that.
Maybe maybe 1.2, maybe 1.2.
They just shut it up. They just shut it up.
It's from then to it's 6 trillion now.
Even amongst themselves, they are complaining. They are telling us that we are using about 100 liters of petrol a day, and even people like Lamido Sanusi, who is deep within them, El Rufai, who is deep within them, what is it called? That financier, I forget his name, the one from the south. Even the Reverend from RCCG, they are asking, are we drinking the petrol? So from documenting that we use about 25 to 30 million liters per day, which was excessive even at that time, they just shut it up by 300% to 100 million liters per day. How many vehicles are in Nigeria? That's twice as many as Indonesia, that has 10 times the amount of cars, better infrastructure, bigger economy. The petrol subsidy is to subsidize non-existent petrol, which they're just stealing it. Oh my God, man! My God.
One man. The amount of petrol we consume in a day.
Yes.
Right. The way they calculated it, 5 countries 5 countries. The country you mentioned and some Asian countries. They mentioned 5 countries that we consume collectively in total. We consume more fuel than them. So I think we discussed this issue in the past, one man, and
Yeah.
I told you
You know what people are not paying attention to is that there's fuel subsidy in order to make that petrol affordable. So
yes,
all those volumes of petrol that are phantom, they get the subsidy too. And
exactly.
then they are also able to pump those petrols that is in excess of what the country needs and then just disappear it.
Exactly.
Maybe they've budgeted for Niger Republic and Chad, and
yeah, you know what? If you remember, there was a time even under Jonathan, right? You remember there was a time people were doing round tripping. They come in with empty ship, they clear what they have in the ship, and they pay them for it. Empty ship, as long as it battered, they pay them for it. So the subsidy thing is fraud. Unfortunately, the people around Jonathan were corrupt, and people really couldn't really see the need to listen to what he was saying as at then regarding fuel subsidy. But today, I thank God that it is coming out to bear, and people are really seeing that he was right after all.
Jonathan was right on so many things that time has now told us that he is.
No, oh yes, yeah. Sometimes when you look back, but you see one man. I wasn't too carried by the Buhari thing, right? But
I never was. I
was saying that since Tinubu, let me just tell you, I'm just telling you the truth. I said since Tinubu is pushing out this guy, it could be there's something that he saw in him. So I was in the belief that whether Jonathan wins or Buhari wins, at least we have 2 candidates that can take us to the next level. I was wrong. And Jonathan. And one thing I told people there about Jonathan was, I told people, hey, please. The reason why I like Jonathan, people were saying, oh, Jonathan, they say he has given us that will to express ourselves. That if you have freedom of speech in a country, you will use that freedom of speech to fight corruption, to do the right thing. But the problem is that before Jonathan came in, or during the military time, we have been so bamboozled that you cannot say whatever thing that is wrong in government, you dare not say it. If not, you either be killed or you be imprisoned. So Jonathan gave us that leeway to express ourselves. And that freedom of expression was what brought Buhari into power. But today, you cannot even express yourself the way you want it. So Jonathan was right on many things. I agree with you.
All right, thank you. So round out that space, Ajan Lekoko, and then I'll go on to Joel. So Ajan Lekoko, back to you.
So the economic hardship is we are heading towards it, and there's nothing that any president that comes in is going to do. There's not going to be any quick magic to it. Surely they will. First month in office, they'll be looking for how to raise funds as well. Except our creditors, give us some kind of debt relief or debt, structuring or modify our debt in some kind of way, schedule our debt in some kind of way that it can give us they can give us a lengthy period of time, for repayment. That is the only thing that can save that country. But if they don't give us relief or debt reschedulement, that will give us room to still have some revenue, to pump into the economy, to carry out some developmental project in the economy. We're gonna be in a very big mess, and there's no other way. There's nothing that anybody can do. We cannot continue in this present way that we are spending. There have to be one way to cut costs. Cost of governance is high. we have to reduce it. Number of personnel that we have in government is too much. Something has to be done so that cutting that money saved can be used to, either to invest on education or healthcare, on, a meaningful project that can have direct impact in the life of Nigerian people. That is the way out. But now it is not good. That budget, when I saw it, I was shaking my head. It looked like I've never seen that kind of budget in my life, where your whole budget have to depend, let me say 60% of what you budget for have to depend on borrowing. And we might even run into supplementary budget as well along the line, and everything have to go on borrowing.
So who is approving it? No. Why do they keep approving that ridiculous? If you have to borrow what you just said, so why do they keep approving that ridiculous level of borrowing then? Why can't they just stop it in the House? The House has the Ways and Means Committee, right? They are the most powerful committee in the House. Why they keep approving those ridiculous things? Why you have to borrow almost half of your almost every year? Why can't they stop him? They can stop him in the House. They can stop Buhari if they really want to. So why can't they stop him in the House and make sure they don't pass those kind of ridiculous supplemental budget?
Do you want to answer that question yourself, Babati?
No. I know.
How is Ahmed Lawan going to stop Mallam Buhari from looting the economy?
I'm from frustration now. It's my
I know. I share that with you, but
it's
you know when we say, when I say Nigeria is the perfect crime, Nigeria is the perfect crime because all of the check and balance spaces, they've been bought over. So all of the spaces that protects the country, they've been bought over to the corrupt side, and then corruption just feasts. Ahmed Lawan is not going to stop Buhari now. But Amila is not stopping anybody.
Even when the oil is 150, they will still borrow. I'm like, wait a minute. So why are you even borrowing it? Do you even know what borrowing is? They just borrow to borrow. The oil is 130. They're still borrowing. For why are you borrowing?
Look, Babati, even when we had when oil price was at the highest during the time of Jonathan borrowed.
What about 1970s when there was the oil boom? Did they do much borrowing? Did they borrow?
There was a time that Gowon said the problem of Nigeria is not money.
Yes. Yeah. So even during the time of Jonathan borrowed. When there was oil boom, when the price of oil was average between maybe 130 and 150, he borrowed.
Borrowing is never an issue. There is no country that doesn't borrow. Singapore, name any country, Sweden, any country. Countries borrow is not the issue.
What I'm saying, they borrow. What did he borrow for?
At that point,
did he borrow for production? That is Nigerian politician for you. They are all corrupt. Jonathan did not borrow for production. We saw what he did. Even the money that Obasanjo left there in the, what do you call it? In the SS crude account, they lavish it. They share it. He knew what that money is meant for. It's meant for emergency.
But after Jonathan, after the time of when Jonathan handed over, did Nigeria still have some reserve?
Yeah, at the SS crude account, it left like 2.8 billion.
Are you sure that this administration still have at all?
Oh no! What we have there in that account is 300,000.
No,
we have 300,000 naira.
Wait.
is 300,000 naira.
How much? How much again?
$300,000. When Jonathan left,
it
left 2.6 billion.
Okay.
This administration has vanished it to $300,000. Yeah, 300,000.
Yeah.
And this administration has borrowed more than is required by law from central bank. From central bank, more than is required by law from central bank.
Ajele Koko, yes. you know, we also printed money.
Yeah, that is it now.
That's what the borrowing is.
That's what the borrowing is.
Yeah.
So,
I'm just saying.
Yeah, and then they borrowed from all financial institutions around the world. They borrow from all financial institutions around the world. You want to talk of IMF, you want to talk of World Bank, you want to talk of, Nexim Bank, you want to talk of this European Bank. Every financial institution, everywhere, they borrowed. And now, they don't have the means of repaying the loan. And so we have to continue to borrow to repay the loan. The creditors are watching. They are not mad. It will get to a time they will say, look, we can't borrow you anymore. Then
so
they will jump on our economy. I believe they must have used some of our assets, to guarantee some of the loan. So we don't know, because everything about the borrowing, the negotiation, nothing is open. We don't know about it. We don't know the way they are running it. So
sorry.
I
wanted to ask you a question. No, it's not about this topic.
Hold
it
on.
Just came to my mind.
Hold on, Saki. Ajale Koko, do you remember that clip that we played when Rotimi Amechi was taken to the house and they were probing him about the details of the monies that he's borrowing from China? And Gbajabi Amila, he came and yanked the chairman of that committee off his seat. He sat in that seat and told Rotimi Amechi to that he can be going, that is doing an excellent job. Do you remember that?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
One man, you know that unlike the West, it's China. There's no forgiveness of loan. No, you must pay. They won't forgive your loans in China. Like or the European Union. No. So
they will take over that asset. They'll take over that asset. Over. Like they're doing it to Kenya now. Kenya and which other country now? They took over their ports, their airports. They bring their money.
Zambia pretty much.
I think Zambia.
Zambia pretty much. They own their airports, seaports, even their police is Chinese now. So it's pretty much the Chinese country right now in Zambia.
That is shameful. Maybe Nigeria is driving towards that state too. We don't know, because these criminals you have in a position of power, we don't know the way. I mean, what they have used to guarantee the loan, repayment of the loan. We don't know whether they have used Lai Mohammed Airport or some other airport and some of our ports.
They even own their power grid in Zambia. They own their power grid now. So
that country is gone.
Let me share this clip with you just briefly. I just want to show you something. So we're talking about Nigeria's loans and how it's shrouded in mystery and corruption. Let me show you this.
Other officials signed without designations. I've also seen those. The documents are here. There are also observable issues relating to procurement process, evidence of 15% advance payment, payment of management fees, drawdown process, and remittance, and a whole lot of other matters, which we are strongly poised to ask questions on and hopes to get honest answers that will fine-tune the current process. Plans for possible renegotiations of some of these agreements in order to serve Nigerians better. We also witnessed where a senior in Nigeria, I'm a PDP man, it existed during their Chinese counterpart as provided in that agreement document.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I've been trying to manage myself since you made your speech. So I'll give you a slight response to your speech and I'll answer your question. The slight response to your speech is that I will repeat here that we need to be more patriotic than we have been. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
No, sir. I have a right to speak. Please,
I'm
it is the
giving
right
him right
because you invited me.
I'm giving him right to speak.
You have invited me. I was once a member of the House, so I know the right of the guests that you invited. Now, Mr. Chairman, if you say Minister of Transport had a contract of 33 billion, we want to see it. Because as Minister for Transport, the only contract we've awarded so far is $1.6 billion contract for Lagos Ibadan, which is under threat. Can
you speak to the questions I asked you now? You see, I told you from the beginning.
I have a choice.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
I have two choices.
Please.
You gotta let me speak, or I stop.
Excuse me. We are guided by rules. And
sir.
I'm coming. Just a minute.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm coming. Just a minute.
Guidance, please.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Please. Just a minute. This is rules which you obey. From day one, I said when you ask question with time, you answer the question directly. We wouldn't want to go from question.
Mr. Chairman, the implication of having a $3 billion contract is that I will have a large number of workers. Mr. Chairman, there is no $33 billion contract in Ministry of Transport. What we have in Ministry of Transport is $1.6 billion contract awarded under President Buhari and an $800 million contract awarded by President Goodluck Jonathan. If it is a $1.6 billion contract, which is all we know, because by the time we came, the contract awarded by President Goodluck Jonathan, signed by Aganga, had been completed 80%. So we did not have to do anything of local content or local content. The only one that we have to deal with the issue of local content, which is the only contract that we have for now, is the $1.6 billion contract awarded from Lagos to Ibadan. 1.6 billion, for which Chinese government is providing 1.2, and we are providing the remaining $400 million. Mr. Chairman, there are over 20,000 workers. Only 560 of them are Chinese. 560, and I wish to submit the document.
Can we have a project?
I'll give you the total number of the Chinese, sir. Mr. Chairman, we may not get that loan.
All right, it's long and involved, but I'll post a link of it in the comment section for people who want to go and see it. But you see that guy, he was just dodging figures. So the award contracts of $30-something billion, which is documented. You see the pile of papers in front of that committee chair, and he's only able to account for $1.something billion. The rest disappears and it starts to squirm. If you watch it towards the end, Bajabia Miller comes in and he orders that committee to stop. So that's how things are done in Nigeria. But back to you. Round up that space, Ajale Koko, and let me move on to Joel.
Yeah, so...
I wanted to ask you something.
What? No, I want to move on.
Not this, just because you opened up a space.
Right.
Like I had some rumor that the Chinese government is trying to open a police station in Nigeria. Is that true?
No, we discussed that yesterday.
We discussed it yesterday. Were you not here? Was it in the morning or afternoon session? When was that?
Go and learn.
Evening. It was evening, morning section. Yeah, morning.
Okay. Go and learn Chinese. You'll be speaking it in Nigeria.
So that
evening stroke morning.
So that I think we discussed it yesterday, and I don't want to believe that could be true, because how would they come and establish a police station in Nigeria?
They have in Zambia
without the collaboration of Nigerian state and the Nigerian police. Have we lost our sovereignty, or what's the problem?
No, they have in Zambia now. Why are you surprised? They have in other African countries. They have police posts in other African countries. So why are you surprised that they can have one in Nigeria?
This Nigeria now. We don't know. I mean, those other African countries, they are on their own. Nigeria is on its own. I mean, on our own. So we don't know if that can happen. If that should happen in Nigeria, that means that we have lost our sovereignty. We don't have. We are just politically independent, but the sovereignty of the state is no more in our control. So that's the way I see it, Mr. So one man, we should prepare for harder time in that country. A lot of that hard time, we in diaspora will go through it as well, because more of our people will be calling for help, and we should be ready. We should be ready to pay more, send more money home to help our people, because a lot of them will lose their job. Inflation will go more high. The currency will lose more value. And we are going to go through the pains too, because it's our country, whether we like it or it's our country. And the problem that is going on now, what we are going to see next year, one man, there's going to be serious problem with food. Most of these states under water now, a lot of farmland have been wiped out. So there's going to be food shortages next year. And aviation fuel, how are we going to do it? There's problem.
Oh.
So we should be prepared for more time. Even to travel to Nigeria, we have to spend more money for our flight ticket to go to Nigeria and to come back. Maybe by next year, we won't be able to travel direct to Nigeria. We have to go through some other country, and where we'll be subjected to serious, check, embarrassment before we go to our own country. So we should all prepare for hard time. Thank you, woman. Let me leave you alone.
All right, brilliant. So let's go from Ajale Koko to Joel of Nashville. And Joel, let's take you to the space of Peter Obi and his call for people to whatever he's calling for, his double Dutch politics.
It's not whatever he's calling for. You know what he's calling for. He's only asking us to do what human beings do, being sinner crimes, caring about the people you are about to govern. There's nothing wrong with that. So he's telling you what is obtainable where we live. And I've made an argument on this issue before. It's not just Peter Obi. You and I, we have a part to play, towards relieving those people of the disaster they have found themselves in. And one man, this issue of people saying it is politicized. I mean, it is left for you to think about that. I mean, in Nigeria, it's not like we have a working government that really cares about the people. So when you say he's politicizing it, what is the alternative? The alternative is nobody's going to do anything. We saw what happened with the COVID relief program. We saw what happened to the things that were donated. In fact, right now, I think one of the agencies is trying to probe the Nigerian government on how they spent relief funds. And we knew how these funds were. We knew that some of those food that was donated prior to, I think it was in 2021, was repackaged, even though they were expired. I think there was it wasn't. I think it was during the answers that people started, breaking into these places and found out that they had piles and piles of grains, rice, beans, everything. Guess what? Most of them were expired, and the same expired goods were still to be packaged in a bag for political reasons, to give out as political souvenirs. Expired food. One man, we have to tell ourselves the truth in Nigeria. Someone said, be dramatic. If I am being dramatic, yes, I will be dramatic. If that will give you an idea of the mess we are in as a nation, then so be it. Everybody must have a point. Everybody have an opinion. But on this issue, I am looking at Nigeria as a failed nation. I am looking at Nigeria as a country that do not care about her own people. And that's the reason why you and I are here. If Nigeria were good, intelligent people like us ought to be owning companies, contributing to the growth of Nigeria. What is happening in Nigeria is a brain drain, and the best of us, I wouldn't say all, but most of us are leaving. So when we are talking about what Peter Obi said, it is not something that he has not done before. During his tenure, he experienced this same kind of flooding. And we could see him in the water, helping with the rescue mission. In fact, there was a guy that owns a business, and his business was submerged in flood, and he was trying to kill himself. As God may have it, P2B was in the area, and he went up to and they said, "What is the problem?" They said, "This guy is saying he's going to kill himself. All his businesses are gone." P2B went in there. He wanted to commit suicide. P2B talked him out of committing suicide. He told him, "Come, do not worry. We are going to solve this problem." No, I am just telling you, because these are the issues. These are the issues. It has nothing to do with P2B the savior.
Can I ask you a question?
These are things that
Joe, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, brother.
Can I ask you a question? You keep mentioning these good deeds of Peter Obi. Is this the reason why you support him? Are these your reasons why you support him?
Yes, it's part of the reasons, because that is my state.
Yes. This is my question. Is this something Sowore cannot do to, or would not have done to?
I mean, see, let me tell you something. So
no, it's a yes or no question. It's a yes or no question.
Sure, anybody can do it.
No, but you said those are your reasons for choosing Peter Obi, because it seems like it's only Peter Obi that would do that. But I asked you, is that something Sowore wouldn't do also?
Sorry. See, let me tell you something.
No, it's a yes or no question.
I said yes in the past. I was just trying to put
You said every one of them.
I said every one of them, which is me. Which I mean, yes.
Do you believe Tinubu will do that? You enter the water too with them.
I mean, I believe that. I mean, it doesn't. You cannot just say because.
But you're breaking off, Joel. You're breaking off. Joel, you're breaking off. Yeah.
My internet is good. I don't know what's going on. My internet is good.
Back. You're back now.
Yeah. Use your free Wi-Fi. You're the one at work now. Use the one at work. Your Wi-Fi.
Is that one now?
The open one at work. Use the Wi-Fi at work now. Yeah,
you might get into trouble for that. I'm not sure.
No, I don't want to do that. I'm on break. So I don't want to do all of that. So I'm just using my internet. So you understand? You understand where I'm coming from? So I am not saying that these other people will not do it. But see, when you look at life in general, look at your time of needs. There are many people out there that can help you, but there are some that really come true. So it goes beyond just talking about it. Show me.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Joe? Does Peter Obi wear a cape for his daytime job?
Does he wear what?
A cape. CAPE. A cape.
Superman.
A cape.
Is he Superman? Is he Superman? What's the accent?
Well, he's not a Superman, but he's just I think Peter Obi is just he's just human.
All right.
He's just a savior. He's a savior.
I'm not saying, look, I am not going to arrogate. I'm not going to arrogate any superhuman.
Another savior. Holy, 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 holy.
I know. I was about to refer to that, then you played that video. I was about to refer to that before you played that video. I don't arrogate superhuman figure to any person that is human. But I just believe that as human beings, that we can actually do some things, as basic as it may seem.
Joel,
to
you haven't give me Joel. You haven't give me my accolade today for giving Peter P some accolade. You have to give me some accolade.
No, I have to give it to you. Today you came through. The likes of Angelico and one man were trying to play politics with it, but it's okay. I mean, it's normal. It's politics season. But thank you, and thank you, Thomas.
We are happy seeing brothers. So now talking good and having fun with Thomas and
probably it came late. We've been doing that. We've been doing that for the past 3-4 sessions.
For now, they will fight again tomorrow. Just watch.
We will fight tomorrow. Yeah, we will fight tomorrow. I think I'm cutting off.
No, we can hear you. Carry on.
Okay. Yeah. So and thank you, Thomas. And that's what I'm talking about. Do not tell me, show me. That is my point. And at this particular point in time, like I was telling one man earlier on, people die in accidents. Few dots here and there. Yeah, they are dead, and we have to, commiserate with those people. But whenever we have such magnitude, like earthquakes, there's a reason why the world reacts towards earthquakes, hurricane, flooding, like the one we experience in Nigeria. And the reason is that because more people are affected. You have at least every one of us on this page. If you go through your friends, you find out that at least you have one friend affected in this flooding, and that is why I compliment and praise Obi for doing what he did, because at the end of the day, win or lose, 3 of them, one person must win. But at the end of the day, humanity remains for you that did not win. So what are you doing in your own private time to help humanity? I do that on my own personal space. I don't have to announce it. Obi has a way of donating without mentioning what he donated. That is his way of doing things, and which was displayed in his support for going out in Benue to actually see those people that are affected. It gives those people hope, and I think he played. He was a master strategist in that aspect.
All right, thank you, Joel. So, Joel, to this space, Nigerian debt rises to $102 billion, the highest multiple times that it has ever been. But has there been any impactful projects that gets the attribution for this high level of debt?
Well, man, what are we talking about? We saw this thing coming. And for those of you that will say Peter be the savior, in 2015, he started talking about this. He started hitting about this when he appeared on the platform. If every one of us could, avail ourselves, dispassionately watch that video, you will going to see this thing that is happening today. He talked about it. And in fact, let me tell you, when I listened to Peter B, I thought I knew what was going on in governance. But after that 2015 platform, I started paying attention. And everywhere he went, he was talking about the same debt, the way and manner at which we borrow. He started talking about, he was the one really pushing. Because then they were saying, oh, you're talking that people shouldn't borrow. He said, no. You do not borrow to donate and pay all these e-money, what did they call it, to this 5,000 they were giving out. It was part of the money. It was part of the loans. They were taking loans to do all those social projects. And Peter B is saying, you do not borrow to do those things. You borrow. And you put it in somewhere that you know that in the next 10, 20 years, you'll be able to pay back that loan. And that was where he made reference to Shagari, the first loan Nigeria took. He made a mention about that. He made a mention and said that the first loan Nigeria took was about how much? Under Shagari. And when he presented that loan, he said, when he read the paper, when the message or whatever directive that the paper he wrote or the letter he wrote in order to get that loan, he's mentioned it clearly that he was using this money to build a power station. I think it was the Mambila or something power station to actually help his people.
No, it was Tafa Balewa that first took the first loan.
Sorry.
To build the Kanji Dam.
Kanji Dam, thank you so much.
And they borrowed the loan too. I mean, I think the first Niger bridge, I think it was the loan too that they were able to use to put that.
So what Peter B was trying to make us understand was that today, 50, 60 years after, that if you ask him, where is the loan Tafawa Balewa borrowed, that he can actually show you where it is. But subsequently, most of the loans that we are borrowed today, if you ask us where is the money, nobody knows where it is. Is that not what's happening today? That's what's happening today. So one man is unfortunate. Look, let me tell you, it is going to be worse. I don't know. It was this month that Delta Airlines said that they're not going to come into Nigeria because of what they could not get their foreign exchange back. We are having issues economically. Buhari has run down our economy. And I can see the reason why, and rightfully so, why Tinubu will want to disassociate himself with the doings and the way Buhari ran government. Because only a fool would support or even align himself. And that is why you see the rift between the subtle rift, the passive rift between Buhari and Tinubu. I don't blame Tinubu. Nobody would want to embrace failure. Buhari is a disaster. Buhari is 10 times the disaster that we have in Nigeria today, the flood disaster that we have in Nigeria today. And when I have that flood disaster, it's a disaster called Buhari. So, one man, look, we talked about this flooding the other day, and we said it was an issue of neglect because the Cameroonian and the Nigerian government signed this pact together. The Cameroonian did theirs, we did not do ours. So they look at the economic impacts. And we have to borrow more. Because Ajay Koko was talking about food crisis. Oh, yes. Peter Obi only said, open up the grain reserve that we have. Because 25% of our rice production is cultivated by that company, ORTOM. I was listening to the guy, I think he's a Yoruba guy, I was listening to him on Arise TV. 25% of our total consumption. And all of them got flooded in Kogi and the Anambra axis. So, my man, our debt will only go up. It's only going to get worse. And it's unfortunate. And I cannot really point. One man, I cannot really point and say, this is what we use this loan to do. Even as I am in Nigeria, the Niger bridge we're talking about has already been paid for to an extent. So where is all this money? Because if you look at, I've forgotten the figure of money Buhari borrowed, and everybody was like, wow, and nothing to show for it. I hope the incoming government will probe this government, especially that Rotimi Amechi, because there are sectors where this money was siphoned, especially the transportation sector. We did not only expend money in the transportation sector, we also mortgaged our future. And today we are building, when I was talking about the people who are against me, we are building rail from Nigeria to Niger. Whereas the whole of Southwest, the whole of Southeast or South-South, or even Northwest are not connected with rail. So how do we pay for it? Who pays for it? So that is the point. You borrow this money to spend on frivolities. Those 5,000 they were giving to those aboros that were on the street because they had no job. Where are those Amoros today? They are still coming back for more. Do not give me fish. Teach me how to fish. But in Nigeria, I think by next year we'll have an idea. And this same man is saying that he's going to remove subsidy before before he goes out of office. One man, we are in for it. We're going to write it out, and I believe we're going to survive it. But at least a lot of people.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Joel. So thank you, Joel. Joel, finally, but briefly,
Okay.
on a gradient of 1 to 10, how would you rate the Buhari administration? So give a dispassionate rather than impassioned, just give it an objective assessment rather than, yeah. So on a gradient
And
of
I
1
guess
to 10.
I 1 to 10. I will give Buhari a 3. And I will give him a 3 because in spite of what we can say about Buhari, there's one thing Buhari did that most government did not do. And the two that are critical to me was the issue of continuity in project development. Some of the abandoned projects he met, he completed it. So I give it to him. Secondly, on the election matters and INEC, the reform he did, these are the topmost for me. So I will give Buhari a 3 over 10. And because every other sector he failed. Talk about infrastructure, he didn't really measure up. Talk about corruption, Buhari did not measure up. Talk about education, he didn't measure up. Agriculture, he didn't measure up. Being proactive, he didn't measure up. Giving us hope. So I'll give him 3 over 10, one man, and I think that's fair enough for Buhari.
All right, fair enough. Well put. Always well put by Joel of Nashville. That's the one thing we can concede to him. He puts it well, even though most of it is yam, but he still puts it well. So a person that doesn't talk yam for reasons of being a prince, Babati. So Babati, you're up next. Let me kick you off. Good evening.
Please, one man.
Yeah.
One man,
yeah.
please, before you go further, please, Babati, I sent you an email, please. I don't know if you got in the email.
Okay. Oh, yes. Oh, Joel, I will contact you. We can do a private session, and I will just do an hour.
Please.
Okay.
Please. Look at all of these people making money off the platform, and you invite them to buy a lousy coffee, and they all pretend not to hear. But
I wonder, one man.
Let me kick you off where I stopped. Joel Babati. And to that space, on a gradient of 1 to 10, how would you objectively assess the administration of the Mala from the north?
There's no rating. I'm not even going to rate him at all. So 0 is even doing justice. So there's nothing to rate about. There's nothing. So yeah, I'm not even going to give him a 1 or 2. He hasn't done anything to impress me. It's been a disappointment. I'm not even going to speak. I wasn't even going to speak of the expectations. People are hyping him up because the only reason that I really even supported Buhari, not that I really want to vote, but was the so-called, how they were pumping him off from being a former general. It was security. If we're going to tackle anything, the Boko Haram issue was not supposed to be an issue. Not because he does not know what to do, but because he chose not to do it because of ethnic biases for his own people. So I can't rate him for anything else. Economy, I could care less. Anybody can fix that. It's a multi-layered. We had COVID, we had other issues. So that might not really be something that we can really blame him necessarily on there or other things, other factors involved. But the very thing that he can control, absolutely, he chose not to do it because of his love or bias against other people. That is the security and his failure to deal with Boko Haram. That until pretty much is -2 for me. I can't even give many because security is your number one job, and you failed at it. The very number one job that you're supposed to tackle, you failed woefully, and you're still failing. So it's below 0 for me, Omar.
All right, brilliant. And so to the politics of it, the political opportunism that a disaster presents for your man from the southeast. So, what's it called? Peter Obi invites his co-contestants to sheathe their swords in acknowledgement of the disaster that the flooding has brought. Is this altruism or is this selfishness at its most crude?
Earlier, I said it was a little bit of both. It's clearly playing politics. Let's not fool ourselves. But at the same time, it's doing, good for humanity, quote unquote. Because it's Nigeria. There's always bad things happening every day. So are you going to suspend your campaign every day for the next 3 months? So that's the ridiculous part of it. For people to suspend their campaign to cater for some people, maybe for a few days, but all the time. But the political part of it, we can't also dismiss that as well. So I get both sides. On one side, is doing something good for the people, which is fine, but we cannot dismiss that it's also playing politics with that as well. So I think it's just a little bit of both. Maybe it's more skewed towards the political part of it. In all fairness, it's more skewed towards the political part of it, but we cannot also dismiss the goodwill that he has. Now, if it's intention, I don't know, but at least he's doing something good for the people.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So let me take it to a different space. Buhari will be fondly. I think we may well preempt what you might say to this, but Buhari will be fondly remembered for his high impact projects. So this is a headline being made by the tribal marked man from Kwara State, Lai Mohammed, but setting it outside of all of the usual go-tos that is critical of this man. Can you see that in terms of infrastructure, some people might well say that he has had an input? Would you acknowledge that?
No. What high impact? What high impact project? I mean, when we talk about high impact project, I was hoping to hear, some major power grid lines. We now have 50,000 megawatts. That would be a high impact project. That would right. That is high impact project. I'm thinking of Lagos to Uyo rail line. That will open up that channel. That is high power impact project. So anything in Nigeria, anything beyond security for him, or in terms of anything major economic change, land. No. So what is the major? Okay, he finished the Lagos Ibadan, whatever. He finished. He followed up on good luck, fine and cute. What major project did he do? Some that they can say, okay, when we remember Buhari, this is what he did that I can talk about on a major scale, not just some mere completion. I don't see anything, in my opinion, nothing major, at least to where I think we should be as a country. I don't see it. So I wouldn't give him any. To me, it's still a zero. I know I've been harsh, but for me, it's been a failure, because if anybody had the power to do anything significant, is Buhari. Maybe before him, Obasanjo, because they had that leadership push and they can bully people. So if you can just turn it that bullying tactic towards the right direction, you could have done great things for Nigeria, but he refused to do it. So I don't see anything tangible enough where I can say, okay, this is a major landmark. He's done this, and this is going to change the country forever. I don't see it. And it should have been either security, like I said, illegal to you will have been the major achievement for him, or a major power grid where we have light in Nigeria for 24 hours. That would have been a major achievement. But he's failed in all three aspects. So I don't know what people are talking about. I don't get it. Sorry.
All right. Thank you, Babati. Nigeria's debt spirals to $102 billion. Do you see anything commensurate with that level of owing? I suspect we may well know where you're headed with that.
In fact, one man go and learn Chinese, go and learn Mandarin. I told you the way you're going to be speaking that Oyole, you're going to be doing shikman very soon. We're going to learn. So that borrow. Someone talk about they all borrow in the world, so we must borrow. No, if you only borrow when you have to borrow. You don't borrow for the sake of borrowing. I think the borrowing thing in Nigeria is more like it's a way of looting. they must borrow to loot. So forget the budgeting padding on that. I think borrowing is not the new way of stealing in Nigeria now. You just borrow the money, you steal it, and nobody questions the project anyways. So they've now moved on to the next level of stealing. Not stealing money in the budget anymore. That is for low level and mid level thieves now. The big boys just signable. Let's borrow 10 billion, steal 8 billion of it. That's it. That's the new way they borrow now, because it does not make any sense to just borrow, and we don't see the impact of what you're borrowing for. You are borrowing on things. If you were to borrow anything in Nigeria as of the last 8 years, if you were to borrow anything, it should have been on electricity. That should have been the only thing you are borrowing for on a major scale in the billions. The railway thing to me so far is looking like a failure to me. That Lagos Ibadan thing is looking more like a failure to me, because there's no ticketing, there's no web to that. They're still. I even heard that the thing stopped halfway one time in the middle of nowhere. It should have been on electricity, and electricity. That should have been your major number one source of borrowing to borrow for. But when you have too much input in that system anyway, that's the issue you have. So I guess we're going to continue to borrow until the next person comes here, tells you that he's going to. I guess what? Tinubu and Atiku will tell you that, oh, we're going to stop all this borrowing, and when they get there, guess what? They will borrow again. So, but I don't know to the point where we'll stop borrowing. Maybe there's a threshold to borrowing in Nigeria where they will say they start. Okay, at what point do they stop denying you money, one man from World Bank? If you know.
The country is so resource rich that the time that people will stop lending them money is not in the near distance.
So we should not rush that just because to prove what point. That's because we are on abroad. We should now start borrowing recklessly now. But what, okay, I know I asked earlier and you were making fun of my question. What is the function of the house of the Waste and Means Committee? They are supposed to be stopping this nonsense. What is the function of the house then? If you can just borrow, okay, thank God, okay, praise God, our uncle is gone. Mr. Robert Stamp is not coming back. Thank God. Okay, that one is gone. But we have many Lawans in the house now, not just him. We have many Lawanites, right? One man in that house that share the same belief of being Robert Stamps. So they need to get rid of those people. And that's just it. You need to stop the borrowing. Stop the borrowing. That's just it. Because this guy from Asia is going to forgive you of your loans. And I would not be surprised if the story that they have police commands in Nigeria is true. I would not be surprised. We might even see them in the airport, seaports, we might see them in the government offices. They might even require that you start speaking Mandarin, one man, and next thing you know, will be a Chinese country. So I would be surprised.
There was a viral picture, Babati, that was making the rounds a couple of days ago. A Chinese man shopping just in the whatever market, and a Nigerian soldier carrying the bags behind him. And when the bags fills up, the Nigerian soldier will hurriedly rush the car and go and empty the bag, and then dutifully rush back with the bag and stand behind the Chinese man as he continues to shop. So shocked was a person that he took a photograph of it and pasted it all over social media to say this is where we are now.
So, but why are you surprised? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? So they are doing that to foreigners. You have police officers manning girlfriends of politicians' homes. Very soon, KBACs will be carrying bags for Chinese very soon. The way we are going. So it's quite unfortunate that we find ourselves in this position.
Kábíyèsí ọba àlàyé ó ṣe wọ̀.
That's the way it starts now. That's the way. Kábíyèsí will start carrying bag for Chinese. I'm telling you, just watch the way we are doing in that country. So
what of Obi?
Obi and even sometimes we'll be carrying bag for I do with everybody. Well, but okay, you see, okay, this is the reality. It's very sad for me to say, but they always say that there's light at the end of the tunnel. when it comes to Nigeria, na low current though. Na Abella. There's no light anywhere. It's just Abella somewhere. Just low current light. There's no light behind any tunnel. It's all dark all the way through. I want to believe that there's a way out. But at this point, let's not fool ourselves. There's no way out. No, I can't see it. Even if we get there or so worry or anybody gets there, it's just too effed up the way it is. Somebody has to dismantle that system and start from the scratch. It's too messed up. Look at what they're finding in the level of oil bunkering, one man. That is some deep level 40, 50-year project now. Nobody just does that by a military barrack, right? That is something going on for 30, 40 years. It's a known thing in that area. That's what they do. So that corruption is deeply in our system. So and if you get there and you do anyhow, they will treat you anyhow. So God bless you, God bless Adewale, God bless Obio. If they get there, they won't do anything. They won't do shishi. That's just the way the system is. So the system has to be destroyed, and we have to rebuild a new country, a new nation. In fact, change the name. Just start afresh. Forget Nigeria the way it is, or break it up or whatever. But a new system has to come in place, because whatever you have right now is never worked. It's not going to work. And if you keep going down, it's like campaigning for B or whatever, it's still going to be the same BS. So that's where I am right now. Like I am beyond the politics of it. Just the system itself is not working, and it cannot be fixed. It's unfixable. It just has to be changed, replaced totally, wipe it out from the system. Now, how you get there, I don't know, but I know that's what we need to do. One man.
You said Nigeria has to be rebranded, even the name changed. So that's a curious space, because, of course, you used to have Upper Volta, and then I think they changed to Burkina Faso. You had Gold Coast that changed to Ghana. So the idea of rebranding Nigeria via a name change is not something that is unreasonable. It's not a flight of fancy.
Yeah, like psychological rebrand, just to wipe that memory off your mind. Just wipe the cleans, just start afresh. It's just, just look at the way the country is. Anybody getting there is there's just too many problems. Like, at least in similar climate, they will say maybe 10 things are not working in 20 places, and then you can start by one. Nigeria, nothing is working. Even if you fix one thing, you will have 10 troubles follow you somewhere. If you fix power now, somebody will come and destroy it. It's just too many. It's too many. And if you have a very good person in office, you can never have people around him enough to want to wish him well, to do well. Like, if you have Peter Obi now win the election with now, that's the only man that wants to win the office without having anybody in the Senate or in the House, which is ridiculous. There's nobody in the local government. It's ridiculous. But let's even say he wins the election. Nobody will work with him in the court. In the court system is too messed up for him to do anything. The House is too messed up. The Senate is too messed up. The police is messed up. The military is messed up. Even the people are messed up. So where is he going to get the help? So you can be a good person all you want, but the people themselves, the country itself as a whole, is messed up that you cannot even do anything good, even if you mean well. Everything is just too messed up for you to even do anything tangible. And if you make any move to change the system somewhere else, they can easily play that tribal. They say, it's going against our son. No, leave him alone. So they will even pit the people against you, and they are willing tools.
Yes,
the system is just too. So even if you fight the House now and you win there, once you get to the court system, you will lose, because even the Supreme Court is owned by them. So where do you turn to? You're going to go to America and London and the UK. Guess who owns them too? The same people. So local and domestic, there's nowhere to run to. And if you do anyhow, they will block your money from coming in. You can't get any loans if you don't play ball. So locally, you have your enemies. Foreign, you have your enemies. Where do you turn to? You turn to God? No. God said don't have time for you. God has abandoned you. So where do you turn to? Heaven don't want you. Even hell don't want you. So we are done. I know we talk about politics here, but we are done at this country. just reboot the whole thing, like press the button, reset it.
All right. So if we did have that name change, of course, a name change is not the panacea to all of Nigeria's problems. So to have that name change, you have to have a whole series of systemic changes and restructuring, and then that is then capped off with a name change.
Right.
But if we were to have that name change, what would you name that country, Babati?
Well, I would say the United something that reflects our peculiarity as nations within nations.
Wazobia nation?
No, because that will just encapsulate the 3 major tribes, which is a problem. We have other tribes too. Something that tells us that like a UK kind of thing, maybe not the exact name itself.
Babati, can we say like former momos, so that it will always remind us that we were once more.
We were once like the Democrats. The Democrats, they had the donkey thing on them. That thing was like an abusive word to them, so they used it to their advantage. The donkey logo for the Democratic Party. It used to be like against them that they were donkeys back in the day, so they use the donkey for their stuff now. So, but. So something that is reflective of our peculiarity as more like a multi-nation.
So we got to call it Democratic Republic of Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa.
We have the USA now. You can say the US of
United States. United States of
whatever
of people of Nigeria.
So
United States of people of Nigeria.
Not Nigeria. That West African coast. That just shows that we're a country, but we have.
How about Odudua Republic, Odudua Nation and its protectorate? How about that?
You are a suspect.
Let me even make it worse for you. Do you know that even in the Yoruba space, even within the Yoruba space, not everybody is from Odudua. We have the Lamuru before Odudua came. You had the original Yoruba before he came. That they say that don't call us Omodua. We're not Omodua. So we have the 7 sons. So those ones they are dead themselves. So you can even have issues with those ones. But on a more serious note, we need to just rebrand that place. That way we can sit down and say, okay, how do we want to change this system? If you want to practice your whatever, practice it, but leave me alone. If you want to break it up, break it up. But to continue to come here on a daily basis and talk about politics, this is more than politics, one man. It's a core issue we need to address. And I hate to waste people's time discussing this every day.
Maybe if we change it to United States of Black people, maybe that will give us some kind of
does something, because the name okay, on the more serious note, you cannot rebrand that name. It's already tarnished beyond repair. That name Nigeria carries a negative connotation anywhere you go in the world. That name is just to
if we change it, it can, the whole world will not remember about Nigeria again. So,
and that's good now. Is it a bad thing? Who wants to remember Nigeria? Who wants to?
No, what I'm saying, our new name will, rebrand us before the world, and will be accepted. Won't be that name Nigeria? Is a kind of stigmatized name. We won't carry it on our head anymore. So, United States of West African
states,
black nation.
Right. Yeah, just where we have like a UK kind of thing where you still have your Scotland, you have you have your Ireland and all that stuff. That way we like peculiar in our own way. We have our own system, but we still work together. Like that, where we just we have but can we evolve to that level of maturity that where we can just say, okay, we are still one people in some ways, but we can work together, But mentally, we have a mental block that we don't even think. One man, we can't seem to evolve as a people. I'm sorry to say, don't let me use the word dumb or stupid, but we're just stuck in the 18th century or we're just stuck there, and I don't see that that progress that I need to see of just to evolve to where you see beyond your own people, where you see beyond where you are. You see the bigger picture. But Nigerians cannot, I don't think we can evolve to that level where we can have true independence. So just reboot the system and just, if it's too bad, just break the damn thing up and let's move on with our lives, one man.
All right, brilliant. And to this space, this is a man from Benue State. If I were not in PDP, you will see me working for Peter Obi. So this is Samuel ORTOM making that headline. So people seem to be latching on to the sparkles that is going on in that Peter Obi space. So anybody and everybody that has the opportunity wants to form that name. I think somebody described that as co-branding. So what are you making of that particular comment? Was it just being civil? Because he said that, of course, when Peter Obi went to visit him to say that
he's just playing to the gallery. He's just playing to the gallery.
So you don't think it's a closet or something?
No, it's not. It's not a closet. It's just playing to the gallery. He could care less. These people are very, come on, you know how they operate now. Well, if you was in the PDP with your friends, once you leave, look at the way Tinubu was talking about the other day, talking about, oh, how did he get his money? He said he sold cars, but while he was working in the civil service, isn't that illegal? I'm like, Mr. Man, it was the flag bearer of your party, AD in 2007, right? Didn't you know that then? You need, right? So these people, if they're in the same party, they are friends. Once they leave, all of a sudden they are enemies. So it's just playing to the gallery. I don't say anything. No, it does not take the OB movement seriously. Labour does not have. Remember, he's a politician. It sees the numbers. If you're a Labour Party, you have no single local government chairman. You have no state government. You have no senator. You have no House of Rep member. So why will a sitting governor want to now link up with you to do what? Yeah, he said we just pay this service because he's a former PDP man. I mean, I'm sure they were friends when he was in the PDP and they're still friends. But he has to play to the gallery and just, say what he has to say. Because in his own mind, I believe strongly, he still sees Obi as a PDP man. I think most people still see Obi as a PDP person, even though he's in the Labour Party. And win or lose, one man, I hate to shock my Labour Party friends. So if Obi wins or lose, he's going to leave. He's going to leave. Nobody thinks Obi is going to stay in the Labour Party for a long time. Right, one man. Nobody thinks Obi is going to stay in that Labour Party after the election. Win or lose, right? Am I wrong?
It's not staying there now. Even the Labour Party know that it's not.
Yeah, so it's not going to stay in the motion party.
They are using each other. The Labour Party are using him for profile, and he's using them. He's riding them as a vehicle. But They all know that it's a limited relationship, time barred.
Right. So nobody, I don't even see. But ORTOM, I don't know. Sometimes he appears tripolar to me. One moment he's with Buhari, another moment is against him. Then he's all over the place. I think he's having that little. I don't know what to call it, but sometimes he stands firm on issues. Next minute he's always pandering towards some ridiculous notions. So in him, I can't really pin him down to one particular side of the divide. So I won't take his words credible enough to even make any concrete statement about him. But based on just looking from far away, I think it's just playing to the gallery, woman.
All right, brilliant output. So thank you, Babati. So full-time Babati. Let me go.
One man. Yeah. Let me just ask Babati a question, just a quick one. Babati, what do you think about Wike's endorsement of Showolu?
Of Sowore or Sanwo-Olu?
Of Sanwo-Olu.
Sanwo-Olu, that's what I'm talking about.
Because Lagos PDP has always been a joke. Ever since they failed in that against Tinubu that first time around, post that election, they've always been a joke. I mean, Jando and Funke, Jennifer. Why? How will you come on? Wike is the CEO. How is it going to be? Come on now.
The VP, his VP made it worse. Like I was like,
Jennifer, you think what is this? This is California, or do you think this is Arnold Schwarzenegger, or what is this? So Wike, the man can play. The man is very comedian, but when it comes to politics, he takes it very seriously, like Joel. He said something else. He said that he's supporting Sanwo-Olu, but he doesn't want to talk about the other one.
So are you saying? Are you saying that
they're not even worth discussing? Come on now, Jando and Jennifer. Seriously, against
it sounds like the title of it,
like a movie, like the comedy.
Jando and Jennifer coming to a cinema near you.
Bàbá tí kí ló ṣe fún ẹ? Kí ló fẹ́ fẹ́ fi bà wọ́n jẹ́ tó yìí?
No, Babati, I was saying, like, I think he endorsed Tinubu in that system.
Yes, he's playing backdoor politics now. It's like a conduit.
Okay. I just wanted to.
Let me tell you this. You see the politics that is playing out there. You see, Jendo is not supporting. It's not on the side of Wike Group. It's on the side of Atiku. And that is the more reason why. And you remember, I don't know if you follow, recently Atiku visited Lagos. Jendo welcomed him with his crowd, and they had a rally. They had a reception for Atiku with a large crowd. Yeah. And Atiku was saying, "Oh, this is the best time. This is the largest car I've ever seen in Lagos. This is this and that." So, see the other father. What is his name? The father of PDP in Lagos. The
old man.
Bode
George. Yeah, that one and his group are on the side of Wike. So Wike is trying to show to them that, look, I will support my friend that I know than a member of our party that I don't know and doesn't care for me as well. So that's what he did there. So it's because that guy is on the side of Atiku and he doesn't want to do anything with him, and that's why he did that.
But what about the endorsement? What about the endorsement of Tinubu in that same statement? That's what I'm saying.
Remember.
This is technical endorsement of Tinubu now. I mean, how can you attach? Is there a way you can detach Sanwo-Olu from Tinubu? Sanwo-Olu is Tinubu's son now. When you endorse his son, you're a son the father.
I think my point is, if he's going to deliver his state, that's what I was trying to say. Like, are you sure that, like,
Joel, remember a few months ago,
Sanwo-Olu
went to.
You said Sanwo-Olu. You asked that if Sanwo-Olu will deliver Lagos.
I'm saying if Wike is going to deliver his state to APC, that's my point. Do you get where I'm coming from?
No. He will still win for PDP on all level, governor, assembly, and all the rest. He will still win for PDP.
So
for presidential, if they didn't resolve this thing, they may go Tinubu way, or maybe Obi way. And you can't hold him responsible there. I mean, he have nothing to do.
Babati, one man, and everybody. Ajale Koko, can I please ask a question from you? If it is possible in politics, there is a rumor out there that Seyi Makinde of Oyo State may be working for Tinubu, and I mentioned it yesterday. Rational Mind was there, was saying, "Is it possible?" Let me finish. Let me finish, Babati, please. And I say it's possible. Seyi Makinde and Rational Mind said, but APC have their own candidate in Oyo. I said it is possible they will tell the APC candidate to he will not step down, but they will work for Seyi Makinde. And if Tinubu win the election, Seyi Makinde will defect to APC. And if Seyi Makinde finish his second term, the guy now in APC ticket now will be the next governor in your state. Is it not possible? Because Rational Man was so angry that is not possible.
No, it's very possible. Politician has a way of working things out among themselves, and for purpose of achieving a greater political result. It's possible they can work. I mean, what of the one in Lagos during the Second Republic? We did it. I mean, Otedola won in Lagos, and the SDP dominated the assembly. But overnight, the PDP in the Sarumi group and some other group gang up against SDP, their party, because they didn't present the candidate of their choice. They gang up and they work for Otedola. So, and on the other election, the assembly, they voted for their party, the assembly, but that main one, that it was the governor of Lagos State, everybody, every other group within the party gang up against, what do you call it, Jakonde, and voted for Otedola against the candidate of their party, who was Jakonde's boy. So it's still possible now. I mean, Bola Tinubu and those in Oyo State can walk out a day, hey, Makinde, and they will agree on some terms. Okay, maybe you will give us some commissionership position and this thing, and they will work things out that, okay, presidential, you work for me. And, you know, and it's very possible. Anybody that's saying that it's not possible, it doesn't know how politics works, you know. It's very possible. I cannot dispute it.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. So, and thank you, Babati. So, Babati, 4 times, let me go from you. Let me go to, actually, before I go on from you, hold on. Before I go on from you, you of course recall the, you of course recall the if you hear Yemsin Wike, there's only one thought, and you think of music. And when you think of when you hear Yemsin Wike and you think of music, and then there's no other thing that you think of, but this one, where is it? As they pay us. So yes, let's kick it off.
When they pay them, when they sweet us, they never say something. As they sweet us, we go to pay them. As they pay them, we go to sweet us. As they sweet us, we go to pay them. As they pay them, we go to sweet us.
Oh, okay, so you know how much we delight in that song on this platform, but apparently we are not the only ones who delight in that song. So watch this.
As the dependent is sweet as well. Thank you very much for.
So what are you making of that then? Yawo Mala saying as they pay them is sweet as well. It's sweet as well. Yawo Mala.
Wiki is a very interesting figure. So
yes,
he attracts viewership. So people might like him behind the scenes. They might not say it in public, but they do admire, you know, his take on things. So I think that's
look at that Aboki woman. It's sweet as well.
They look at it. Why go say? But that go to the other room.
The other room.
But you know, Wiki is a very interesting. I think Wiki is fast becoming a kingmaker now. The issue is that can he become the same after the election? You know how they become irrelevant once they leave office now. So that's just the issue with him. Can he be a Tinubu where you leave office and yet you are still as strong, even stronger than you were when you were in office politically? So that's what he has to do, because everybody trying to become Tinubu has failed. I mean, instead of being a godfather, even you see what happened to a guy in Edo State trying to become the next Tinubu over there. They kind of, even in Osun. So people at the time very hard to replicate that Tinubu magic. But they've always
this guy is trying to replicate it. Yaya Bello. There was a video yesterday where he was threatening the people of Kogi that if from the House of Assembly to, in fact, the presidency, they are not voting for the candidates, that they are voting for him. Like, I feel like that is a form of threat.
The man is still in office, right? So
yeah.
Tinubu's ways, he does not come to the public to come and shout anything. He does it behind the scenes. You won't hear anything. You won't hear anything. He moves slowly behind the scenes. So Yabeo cannot be the next Tinubu. I'm sorry. Once he leaves, it will be done.
No. I say he's trying to. I did not say he can be. No, I say he's trying to, like, he's trying to take that Tinubu's footprint of installing his people.
Maybe like an Aerofy. I see Aerofy maybe can do that in the state.
All right. So sorry, Joe. Let me move it on for time. Okay, go on.
Let me just interject. I'll be fast with it. And Babati, I thought about this thing this morning. I was like, I think with Tinubu, I think this election we seal that phase of our lives in Nigeria, where we have those strong men. Because you see, again, you look at how they amass their wealth. All these things they talk about, structure, the people that they can control, it's about the money, right? So we are going to see a downing of that space immediately this election goes by. We are not going to have these big godfathers, these big individuals no more. I think it has come and it will just pass in this election. And then with Tinubu, I think the last of the Mohicans are Tinubu and Atiku. And that's the way I see it.
I don't agree. If Tinubu wins the election, then godfatherism carries on. In fact, it expands even. But if he doesn't win, then you might
no one will be able to amass the kind of wealth Tinubu and Atiku amass in today's Nigeria. At the advent of technology, nobody will be able to amass that kind of wealth.
What are you talking about? They are doing that even in this administration.
One man, even in this administration, you cannot be as rich as Tinubu or Atiku.
You
when
can
they
be.
were when they were growing, like when they were still much younger, they were still writing money with pen. We didn't have technology the way we did. So it's going to be
just wait to give it 5 years. You will see Fashola and how powerful it become to how much he has. Just wait.
Okay.
All right. Let me go on to Saki Fada 4 times. So Saki Fada, you're up next. Saki, are you still there?
Yeah, one more. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Good to have you. So Saki Fada, to you and to the space then wayward from Anambra trying to feed off the carcass of the deceased. Peter Obi leveraging a national disaster to try to propel himself politically. How low can this guy go, Saki?
Yeah. Before you start, I heard that something happened in Alaba today. I don't know how true it is.
No, I've been seeing it as well. It started yesterday. The clash between the area boys and the traders. Yes, that's a spillover from yesterday, slashing at each other.
Oh, it's a very bad news and quite regrettable. I think the governor should intervene quickly and restore peace in those kind of things, so that these things will not generate certain ethnic kind of tension.
It is an ethnic tension space, though, because the Alaba famously the Southeasterners and the Tout, of course, we know who they are. So it's an ethnic.
I wouldn't say ethnic, because Touts is not like what rational Yoruba people that are doing their normal business will want to.
Yeah, but they are not rational people now. They are touts. You have Yoruba touts now.
No. What I'm saying is, I think we should at this time treat them as tout versus these people. I don't want it to be seen as Yoruba versus Igbos. I don't want it to look that way. So I think.
But that is how the space will read it, especially in this climate.
That is why I'm saying that the governor should be very, very fast, very swift in taking actions to restore peace as quickly as possible, so that it cannot degenerate to something that is dangerously unfair. That's my thinking, Yeah, let me come to the P2B space, and let me begin this way. This is a political season, and in logic, there is what we call fallacy of non causa pro causa. Non causa pro causa. In English, I can translate it to mean fallacy of false cause. The tendency to try to explain things to the level of identifying a wrong cause. Let me put it that way. So it's often a fallacy in arguments at times, when we try to be too deep or too critical in trying to explain all part of the arguments.
So spotting a sleight of hand is a fallacy of false cause.
Is it what?
I said, is spotting a sleight of hand a fallacy of false cause?
I don't understand that one. But the example of what I mean by fallacy of false cause is this usual thing.
You are saying that we are leveraging Peter Obi through a fallacious misreading to arrive at dark intent.
Yes.
But what I'm saying to you is that that you are saying that, but catching the guy red-handed is that a fallacy of wrong cause?
But if you catch somebody red-handed, it's not. It's no longer a fallacy.
Yes, it's been caught red-handed now.
An objective evidence.
The Anambra guy has been caught red-handed.
No. You wouldn't say he has caught red. He just made a statement. So we are reading. We are criticizing. We are reading minutes from that statement, right? So, and in trying to read,
he made a political statement leveraging a tragedy. He leveraged a tragedy for political gains.
No, I'm coming. He made a statement, and we are trying to read minutes from that statement. And some of us, perhaps because this is a political season, we are very quick, to come to the conclusion that this statement is politically induced. So it may be fallacy of false cause. That is what I'm trying to say.
Well, it is patently not because because he invited his opponents to follow him.
And let me tell you why.
That politicizes his intent. Once he invites his opponents to join him, that politicizes the intent.
Okay, let me draw you to why I'm saying this. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, because you're an obedient is why you're saying.
Not because I'm obedient. No, let me draw you to why I'm trying to say this. And let me cite an example. Prior to the primaries, when Tinubu was, sorry for using Tinubu for example. Prior to primaries, when Tinubu was making consultations and talking to delegates, something happened in the northern region. That thing that happened was a disaster, right? And Tinubu gave out 50 million naira as a concerned citizen, right? To help the governor of that state as part of a kind of social responsibility. This is a concerned citizen. Now, a lot of people might come on this platform to begin to read meaning in that very gesture, to the extent that people might overread the minutes. People might now say, yeah, he's doing it now because he's seeking for delegates to the primaries. When in reality, it might not be the reason behind the actions. You understand? But people might be very easy to come out and say, he did this because of this. Certainly because it coincided with the period of primaries. To the extent that even some people went ahead to ask, to say that something of a related disaster happened in Lagos, that he didn't do this in Lagos. Why is it that he's doing it in the north? It must be because he's looking for delegates prior to the primaries. But in reality, it might not be the purpose, it might not be his primary intention. So we can call it a fallacy of false cause because it coincided with political season. That is what I'm trying to say in argument.
Yeah, but you'll be wrong. You'll be wrong to say that. Hold on. You'll be wrong to say that because what Tinubu did was a cynical political move, and I don't think anybody understood it any differently from that.
Me, for instance, what he did, I understood it not as a political move. I understood it as a citizen who decided to give out 50 million naira to a fellow APC governor who is facing serious disastrous crisis in the state that needed urgent attention. But
Saki father.
What are you even talking about?
Saki father, don't deceive yourself.
No, and don't deceive us either. You are better than that. Now, what are you doing? What are you doing now?
He did it for political reasons.
Clearly and obviously, you don't even have to think.
What are you talking?
I am coming. But because it coincided with a political process, it coincided with a period which was beyond this. He was not the person that made it coincide with that period. Suppose it didn't coincide with period, and he went ahead to do that, we wouldn't analyze it in the context of politics. So what I'm trying to say in effect is that it is very good to criticize people. It is very good to criticize actions, but we must always be very careful not to
let me tell you, every action taken by politicians, whether in office or after or outside office,
not every action. And I'll give you a chance.
Have political reason for it. There must be it must be to get some kind of political favor.
No.
You know, politicians, you look, everything, wherever they go, whatever they participate in, there must be political connotation to it and political purpose, or to achieve a political purpose or purposes, rather. Politicians, they don't do anything for free.
Okay, let me tell you something. Now let's look at Peter Obi pre this disaster, pre the disaster, before this disaster. Let's judge him in that context and then analyze our criticism.
Sorry, Saki Father. Which disaster are you talking about?
No, I will come. No, wait, I will come. In 2020, when the massacre happened, Peter Obi tweeted about it. He tweeted about it. Then he was not vying for office. He tweeted about it 2020. And then recently, when this disaster started, the very disaster, he quickly went to his Twitter. He did it when this period is happening. He quickly went to his Twitter and tweeted again, urging the federal government to urgently come to the rescue of these things that is happening.
Saki Father.
Wait.
No, just a question.
Hold on. Let him land.
Let me land. Then in 2019, he was not vying for office, but he organized on his own personal capacity, what we call it, this COVID-19 palliative, which was handled by Professor Okonna. Professor Okonna headed his team for that COVID-19 palliative, which is distributed in many parts of Nigeria. 2019. Then he was not vying for office. Then again, 2 days ago, he was not even the first person that is calling on politicians to suspend their campaign. Rufai Useni, this Rufai that does this, 2 days ago, he tweeted calling on the politicians, these presidential candidates, to consider suspending their campaign, to look into this flooding and see what they can do about it 2 days ago. So it's not as if it is Peter Obi that was the first person that has made this pronouncement. Then coincidentally, he went today to visit his what do we call it, ORTOM in his state, which is ravaged by this, and said that this thing is really affecting Nigerians, and then that because of this, that he wants to suspend this campaign, even if it is for 2 days or 3 days. He's not suspending it for 1 month, even if it's for some days. Suspend it, and he's wishing, and he said he will even talk with other presidential candidates to know whether they can still consider that line, so that these things so that they can look into these flooding things and help the way in their best little way they can do.
Okay, so where is the post hoc fallacy that you were? Where is the post hoc fallacy?
What I'm not trying to say.
Where's the questionable cause?
So the questionable cause is: did he do this because he want to score political?
No, you've just said it. You said he went on to invite his fellow contestants to do the same. That's a political statement. Is that a political statement?
This is not. I don't consider this.
So where is the post hoc fallacy? You've just described something that sequence is.
No. What I mean by post hoc fallacy is, we are here now saying that he made this statement. He did this because he wants to score some political advantage, something like that. You know?
Yes.
So my what I'm now saying is that your analysis might be wrong. You know,
No, it is not
might be
wrong though.
wrong.
That's not
It
a
might be wrong.
post hoc fallacy.
No.
Hold on.
I said,
No. That's not a post hoc fallacy. That's just logic.
no, what I mean by post hoc here is that we might be saying that he did this because of elections. He's doing this because of political reasons. You know, that is what I mean. So we are now explaining, you know, we are now thinking that, okay, because this is political season and people are campaigning, that he is now using this to do campaign. You know, so I'm now saying that there might be error in that judgment. It might
No,
be
there is no error, is what
so
I'm
it
saying.
might be that he just wanted to offer some help out of his own humanity.
No. What you've just done now, is the post hoc fallacy. You know, so no, because you are saying because A, then therefore B. So that's post hoc fallacy.
One man, he used the word might. You know,
No.
He's talking about
He's
fallacy.
going into the hold on. He's going into the realms of speculation. So that's the fallacious because he's inviting the thought predicated.
One man. What are you talking about?
Speculation is not fallacy. I'm saying this might be a possibility, but you are now saying you are sure that he's
I'm saying it's a probability. You are saying it's a possibility. No. I never
say it was a probability.
No. Can you hold on? Can you hold on? I'm not saying I said the literal word probability, probable. But what I said is more probable than what you are describing as possible.
No.
So you are speaking of a possibility, and I'm alluding to a probability because the sequence is just there.
No. What I'm trying to say in effect is that, you know, you started by saying that it's condemning P2B's action to the extent that you said, how can he be using human problems?
Human shield is using human shield for politics.
Do politics. So which means you have concluded in your mind that he's just doing it for politics.
No, I've not concluded in my mind.
That is why you accused him.
No, I'm not. That's because you are not listening to what I said. I said when he invited his co-contestants to do same as he has indicated that he would do, that politicizes the intent because he's brought politics into it by that singular statement. So it's not anything fallacious, it's not anything speculative, it's based verbatim on the man's words.
Yeah, that is what I'm trying to say.
So he politicized it with that comment. So he has politicized a tragedy for his own electoral gains.
No, do you know why I believe that you concluded already in your mind that he's doing it for political gain? You know why I concluded?
I didn't conclude though. I just went to where he was.
No. Why I accused you of making that conclusions is because even Thomas here acknowledge at least.
What do you mean even Thomas? Thomas is of equal measure.
Even Thomas acknowledge at least today that P2B did something that has two dimensions. That is the way Thomas explained it. He said,
he can pull the wool over Thomas's eyes, but he's not pulling the wool over my eyes.
He said P2B did something that has two dimensions. He says what he did has human dimension and the political dimension. And he went ahead to say, I am even being grateful to P2B for even taking even that human dimension. But at the same time, I am thinking that he shouldn't have done this, that this looks political, you know, at the same time. And even went to the extent of asking you, do you even consider that human part You said no, that you cannot even consider the human dimensions because the other
because
one.
I am disgusted by the cynicism. I'm disgusted by the cynicism. There's nothing humanitarian. It's entirely exploitative.
Anyway, let me leave it. It is your own convictions.
It's nasty, isn't it? What he did is nasty.
Anyway, it is your own convictions, but I fail to dance to that very convictions.
Anyway. Yeah, of course, because you are an obedient.
No, it's not because of that. Is he paying me? Is he giving me money? So he's not paying me. So it's not because of that. You know. So, but we need to criticize, of course. But
I'm waiting for when you would do that because I've never yet heard you say a critical word.
Of course, I said the other day. The other day you talked about Gumi. I said this is my first impression about his meeting Gumi. I said it. I'm not a blind person when I don't follow people cheapishly, you know. But then I'm also waiting for you one day you will say this P2B has done, even if it is something half good, not even one good. Out of one, divided it into two and say he has done this half that is good. You know, I think it will be a fair criticism. We cannot always say
no. There is something I will. There is something I will give him because of his public profile. He has somewhat removed the stigmatization of our speech impairment, which he has, but has not impeded him.
Well, I don't know about that one. People are
Zaki, father. It seems you didn't get the position of one man and my position well.
Yes.
You see, if Obi had not called on other contestants to leave the stage as he is intending to do, it would have been a different ballgame. We wouldn't have said he politicized that effort.
You know why I don't believe that? Because even if he doesn't do that, I'm pretty sure one man is gonna come here and still say something. I can guarantee you that.
There is gonna be where, but let me say this. But for the fact that he politicized it, that is what defeated his effort and what he was trying to do. So he shouldn't have mentioned about others in the race at all. Because talking about them, calling on them, he has injected politics into what he's trying to do. So that is the problem. And I believe that you will agree with us that what he did there, he politicized it. And that is where he got it wrong. That is why he got it wrong. Tinubu have done that before too. Tinubu traveled, met governors, donated 50 million is several
Can I ask you a very simple question?
And he walk away.
Can I ask you a very simple question?
Did we not say, would we say that move Tinubu made then and Atiku have made in the past, does it not have political connotation to it? Yes.
Can I ask you a very simple question?
Yes.
If Showore have done something like this and would have made this statement, would your position have changed?
Would my position have changed? If Showore have called on them,
if Showore comes out and say this thing that is happening in Nigeria calls for immediate action, there is no way we can become.
It's a different thing, though. Showore has antecedents in sincerity. He has antecedents in sincerity.
You don't know P2B. You don't know him. That is why
he doesn't have antecedents in sincerity. Now he's a dishonest man.
You don't know him. So
we know him now. His record is a matter of public record.
You don't know him. You don't know him.
Is it not in Nigerian?
No, you don't know him. So
do you need
I was going to ask a question the other time.
So what I'm trying to say, Jajale Koko, if Showore has come out and say this thing that is happening in Nigeria, it needs urgent attention. There is no way we will be campaigning and pay deaf ears to these kind of things. I personally, Showore, I am suspending my campaign. I encourage other contestants and political pundits to consider, doing this for purpose of taking heed to these very course of actions. Would you have changed your stand?
One man just told you one reason why we will not look at you the way we are viewing this thing. That's number one. Then number two.
Have you seen how hypocritical?
Hold on. Let me finish. Showore, as human rights fighter, he fight for human rights all the time. So if Showore makes such statement, it's not going to be, it won't be viewed the way we are viewing it on the side of Obi now. Showore have antecedent of fighting for people, going to court, demonstrating on the street, fighting for the right of the people. Your boy, what do you call it? Have no antecedent of that. Have no record of fighting for human rights.
But at this material time, is Showore a politician at this material time?
Thank you.
Showore is a politician at different from is a politician that is different. Is not part of the status quo where Obi belongs. It's a different politician entirely that are trying to drive Nigerian politics on a different direction. So you can't compare Showore with Obi, Atiku, Kwankwaso, and the same. All those ones are on the same distance. You know that yourself.
This is so contradictory.
Mr. Ajani, sorry, can I say something, please?
That is the problem with you, Nigerian. You won't say the truth.
Can I say
the truth?
Can I ask something?
Solomon, what are you saying?
Yes, I agree with you that Showore is a human rights activist. But today now is 20th of October. In 2020, during the NSAS protest, we know he has a good motive to change Nigeria, for a positive change to happen in Nigeria. But he wanted to use that protest as a political strategy in protesting, so that it will look like he's for the people. He was still politicking with the protest, and of which most you saw him and they kicked him, and they told him that even if some of them told him even if he still protests, that they won't it doesn't mean that they will support him. So it's less, as we still talk about Obi, we still talk about the Showore in using all these points, all these situations.
Hold on, Solomon. It's a different. Sorry, Ajale Koko. It's a different space though, because I was saying that Showore has antecedents in that space, and not even in recent times, but all through the decades, he's always been in that space. So you cannot claim causality that X therefore Y. So no, it's a completely. But Peter Obi doesn't have antecedents in that space outside of him trying to get political cachet. Outside of it, it's not known to respond in those instances unless there's political capital.
Let me respond to Solomon. Let me respond to Solomon. Solomon, let me tell you this. Showore was the brain behind NSAS. He's the one that called for NSAS. He's the one that started NSAS before it spread around the whole nation.
Oh my God.
Hold on.
Yes, he was the one. He was one that
Showore was the one that started the the move for NSAS. He's the one who was the brain behind it. He started it. He organized it. He was the one. So for all of you that don't know,
making this statement, I don't even understand.
No, he was the one. Excuse me, he was the one. He called
don't say that.
Fowl's dad. He was the one that even called Fowl's, that involved these celebrities like Fowl's. He was the one that called Fowl's
involving
dad.
celebrities doesn't mean he's the one that started. What are you guys talking about?
What you don't know, say you don't know it. Solomon, I said it.
Don't argue.
I was in
know, you
Nigeria.
don't
What
know.
are you talking
I
about?
said it. Solomon
You
confirmed
were
it.
in Nigeria doesn't mean you know who started it. What do you mean? How does in Nigeria
See, I do not. I'm not disputing the point I came to make, or I'm trying to make is that as we are still saying Obi is political.
No, Solomon. What I'm trying to tell you is that you see that issue that he was trying to politicize it. Should not come up at all because he was the brain behind it. He was the organizer. He was the chief organizer of NSAS. So he didn't want to do it for political reason, but for the reason of standing up against police brutality. And you know that is his field.
Let me read you this. This is something that PlayStation is telling us from the comment section. And he thinks it's a counter argument, but it goes further to hammer down just the exploitative nature of this man from Anambra. It says, we have seen several pictures of Obi 13 years ago helping flood victims right inside the flood. That was 13 years ago. There is another picture from 2016 flooding in Anambra when Obiano was sitting governor. So this is the thing now. So this guy now, he gathers a retinue of journalists and media people, and then he steps into the flood, picks up a child, and then strikes a pose and said, "Take my picture and tell them how I'm rescuing." He's just the guy, man.
What are you?
It's beyond redemption. Beyond redemption. It's beyond redemption. Beyond redemption.
Let me tell you one fact you don't know.
It's too far gone. Guy man, if they call guy man.
If you don't know.
In fairness to Obi, as a governor in 2012, he witnessed this thing, and I know I cried actually. So we can say.
How do you know how he cried? Was that captured on camera?
Because Anambra too was flooded in 2012.
So you said he cried.
He cried.
Sorry.
Yeah.
How do you know he cried? Was that captured on camera?
I didn't say you weep. I said he cried.
One man.
So
one man.
Now,
that day, when P2B was walking on the floor, there's something that you have to understand. For a sitting governor to risk his life, walking under the flood and trying to arrange something, and then
Bayelsa governor did the same thing.
He was there for
Bayelsa governor did the same thing. Let's not.
It's not all governor. Yeah, listen up. It's not all governor can do that. I'm telling you.
Forget about all those shakara when politicians do shakara for now. If they fall like a chicken, like politicians they enter water. If they do shakara for them, look at them.
Guys, why the camera now? Why not just do it behind?
It's a publicity stunt now. It's a publicity
there's
stunt.
what we call. No. There's what we call.
So he's trying to keep the picture so that he can use it. So that I can use it for campaign. You think we don't know the way politicians act?
Are we not in?
Look at that.
He go enter water, take pictures, he go use them for campaign. Look at this one.
He must carry a child though for the photo to be complete. He must carry a child.
Oh yeah, he carry child now.
If you realize, one man,
it's a save your children. The way you save the children from the water, save your children.
You know, hold on. Babate, do you remember when I was asking if he wears a cape? That question still subsists though. Now he's flying, he's rescuing them and flying like Superman. Oh my goodness me.
Anyway, one more.
You guys don't understand this is 21st century.
One more.
Yeah.
I am not talking about.
You didn't allow me to land my point, too.
Hold on. Yeah.
Okay.
You want to talk? You want to ask a question?
Okay, carry on.
I said he did it in 2012. Agreed. He has been doing all these things. Good. But is the duty of the leaders, is the duty to do that, to show empathy, to sympathize with the people? So Obi will not be the first person that will be doing that. Point given.
Does it discount
Then,
empathy?
wait now,
Why are you guys discounting his empathy?
Even
Zulu might be one talk now.
Tinubu,
Zulu might be one talk.
they visited flooded people.
Mr. Kashi talker.
Now, look at where this one, what makes this one different now. You understand? What you'll be doing before, but during the elections time now, you are now amplifying it as if nobody has done that thing before, as if you will be the one to tell other leaders the right thing to do. And this is what every one of them have been doing. So it's just like using that thing to gather some kind of political sentiment. You don't need to talk. Going there alone will send signal to people that, oh, this guy is doing this thing, and they say, but this guy wanted his voice to be heard.
Even if P2B jumps inside the flood right now and don't say anybody's name and the camera captures him. Now listen up, I'm trying to tell you something. Even if he does this now without mentioning anybody's name, I'm pretty sure someone will come here and say it's because it's political season. He's trying to be a one-faced man. You know, those kind of stuff. I don't know why you guys don't. I don't know. Someone is naturally empathetic. If you watch throughout his lifetime, he's naturally empathetic, and now he's having this empathy. You guys are trying to use
it's not. Hold on. It's not that he's naturally empathetic. It's the
he is.
Hold on. Listen, let me land. It's not that he is naturally empathetic that is the problem. It is that he is publicly empathetic. That is the thing. So that makes it a publicity stunt.
Can I say something on this?
Yes.
It is wrong to say that Obi has been giving arms only for political reasons. And I'll give you instances. I don't want to talk about things he did as a governor. You know, he went to one diocese, Catholic diocese in the southeast of Kigwe. He donated massively, even before being like when he was out of office already. That's what I'm trying to say. He donated massively to some. There was a disaster that happened around there, you know, some years back. He donated massively. Even the bishop of that diocese is still talking about it today. Obi has gone to Haiti, you know, and donated something. Obi has gone to Kogi State in the past. He was not a governor. I'm trying to tell you what he did.
You mean he went to Haiti to save life?
No,
he saved life.
My God,
He's just saving life everywhere.
Captain America.
Bro, stop. This is
he went to Haiti. Wait,
it's almost sickening now.
No. There was a time Haiti was having.
Pass me the violin. I think we need violin music.
There was a time Haiti was having this. I think there was a disaster that happened in Haiti. You know, you could remember that time they sang this "Where They Were" and all those kind of songs. You know, there was a time it happened, and he went to Haiti. He donated on his personal capacity.
We are the world was for Ethiopia anyway, but there we are.
Yeah, I don't know, but it was Haiti that he went. He offered something. Wait, I'm coming. There was a time he went to Kogi State. Kogi is not his state. He donated to schools. There was a time he went to Sokoto State. He donated to schools. I'm talking about what he did on his personal capacity. So it's not as if he's doing it when he was a governor.
I'm even surprised we are defending this thing. We don't need to defend it because this is what politicians
I'm not defending it, but I'm criticizing it.
Abiola was politicizing student by even donating back to students when he knew that he was going to contest as the president of the country.
I'm not saying that other people are not doing it. I'm not saying that other people are not doing it.
No, it's not. No, Saki, you're not listening. What
But
Ola is saying to you is not that other people are doing it. Is that they do this to add to their political stock. Whether he's in office or not, he's still a politician. So when he does these things, is to add to his political stock to create a certain image and send a certain impression. That is that is why they do these things.
And one man, what is wrong with that?
Hold on.
What is wrong with that?
No, hold on. That is why they do these things under the glare of publicity. And it has to be under the glare of publicity for you to know it. And that empathetic man of the people image that he's trying to cultivate, you, of course, being a willing buyer, you buy into it. But him now trying to leverage this how do you know it? How do you know it? How do you know it?
It wasn't.
How do you know it? How do you know it?
I know this P2B family. I know he's
you know it privately.
I know his sister.
Are you claiming that? Hold on. Are you claiming you know it privately?
Okay. One man.
Can you hold on, please, Des? Are you claiming that you know it privately, Saki?
He's not what I'm trying to say. You know, it is when there are people that said it and they showed evidence.
Right. So it was publicized. So how are you contradicting me?
What I'm trying to say is that
it was publicized to add to his political cachet.
You know about it.
I'm not in the pit of his space, so I don't follow him.
So how is it politicized?
One man, look at Jafar's statement, and that is what exactly Obi and any politician should be doing. You should be talking about solution. Wait now, read Jafar's statement and this thing. That is exactly what any politician should be doing now. That you should be talking about policy of how to prevent this thing. Because
no, but that was what I said at the start of the conversation. Now that
Obi would have been let me give you a good example.
Obi would have been better served to describe a policy position rather than to be wrapping himself around within.
It came from Jafar doesn't mean that it is right.
What do you mean it came from Jafar? I said it from
that it came from Jafar. That it came from Jafar doesn't mean that it is right. People are
no. It did not come from. Give it up, man. Please.
No, hold on. One man said it earlier.
About 5 hours ago, 3 hours ago.
At the beginning of the discussion.
And I even said it to you, even Joel.
He said it to me. That's what I was trying to make him understand. That he made a mention to me. And I said, the policy paper is going to be actualized or worked upon if he gets into power. Right?
No, you don't get it still. The window of opportunity of this flood in terms of politics is not to try and feed off the carcass of the dead, but to use that space to say, this is how I will address this so that it doesn't happen in the future. It's not to invite people to donate money or to try to use it for political cachet.
One man.
My God.
One man, can I tell you something?
Yes.
Even your favorite, the governor of Anambra State, Soludo, he was interviewed 2 days ago on this issue of flood. You know what he said? He said that at this time, out of 21 local governments of Anambra State, 8 has been affected. Now, what he is concerned now is how to rescue people right now. Then after we have rescued these people, we can talk about what Nigeria should do to prevent another one from happening. So at this time, what we need is to rescue first. It's not about talking about what
I don't get it. Rescue first, then talk later.
This problem happened under Obi in the same number in 2012. I said it there, for example, and we are now still saying the same thing. Now, when it happened under him in 2012, what did he do to prevent the occurrence in Anambra, for example?
He's a federal president. What are you talking about? He doesn't have the power to do anything. What are we talking about?
He went to take photographs.
What power does Obi have? I don't understand.
My God. My God. What a chancer. What a chancer.
National Assembly, and those who are delegates at the National Assembly, were they interacting with the government? So did they make any attempt to sponsor any bill to raise their voice? Like this man from South, we always raise his voices, anything pertaining to the South. This is what we are saying. Politicians do this thing just to gain public sympathy. Don't let us just overflow this thing. And you are even defending. I'm sure Igbo is even listening, will be laughing because he already knew exactly what he was doing there. So what are we talking about?
One man, let me say something. Like, let me give you an instance. Do you know when I knew this thing was about? I think 4 months ago when P2B started campaigning. When was it the wife of Ojukwu referred to what happened how many years ago, that when he went to America for the wedding and he wanted to buy P2B suit of how many $1,000. P2B told him, why are you buying me this sort of suit? Go and give it to a motherless baby, a homeless people, so that they can use it for something good. I didn't know the story. It wasn't publicized or anything. It was in there for years. He didn't even talk about it. It's media that is the wife of that came out and said it, how this man was. So if you guys saying that this man he publicized everything, it's very
that
wrong.
period.
It's very wrong.
What does that story got to do with the discussion now?
It shows that
No,
he
it
has
was the period they were
humanity in his
calling him a
heart.
stingy guy when they're telling him how they give sushi.
What of the 250 million that he took to Lagos?
Please,
That
we are
was trying
diverting.
to exchange to a dollar. What of the Pandora money? What are you guys talking? You guys just
bringing up
You think we don't know?
Hold on, Ajaleko. Let me just address what our desk just said. I'm just digging up the video as we speak. But Daniel Bwala, the spokesperson for the PDP space, he said, I think it was on Arise, how he came across Peter Obi at the Gucci store at Heathrow Airport, piling up clothes so I'm not quite sure whatever it is that you're claiming.
I don't understand. That's a claim. I don't understand.
Now you don't understand.
No, you won't understand.
Why are you bringing out? Why are you bringing out?
How can you understand?
Someone claims.
One man, you also accused me the same time. Whenever I make certain references, you'd be like, "This is like outwardly." What Angelico just brought up now is total nonsense. It has nothing to do with what we are talking about.
What did
it
they bring up?
What we are talking about. What we are talking about now is if he has empathy in him or not. Now we are talking about 250 million. This one, I mean, let's stay on topic for crying out loud. We have, from discussion here, we have lost all humanity in us.
Oh, look at this.
If he does not go,
are you back to righteous indignation?
Hold on.
Buyala put a challenge to him to come and deny if they didn't meet.
Where
he was shopping.
Gucci or not just store, Gucci.
I'm not going to
put a challenge to him to come out and come and deny it.
Why would he be denying?
Mention everything.
It has to do with empathy.
How does it relate to empathy? I don't even understand why one man brought
I don't get where you're getting this thing from.
What does it, I mean,
we are talking about people dying as we speak. And you're telling me that
if P2B goes to a designer's shop and buy something, what does it mean? Like, does it mean anything?
But hold on. You were bringing us the analogy that Gowon's wife bought him a suit and he said it was too expensive.
Listen,
hypocrisy is ridiculous. This is the level of hypocrisy. That's what I'm talking about.
It's crude. But
he was making that point because he was making that point. Can I contribute?
Obi is the savior. He's the savior.
He rather they donated that money to a foundation of Bianca's choice than to use that money or part of that money to buy a suit of 1,200 or something. That was the point.
Yeah, but so it was caught buying several of those 1,000 something.
One man at that particular point, Bwala that is talking. Did he see that he was taking himself? Was he putting it off for himself? Was he buying it for himself? If somebody see me going to Nigeria right now, when I'm going to shop for people that I know, you're going to say that, oh, you saw EJ in the shop.
It was shopping for friends at Gucci. Oh my God.
Let us be straightforward with
it. We should be straightforward. Okay, that's all of us though. Excuse me one moment. Let me read you this comment from Thomas in the private chat. And then Ajanle Koko, you make the decision if it's something that we should adhere to. So this is what Thomas is saying. It says, please, I have a request. Can we have a 1 minute silent for people that lost their lives at Lekki Toll Gate? Please, thanks. So today, of course, now being officially the 20th of October. So, Ajale Koko, you make that decision.
I agree with Thomas.
All right.
We can observe a 1 minute silence in
right.
remembrance of our people.
Yes, that the former council member of Labour Party told us did not happen. But let's observe that. So there it is. May their soul rest in peace. So Sake Fada, back to you. Round up that space, and then maybe I'll take you somewhere else. But we're taking time now.
Take me somewhere else.
All right, all right. The 102 billion naira that Nigeria is now owing. Is there anything commensurate by your understanding of the space that justifies that level of borrowing?
102 billion naira.
Sorry, dollars. If only it was naira. Even if it was naira, it's still a lot. But dollars.
Yeah, if it was naira, I would just be happy that at least it's in naira. Yeah, that is very regrettable. But like I said, I've always maintained that stand. There is nothing wrong in borrowing. The only problem we have landed ourselves is that our politicians have been very dubious. They have borrowed to share among themselves, and there are little to show for it. I think they just borrow the future of future generation. So, and if this trajectory continues, I wonder how Nigeria is gonna be. I pray that certain international community, like all these lenders, maybe IMF and World Bank, I pray that maybe they have a change of mind and maybe forgive Nigeria certain of these some of these loans, because paying these things is gonna take a lot of years to finish up, So that shows the level of rascality we have in our governance, So in terms of Buhari's administration, I think he has done relatively well compared to the last administration when it comes to infrastructure. The only thing I will fault is some of his infrastructural development is that some of them were not rightly prioritized. For instance, I would prefer building a railway that will link southeast, south to Lagos. I think it will be faster to recover the money if it is on that part, because southeast to Lagos seems to be more business in terms of business, and like being able to something like an area that might generate the revenue faster, because these routes are business routes, but trying to build that of maybe is it Kaduna to Niger Republic or sort of,
Yeah, Fulani Railway.
Yeah, I think that one will not be. It wouldn't be more buoyant compared to how they could have recovered if it has been connected into these business zones. So in terms of infrastructure, they did their best, compared to the last administration. I would say, in terms of rule of law, they have not fared well. Rule of law is almost zero. In terms of education, they have not fared well. It's almost zero. In terms of reform, certain important reforms like electoral reform, I think he did well in that aspect. Although we still need to perfect it, as time goes by, but he did well. It's a very bold attempt to have signed that electoral law. Then you talk about employment, he didn't do well, didn't do well, I wouldn't score him much. In terms of corruption, it is the highest in town. You know, in terms of appointments, he didn't do well. I will score him 0. You know, in terms of use of technocrats, you know, I will score him 0.
It was a friends and family administration,
Yes,
wasn't
and
it?
in terms of communication is a very important asset, you know, a leader should have. Between the leader and the led, you have to be able to communicate, you know, communicate to people.
But he can't communicate because he doesn't speak English and we don't speak
Oh, I'm
Fulfulde.
not talking about English. You can read papers. That's like, you know, during the time of Obasanjo had what he called something forum.
Presidential
I
media
can
chats.
remember. A presidential forum, something like that.
Media
Yeah,
chats.
yeah. Where even ordinary Nigerians come to talk with him, you know. So those things are intangible assets, but it is important because it can create hope. Even where there is no hope, it can make the leader to raise the hope of people, you know. And I think it would have gone a long way to douse station in Nigeria. In terms of security, he tried very well in the sense that he spent a lot of money there. So he budgeted a lot in the security. But in terms of the effect, the impact, I will score him 0, you know, in terms of impact. Then another thing I will also say, do you notice that there seems to be a lot of reforms that is going on now, you know, recently? I don't know whether it's because of the election, you know. For instance, I heard that they signed a bill, this startup, is it startup bill, something like that.
Yes, I saw that. Yeah.
I saw that they signed it. I also saw that the House is seriously talking about diaspora voting now. I read that one, I think today, that the House is pushing towards diaspora voting.
Yeah, that won't be for this cycle though.
I know, but now they have started talking about these reforms now, and I think they are vigorously talking about it. And the recent discoveries of oil theft and all those kind of things. I think, I don't know whether it's because the election is coming that these developments are fast coming on board, you know. But in all, if you ask me to rate his administration, I will say that this last part, these last days of his administration might be better than what he has, most of the greater part of his lifetime in administration in this dispensation, you know. So in terms of score, maybe I can give like 3.5 on a scale of 1 to 10, you know. I can give 3.5, you know, especially on infrastructure. So most of my score will go to infrastructure, you know. You know, so that's my take there, you know. But the money we are owing is mind blowing. It's mind boggling, and it's quite regrettable, you know, that in a country of enormous human and natural resources, you know, we are where we are today. Is quite condemnable to me, you know.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So well put. So thank you. So let me go on for from you, Saki, for that full time. I was going to go in the direction of Tony, but I think Tony may well have left us. So I'll seek to start to round off here. To the people that came in latterly, you only really get to the closing remark phases because you came in so late that if I go with you, then we'll be here for another 1 hour session. So thank you, one and all. We start to take closing remarks, but before we take closing remarks, let me because we have been doing the buy the coffee thing, let me acknowledge the people that have taken that up today. The traditional, so we had Kana Niger. So I'm taking it from the earlier session all the way through. So for the day, so we have Kana Niger, and then as ever we have Jafar, and as ever we have Ayo who came in twice, and then we have K2 Much 0903. I'm not quite sure who. I think that might well be at the Thomas in the comment section.
It is me, one man.
Oh, okay. So there it is.
Yeah.
So Kana Niger, Jafar, as ever. I think Jafar and Ayo, they are treating it as somewhat of a cinema tickets thing. So thank you for the people that have done that. So we start to take closing remarks. To land as ever on Ajale Koko. I'll start with the people that came in laterly, but please don't be too long and labored so that we can all get off early. We kick it off with Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige, you've come in late, but you still get to say a word. So Man of Prestige, just give us a soup song.
Yeah, thank you, one man, for allowing me to speak this evening. I came in late. I'm only going to talk about this space. I mean, I think with the whole conversation, it's kind of convoluted. It's a two-faced thing. One of them is political. There's no doubt. So don't let people not just play the game. It's political. The first one is a sympathy, human endeavor. He played that role. But the other one is political. In my own opinion, it's a masterpiece political point that he played there. So it's political and sympathy. That's what I have to say. Thank you, Woman.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Thank you for being short and succinct as well. So short and succinct. Let's go on from Man of Prestige to Des. So Des, you're up next.
One man. Sometimes I don't even know why I still come here. But I still believe that people like Johnny Coco and the even one man can join the Obidient. That's why I still come here in order to persuade them to see why this cause is for the greater good, But sometimes I don't know if it's even gonna work, but I'm still gonna hope, they're going to open their eyes, because I know they are blind, they're blind now, but I pray and hope that I can still be, hitting that hammer until that nail enters inside well. But, with that being said, I hope we all have a good night, and God bless Nigeria.
All right, thank you, Des. So thank you, Des, even though you are calling us whatever it is you just called us, but that's Des. So thank you for joining us, Des, the trucker from America. So thank you, Des. We go on from Des to Ola. So Ola, you're up next.
Yeah, I don't have much to say other than to thank everyone for their contribution. Like I normally appeal, let us just share and like. And everyone talk well, but my appeal is, and I hope we are going to repent and become a new person tomorrow. Let us talk of more of politician policies. Let's just stop about talking about whether they are nice or they are bad. No, whether they are bad, no, we don't have any business with that. But how are their actions impacting us? So let us talk more of their policy. Don't let us allow all those things to slide so that we don't repeat the same mistake of 2015. Other than that, thank you, everyone. See you later.
Sorry, Ola. Sorry, so is it? Whoa, you had a different name before now. Something something. That something like that. Have you?
Okay. Is
he was hiding because of the Bakari thing. He was hiding for a while because I was looking for him. I couldn't find him.
I'm not hiding. No, I'm not hiding. Now activities plenty pass. You don't say the year is already running out. So
okay.
You know what this means? You have to shop up.
How is Bakari doing, by the way? Are you still keeping up with him or what?
Well, like I told you, I believe in miracle. So we are trying to be
remember, the Lord told him he was going to be number 26 or something. The Lord told him
100 million. Where is the 100 million naira?
Oh my God!
You know one thing about when someone told you that God says this, you understand? Just wait for time now. You see, you can't say God, at least when you say God tells you something, I'll wait for time. Time will tell. So, me, I know
hold on. Ola, time has already told. Because he said the Lord told him that it's going to be number, whatever it is, the number after Buhari, or it's not going to be that.
It's not going. Number 16.
Yes, he said, but it's not going to be number 16, is it? So the law did not tell him that, did he? It's not going to be number 16.
I will wait till next year. I will analyze logically, like I keep saying.
Allah, head of interim regime, right?
Look at
He's
that.
going to be the head of interim government.
I've already told you that I wasn't using my head to support him. I said it publicly. I was just using my emotion and my faith to support him. But when I'm using my head is when they are analyzing Obi, Atiku, and Tinubu. So two different things. So I told you that when I suspend my sense, I will go for.
But the law did not tell him that it's going to be number 16. Do you want to concede that? And he told us the law told him that.
One man, I was not there. I didn't. I'm not aware of it. All I know is that I don't know whatever that is between him and God. God will say, okay, this is it. So I don't even want to go to that place. Like I told you, I suspended my sense just to support him, right? But when I restore my sense, I analyze normally. So now, even when I suspended my sense against support Obi, even when I know that logically it's not going to win, that is just the way it is, right? So to me, we are in the period whereby I use my sense to analyze the way I see it. So, but when I want to suspend my sense tomorrow, I will tell you that I will go for Obi. That's just the way it is, because it's like a protest. Tomorrow I will say, okay, it's Showore. But
okay, so are you by that extension saying that the Obi supporters are senseless? If you have to suspend your sense,
no, I'm talking about my own. I don't know about this. You can call me senseless based on that.
No. You are the one calling the obedient senseless.
Personally, if you say that to me because I say with my mouth that I suspend my sense, I will take it because that's exactly what I did. So now, if I extend it to others now, me, I don't want a litigation. I don't feel fight. So, but to me, when I say Obi, when I say Tunde Bakari, or see, when I talk that way, I'm just being emotional about it. But when I come to my logical analysis, I know for sure that I discover what I can see practically. So to me, when I want to go practical, like I've said, this thing is between Tinubu and Atiku. So every other thing we are saying that Bakari, Obi, all those things are just emotions. To me, that's just the way I see.
All right, brilliant. Thank you.
So all the obedient are just playing emotion. That's what you're saying.
No, it's just called them senseless now. It's just called them senseless. That's what they did.
Online the politician. You don't try. You did good. You did good.
No, Bakari will be number 16. You call me a politician, I am. I accept.
You did good.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. Always a delight. So that's Ola, of course. It needs no introduction to anybody on this platform. So thank you, Ola. Let's go from Ola let's go to Solomon. Solomon, you're up next.
Yeah. Good night, everybody. Thank you, Mama, for this section today. And I want to say something to Mr. Joel, Mr. Saki Father. And thank God, this man of prestige was honest today. He said that there was an atom of politicking and sympathizing and atom of sympathy in what Obi did. At least he was honest. I want Mr. Joel of Nashville and Sacrifice. They should not come and be justifying every action Obi takes, or it will be that they see that they bring up any Obi matter and they will be want to just justify. Obi is a human being just like us. We should know that no matter how human being try to claim to be righteous, there will still be other. There will be the atoms of things. The atoms of I don't want to use the word evil, but you should not be giving him 100%. Not everything you defend him here. You see the truth and we say it and not use our emotions. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Aman. Good night, everybody.
All right, good night. Have a good night's rest. So that's Solomon joining us from Abuja. So thank you, Solomon. So we go on from Solomon. Let's go to Joel of Nashville, if we still have him. Joel, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here, one man. Another good day, great analysis, even though it was skewed towards sentiments. especially from one man, Ajale Koko, and a host of you, including the last, including Solomon. Please, in whatever we do not ever forget humanity. If people want to, if I'm in dire need of help, please do not talk about it. Pretend and help me. So the world is full of talks and no action, and it's partly part of the reason why we are going through what we're going through. And to talk about Nigeria, if you want to talk about Nigeria and how Nigeria has placed every one of us in a pot of poverty, I would say, if you have to help anybody in Nigeria, go ahead and assist the person. Do not think about what people will say about you. If you want to do it on Facebook, you want to do it on YouTube, go ahead, because we see these people helping people online and posting it. Some people that things like some of us here still go there and say you mustn't. The Bible say you mustn't allow your right hand know what your left hand did. The same people saying those, if you ask them, when was the last time you donated? They might not have donated in the first place. So what I'm saying is this: whenever you have a people, if you're in government and you have a problem, go out there and face it. People will talk regardless. We did it 12 years ago. He went in there and helped with the rescue mission. In fact, the people from Kogi State even benefited because the governor of Kogi State at that time didn't give a hoot about their citizens. The people that were close to Anambra State benefited from the largesse, from the humanity of Obi. So please, next time, or whenever I need help, please help me. Do not talk about it. One man, thank you very much. It's been a great day. Please like, share, subscribe. Those in the comment section, you'll be doing a good job. Keep it up. One man, thank you very much.
Joel, sorry.
Yeah,
I replied your email. I have 5 questions, and I also sent you some screenshots. So just go through it, answer the questions. Then I'll do a session with you.
No problem.
Okay. All right.
Thank you so much, Babati. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Joel. So thank you, Joel. So let's go on from Joel to Thomas. Let's go to Thomas. Thomas, you're up next.
Thank you, one man. I would just say this is what I've been experiencing. If any poll come on internet today, Obi is going to be winning the poll. I'm having serious problem on my YouTube now. There's nothing on. Let me finish you. There is nothing on YouTube now. All these subscribers with 20 subscribers, everything is about Obi. Sometimes I will even press do not recommend this channel for me because it's too much on YouTube. But the reality, I don't see any reality in there. Obi, you did well today for your empathy and sympathy for those people. But APC or PDP will be your president come 2023. That is not a breaking news. Thank you, one man. May God bless you and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you, one man. See you.
All right. Well, thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So let's go on from Thomas to Babati. So Babati, you're up next.
All right. Thank you, everybody. One man. Yeah, I had to go back. I actually took time to go watch your situation with Rudolph.
That guy is a clown. He's trying to troll me. He's cutting off my thing, and yeah. Sorry,
no, it's fine. I thought you were talking about Niger Watch. I'm like, I can't find one man's video. I'm like, oh, Rudolph. So when you came up and talked about it, I'm like, so let me go watch your submission in there. It's an echo chamber. Based on what I just looked at, I'm like, man, one man, why did you? I mean, you made good points, but it was just going to deaf ears anyway. They were not gonna Even if what you were saying was true, they were not gonna.
I was somewhat disappointed because I know that he's a journalist trained by Showore, so you were expecting a more highbrow sort of an engagement, but the whole place was packed with obedience
He's playing to the
with the
gallery.
usual
Well,
and with the obligatory fans sat in the comment section wailing and gnashing. It was just like being on Niger Watch, but I thought it was a bit more upmarket than that
yeah,
space.
but
I was disappointed.
it was also playing to the gallery. I saw Man of Prestige as well there, but I didn't really listen to what I was just trying to look at what the position you had on those issues. Good points on the issues, but because none of the points you brought up was actually rebutted. Actually,
they couldn't. They got fixated on the fact that I said Nnamdi Azikiwe, I said Mbakwe something, and then they started to. It was just it's an obedient space.
But
what surprised me was that they were still at the Tinubu school sat space.
Right.
And
you spoke of that we need to evolve past that space. Like eventually people will just say, okay, we know Tinubu, but tell us what you want to do. People will evolve. But I think that the point is that people have moved past that pettiness. We've moved beyond that and the shaking and all that stuff. We've moved past it. So, but they are still stuck.
But do you think that they are a single story narrative? I think it was actually Chimamanda Adichie that coined that thing, single story, that your whole entirety is wrapped around a single story. And it looks as though that obedient space, their only story is Tinubu. And just to be looking to, Joe came here just yesterday telling us that the Tinubu's speech at the Kaduna Fest was a car crash, and we went to pull it up, and the guy was making excellent points after innovative points, and he was saying his speech is slurred. Okay, his speech is slurred.
Yeah,
when was his speech?
Say that because Joe is always somebody that talks about let's speak about the issues.
He's never spoken about the issues.
Yeah, so I'm like, why are you now going back to that? But but I'm like, but I think this is gonna be. It's going to be tribal in nature. I've maintained, I said that we might have a runoff, but if Atiku is not playing ball the way I think he's going to play, I have to give it up to Mr. Gomez. Because you remember I asked him a question when Ovia was hosting that, did they see a possibility of a runoff? And he made some, but if Wike is now endorsing people in APC, I think Tinubu might literally just cruise into the office at this point because Obi has no match. There's nobody running in. If you take away Obi in Labour Party now, who do you know running for anything? Nobody knows anybody. So you need to have those kind of surrogates to come out and like when it came to run to in Just now, we should have known who is running in Plateau, right? We should know, okay, we are campaigning together with Obi, but the attention was all Obi. Nobody knows the local person running for local government, state, nobody in the Labour patriotic movement. So I think it's kind of sucked up the hair for Labour. I think it's one man, to be honest with you, I know it must sound ridiculous, but Obi has done more damage to the Labour Party than good. Once he leaves, they will just fold up pretty much. I mean, he's done more damage to that party than because it sucked up the energy in the whole entire room. So everybody's just talking about Obi and Labour Party right now. So, but to the bigger space of the politics itself, Tinubu is in a good space right now. Atiku, I don't know what is going on in that area. For Wike to have gone as far as to endorse Sanwo-Olu, I think Wike is done with negotiation. I think they are both done with negotiating with each other. I think they are done. Nobody's willing to back down. Nobody's willing to negotiate. So I think for him to have done that, so I think PDP is just going to be in shambles to the elections. But it's going to be a tough one for the PDP. Labour has no shot. As of now, things might change. But Labour has no chance. So it's still an APC versus PDP thing. It's going to be a good. But I am looking forward to the... Omar, do you know when they're going to have their debate? Have they announced any date yet?
They've not announced any dates. But from a lot of people are saying that Tinubu will shy away from a debate. But over the course of the last week or so, the performances that he has been putting up in all of the rostrums that he has been mounting, it is suggesting to me that it might well be a man that can hold his own.
Yeah, because one man, didn't know what's funny. If you have
because when it comes to brain, he has a bigger brain that it's superior intellectually to all of them.
Wait to because initially when we talked about Obi about intellectual initially, but if you have an article Kwankwaso and Tinubu and Obi will come last. They will destroy him on that.
No, he doesn't know anything now because when if you isolate him to a rostrum with all of them just sitting without his retinue of the whalers and the nashas that chance to encourage, he will crumble. Do you remember? He is not a clever man, no, Peter Obi. He is not. And I don't think anybody should suggest that he is. Watch this.
Yes, answer. Carry on.
Okay. I am Akeem Adenuga, tweeting from Ibadan, Nigeria. Sir, I would like to ask you, what do you think about the Green Energy Initiative the current APC administration signed Nigeria up to, considering your policies intend to pursue aggressive production and industrialization?
I didn't understand you. Can you help me?
Sure. This is a question from Akeem Adenuga. He's tweeting from Ibadan in Nigeria. And what he's asking is, I would like to ask, what do you think about the Green Energy Initiative that has been administered by the APC administration, considering your policies to pursue aggressive production and industrialization in Nigeria?
Quite frankly, there has been a lot of talk about green energy and climate change and everything. I'm not very vast. I've read a lot about them, and we will all consider it in whatever we're doing. But quite frankly, I'm going to be aggressive in other areas than in some of the things that are coming out on issue of climate change. We're going to deal with it. We're going to give it attention. But these things are not more important, as important as securing the people, because you can't be talking about climate change when people are taking cover from bombs.
So, Babati, that's a good example. You may well say that climate change is a niche space and it has no reason to know about it. But I will argue, hold on, let me land the point. I will argue that he has every reason to know about that space. Somebody aspiring to be a president, that's one of the key spaces that he should have a position and an argument on. And somebody that is predicating his campaign as the catchphrase consumption to production, then the energy space should be something, because of what propels production other than energy. He had no concept of what's being said, but more crucially, the crowd picked him up and then he crowd surfed to kumbaya him. So if you put him on a rostrum, it will just be fumbling at the lips.
Let me ask you one more. 2019, Obi had a debate with Professor Sibanjo. Did he crumble?
He crumbled though.
No.
He crumbled though. Was that not when Kiyamo was mocking him as Chinaman? Do you remember when Kiyamo was mocking him as Chinaman? When every question they say in China. That was what he was saying. In China. Not even China, China.
Let me tell you one man.
He crumbled like a deck of cards.
If you think that Peter Obi is not a smart guy,
he is not.
No. If you think he's not a smart guy,
he's a pragmatic guy. He's a pragmatic guy.
If you think he's not a smart guy,
how did he become the president of an Igbo bank? Is that not? Oh yeah.
If you think he's not a smart guy, how did he manage SEC, manage institutions like Fidelity Bank? And those institutions progressed. They made profits. If you
I don't have their balance sheets to confirm that they made a profit or not, but he managed an Igbo bank. He's an Igbo man, so I'm not quite sure if anything.
The issue is that I think you already have a bias.
I don't have a bias now.
So whatever he does to you, you think he's not smart.
No. He can't handle the cut and thrust, because there's something they call rapier weight or rapier weight, RAPIER.
P2B is already changing the political.
No, hold on now. You're asking if it's smart or not. There's something they call rapier weight or rapier weight. However, RAPIER, then weight, WIT. Rapier. That is the speed of thought and rethought. So it is what we do here often. The thrust and parry of a debate where you are nimble on your feet and you're quick with your wits. Obi is none of that now. Obi is just a plundering hop along. It just hops along now.
Let me tell you one more. Even Osibanjo we are talking about.
Yes.
Even Osibanjo might not be an expert in all these energy things or climate things, So people, are you trying to say that as a human being you should know everything?
I do not know. I heard about it some time ago, but it doesn't matter.
Even if he doesn't know about it, and he accepted it, he's not vast in that. Is it an issue? Are you a god?
Is it not an issue? Somebody he doesn't know about energy and is predicating his campaign on production.
So as a president,
what propels production? No. What propels production? Is it not energy?
You said what?
What propels production? Is it not energy?
Climate change was the question. Climate change.
It was green energy. I can play it again.
Okay, green energy.
And he actually pivoted it to climate change, which wasn't even the question.
No. He
doesn't even understand anything.
He has heard about it.
He have heard about it some time ago. I think Uchenna was talking about it at the Buka.
Let me round up before you take over, so you can submit your. But you can see that how Tinubu actually addressed the question, because it was asked specifically. It was actually in the line of what Obi said, but the way he said it, it's like, listen, the West have developed their country using coal and all those things for the past 60 to 80 years. We're going to do our own first. But it was very fun.
What was the question they asked him? Did they ask him?
They asked him about They asked him about green energy.
They asked him about climate change.
Yeah. No. The same. Just stay with me. I'm getting to the point here. Yeah. What I'm saying is that sometimes it's not really about not knowing or not knowing. But when he talked about it, it's like, listen, we need to develop, and we're going to use what we have. I don't care what the West is talking about, whatever, because that does not apply to us in Nigeria. We still need to develop first before we get to green energy level. So he was very opposed to that notion of, smart cars, that because we're not there yet, we need to develop. That is his own position, but he was very firm with it. He didn't have to crowd surf for any approval, even though people didn't clap. But he was very firm about his own position. It's my own idea. It could be, if you don't know, say you don't know. If you know, say you know. That's all. Don't try to dance around.
No. But what I'm trying to say is that climate change is something that is very popular. It's not.
But it's not practical in Nigerian space. Yeah, it's not like.
But that wasn't the question to him. Don't make me play the clip again. They asked him about green energy, because he was talking about production all the time, and he had no concept of anything. And he said, "Oh, green energy." Uchenna was talking about it at the Buka the other day, but I wasn't paying.
But anyway, so to round up, I think that in a debate, because you talked about him going against VP Osibajo, because if he goes against three people, they're going to gang up against him, because it's the new kid on the block. It's just politics. It's the one everybody's paying attention to. So they're going to gang up on him. So it's going to be a three against one. And I don't see him surviving that. They know him more than we do, because they were remember, that's the class of 99 now, with Kwankwaso, Tinubu and Obi, right? I'm not sure.
And Atiku even.
Yeah, that because he won, but because he became VP, he didn't take his governorship. So that's the class of 99 pretty much running for office right now. So they know him more than we do. So they will gang up on him and just destroy him on stage. And hopefully he's strong enough to make his position and more than just saying producing, and he has to bring more to the table. than just the numbers. So just throwing figures out there, thinking that people think you are smart, is not going to work in a debate. It's my point, Saki. So hopefully he has his handlers take care of that and actually become something concrete, more practical to debate Tinubu with, because Tinubu will destroy him. Well, one man, thank you. Let's try, subscribe, share, and like. Hopefully we get to do this again. And yeah, that's my point. Thank you very much. Good night.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Babati. So I must just acknowledge one comment on here. It says that one man goes to other platforms to market Obi, but once here, it demarkets him. One man is biased and too tribal on his platform. So point me to the platform that I've ever gone to market Obi, and because not for any reason, it's just that I don't buy into the guy's act. So that's
wait. Why they put you as a? I saw that one man hates Tinubu. One man.
No. That's that guy. You saw my session.
I saw you on the whole, yeah, but I didn't.
You saw the whole thing, but then he just clipped a certain phraseology, and then he's put it out. Oh, that one man. What did they even call it? It says one man as a host of a live streaming platform makes a surprise. It just it's got a journalism, isn't it? But then of course,
I'm like, he said Tinubu is a criminal. Says one man is something to the president.
Yes.
I'm like, okay,
when did I say that?
The context is lost in that title. So.
People. Some people were so irritated. If you look at my DM on Instagram, everybody has just been DMing me that did you see what this ridiculous guy is trying to quote you out of context? But but then it's just I don't know, man. It must be a Southeast thing. But thank you, Babati. So let's go on from you, Babati, to Saki Father. Saki Father, you're up next.
Well, thank you. Don't listen to people. People will criticize you, of course.
No, I don't care. No publicity is bad publicity. We need it. Do you know how many people have been adding me on Instagram off the back of that? I just started seeing my Instagram popping. And I was wondering what's happened for people to just be adding me. Then somebody sent me a link. So there it is.
Yeah. So it has been a very nice session today. Very, very educative and very enriching. I would say to some level that your platform has really affected me somehow, because every time, even when I don't want to, even when I say I want to rest for today, I will find myself, let me listen to what the panelists are saying here. It will occupy me again. So it has really possessed me to some level, I would say. So we tried today and we keep trying. On the issue of Obi is not Obi, I would say, is not he doesn't like he's not an orator, so to say, but I think if we open up our heart very well and listen quite well to him, we'll understand a lot of things, I don't expect him to come and speak grammar, but I know him very well, and I know what he has been able to achieve and how he approaches governance and issues. Then on the issue of the thing that generated much debate today, I still maintain my stand. Even if we haven't gone to give out something to the flood victims, people will still complain. People will still criticize him. And even if he goes there to give out something, people will still criticize him. So he has to take one option, either to do that or not to do that. And he stood his ground to do that today. It is encouraging. I encourage him to carry on with whatever he wants to do. So thank you, one man, and let me leave you, and so that you rest. And thank you, Ajale Koko. We see you again tomorrow. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant, Saki Father. So brilliant, Saki Father. That's the thing, the one thing that you must not do is to ever join this platform, because if you spend more than half an hour here, you are hooked for life. You are hooked for life, for there's no escape. It will annoy you, it will frustrate you, but you will come back the next day for the same thing again. Ajale Koko, Abibeko.
You are hooked for life.
Yes.
Except you don't come in. Even if you don't come in, you are in the commentary section, you still be hooked and be caged. I swear, like one man said. All right. Thank you, everybody that came on the platform today. Yeah, you all did good as well. Fantastic analyst every day. Saki Father, Thomas, Joel, everybody, Ola, Rational Man, everybody did good. So please come back tomorrow to do another round with one man. Those of you guys at the commentary session, Alessandra, Kashi, Ayo, Jafar, Ogadi Master, Ortiz, everybody, thank you all. You are the strength of the platform. Come back tomorrow to do what you know to do best. And to our listeners around the world, please use this time to click on the like button, share, subscribe, and come back tomorrow as well and join us. And to one man, you have done it again. We all did it together. 6 hours on the dot. It's not a joke. One man, bring us another round. Tomorrow, by the grace of God, we shall join you and we'll continue the struggle from there. Thank you, one man, the eagle. See you tomorrow. And good night.
Brilliant. Well put, Ajale Koko. Always excellently put by Ajale Koko. So Ajale Koko usually has the final word, but I'll give the final word to PlayStation because he's made a comment that is good for the ego. So you know me, I always need my ego massaged. So if you massage my ego, you are always welcome here. So this is PlayStation. It says, I agree with Saki Father that the platform is addictive. I repeat it. One man's style of coordinating is rare and addictive too. It is actually very skillful and never seen. Kudos again, one man. So well said. So kudos again, one man. So kudos again, one man, only to redo it tomorrow. But this thing, so they have, is almost like a living entity, the sessions. And I'm saying because you never really know where the inflection will go. And it's always dependent on the people that gather. You know, it's the panelists that actually make the conversation. Like somebody like Saki Fada, for instance, you know, never really agrees, but never really a disagreeable sort of a person. So you can have a high level fact-based, fact is subjective, of course. They say statistics, and damned lies. So statistics, and damned lies. He will say some things that are factual, and I will say a different set of things that are equally factual, but diametrically opposed to what he has said that is factual. And that is where the politics is. It's the inflection of your presentation, isn't it? And how you sequence it to logic. So sequencing to logic, and people that are able to function at that level of conversation are the people that we're lucky enough to have gathered here. And that is what makes the magic of it all. So it's not even an effort to have the conversation because you are functioning at a frequency where you're all bought into. So let me put it that way. So thank you one and all. And thank you one and all. And, you know, not to label it, but I'm going to make a special mention of the people that have donated to the platform, which is, I think I did that previously, but just to Kana Niger, Jafar, of course, Ayo twice, and K, who now goes under the banner of Thomas. So there they are, and that's really for reasons. I think I've already told you why we're using that function. And even when the super chat function is reinstated, we will continue to use the buy a coffee function because it's an infinitely better system for the platform than the super chat. So those of you that want to join those people that I just mentioned, There is the link there if you do still want to join them. So that's been the conversation. So let me say, it says, Ajanle Koko, please talk to one man. He should stop being biased on his platform and go other places to call Tinubu a criminal. So we must just stop this nonsense, you know. On this platform, I call Tinubu a criminal, and Tinubu is a criminal. I call him the Jagaban of GBT, etc., etc. But if you had listened further, or if that element from the Southeast had played the true inflection of what I said Tinubu is a criminal, and so are all of them. So that was the point that I was making. But then, of course, you know, gutter journalism. The gutter journalism is usually to inflect in a manner that you did not communicate. It's to quote you out of context, and that, of course, is the practice of that space, gutter journalism. But to you, BIS, you know, maybe rather than listen to a snippet, I wouldn't encourage many people to go and listen to the guy's platform, but if you want to especially go and listen to my contribution in that space, you will hear the fullness of what I said. Tinubu is a criminal. It's not something that I just openly, it's something I say on a daily basis on this platform, so it should not come to you as news that I am saying it. But what I am saying is Peter Obi is equally, if not more, criminal, because what Peter Obi stole in Anambra, if you condense it in terms of the opportunities that avail, if he was in Lagos, he would have emptied the coffers of that state. So Peter Obi is equally as criminal. 250 million naira he stole in cash from Anambra State, apprehended in Lagos. This is go back to 2014 July. The headlines are there. His name is in the Pandora Papers. He's the only one that I can recall, Nigerian politician. He was fingered in the Dasuki $2 billion scandal. So Peter Obi is well documented in corruption. So when I say Tinubu is a criminal, if you had listened on, or if the guy had not intent to be mischievous, then you'd have heard me say subsequently that as are they all, which was the greater point that I was making. But then tabloid journalism, of course, tabloid journalism. But that's fair enough, for that's part of the cut and thrust of it. I'm not objecting, because I certainly flashed us up within his space, which of course will translate into even more viewership for us. So it's a win for me. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation within the comment section, but here I say peace.